Welcome to second part guys, like now for more and more parts. Chapter 79. I have detected that your reincarnation mark is at the initial stage of awakening. Now I will explain some rules. 1. Once you enter the reincarnation world, you must not reveal your identity as a reincarnated person. Once you reveal your identity, your soul will be directly wiped out. 2. If the creatures in the reincarnated world discover that you are a reincarnated person, choose whether to commit suicide and return or to silence yourself based on your own judgment as to whether it will bring trouble to the main world. 3. If you bring trouble to the main world, the reincarnation points of the reincarnated person will be deducted according to the degree of the trouble. If the reincarnation points are not enough, the person will be killed directly. 4. You cannot use all the power systems and knowledge of the main world in the world of reincarnation. The reincarnated can only improve themselves by learning things from the world of reincarnation. 5. When returning to the main world, rewards will be given based on the reincarnated person's contribution to the main world. The reincarnated spirit told Zhang Mu the rules, and then asked the reincarnated Zhang Mu, will he reincarnate? Zhang Mu digested all the information and said seriously, reincarnation. Reincarnation in progress. Congratulations on awakening the white common talent sixth sense. Begin random reincarnation world. Hearing that he had only awakened an ordinary white talent, Zhang Mu felt that his life was hopeless. How could this talent help him change his fate in the world of reincarnation? Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, a voice rang in his mind. Ordinary system binding. Binding successful. The host's white ordinary talent triggers a 100-fold increase, transforming into the blue high-quality talent premonition. It's born. It's born. Madam has given birth. It's a boy. A maid ran out of the house in a hurry and shouted. The man who was waiting suddenly looked delighted. Good. 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 There is a successor for our Zhang family. Soon someone brought a swaddled baby out of the house and handed it to the man. Master, please take a look. The woman asked you to choose a name. Well, just call him Zhang Mu. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The former doll has learned to walk. At this moment, Yayu is looking at his host, not knowing what to think. When he had just bound to Zhang Mu, he discovered that his host had actually traveled through time, and it was the kind where his soul traveled through time. Interesting. That world is very unusual. My host is definitely not an exception. That heavenly Dao must be planning something. Yayu thought to himself. However, if the laws of nature in that world allow the creatures within it to travel to other worlds, this would also make it easier for him to plunder the origin of the rules of other worlds. What a good way of heaven! Yayu smiled. He thought it was just a stronger world and was going to leave after taking the origin of rules, but now he changed his mind. With the help of the hand of heaven, we can continue to study the origins of the rules of other worlds. 3 years have passed, why is my host still sleeping? Looking at Zhang Mu running happily in the yard, he didn't know what to say. Zhang Mu's soul is still the same soul, but all his previous memories are locked in his subconscious and have not awakened. It seems that this soul transmigration has some flaws. No more waiting. I didn't take action before because I saw that the host's body was still young and he couldn't do anything even after recovering his memory. But now that he has developed to a certain extent, it is time for him to wake up and start my plan for this world. Yayu no longer hesitated and immediately took action to restore Zhang Mu's memories that were dormant in his subconscious. Zhang Mu, who had been running around just now, suddenly froze. Memories of his past life exploded in his mind and flashed by quickly like a passing scene. I am. Oh, I have been reincarnated, which means I am now in another world. Zhang Mu pondered secretly in his heart. He was very cautious and did not show anything unusual to let others notice that something was wrong. What's wrong, Xiao Mu? A beautiful woman walked up to Zhang Mu and squatted down. I'm tired, I want to sleep. Zhang Mu said in a baby voice. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "It's normal to be tired after running for so long. Come and sleep in your mother's arms." Before Zhang Mu could speak, he was picked up by the beautiful woman. Seeing this, Zhang Mu didn't know what to do. He pretended to fall asleep in her arms, but he was actually aware of the current situation. The first thing that concerned him was that his memory awakened too quickly. He had also learned some basic knowledge about reincarnation in school. Normally, ordinary reincarnated people have to wait at least 8 years to awaken their memories, unless they have some special talents or strong soul power. But Zhang Mu felt that he had nothing to do with either. That's right. It seemed like he remembered something, and that he was bound to something strange when he was about to reincarnate. It seems to be called something. System. Ding. What does the host want to ask the system? Hearing the call, Yayu responded. It's actually real. It's not an illusion. Zhang Mu was shocked. There were no novels about systems in his world, so the concept of systems was very unfamiliar to him. System, what kind of creature are you? Ding. The system is not a living being, but a concrete manifestation of a rule. Rules? I don't know what they are, but is it good or bad for me if you bind me? Ding. Mutual benefit. You just need to know that the system will not harm the host. Zhang Mu was a little bit unconvinced, but since everyone was already bound to it, he couldn't do anything about the system. He could only see if he could get some benefits. So, system, what kind of help can you give me, or give me something powerful? The host can get a general idea by opening the system panel. Zhang Mu nodded and opened the system panel to check. Host, Zhang Mu. Realm, none. Age, 3 years old. Talent, premonition, blue. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System points, 0. System evaluation, like a mustard grass on the roadside, it has no fighting power at all. Please quickly improve your strength to become the strongest in the world. After some exploration, Zhang Mu also understood the usefulness of the system. It is simply a plug-in, so powerful. With the system, you can change your fate. You can become a reincarnated person. System, my premonition talent should be the product of amplification. That's right. If the host's awakened talent is very strong, it may be possible to upgrade it to the gold legendary level and red mythical level after amplification. Premonition, blue, there is a chance to predict what will happen in the future. After seeing the effect of the talent, Zhang Mu was quite satisfied. At least it was definitely better than the white talent he awakened. System, was it you who awakened my memory early? Zhang Mu asked. Yes, it is not a good idea to let the host sleep all the time, so I need to wake him up early so that I can make plans. Yayu responded. Zhang Mu was very happy to get the answer, because this meant that he would be able to awaken his memory in advance when he was reincarnated in the future. You must know that one step ahead is always ahead of all others. Awakening your memory earlier will allow you to be prepared to deal with the disaster that kills the world's consciousness instinctively. Chapter 80. Ding. Seeing that the host has awakened, we are now distributing novice gift packs. Open. There's also a gift bag. This is great. Open it. Zhang Mu said quickly. In his mind, a gift box slowly opened and began to shine. Yayu looked at the things the host opened and fell silent. He had stuffed a lot of origin points into this gift package. Logically speaking, as long as his luck was not too bad, the things he opened would at least be blue level. But my host opened a white level 1. This left him speechless. What else can you do? You have to pet your own host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Legendary Talent Reincarnation Simulation. Golden Legend. Zhang Mu opened his eyes excitedly. What's wrong, Xiao Mu? The beautiful woman asked, noticing the movement. No. It's not comfortable to sleep like this. He quickly made an excuse. After hearing this, the beautiful woman laughed, hee hee, Xiao Mu, you always liked to sleep in my arms, but now you say that you feel uncomfortable in your mother's arms. I'm so sad. Seeing this, Zhang Mu had no choice but to lie in his arms and pretend to be dead. It was abnormal to talk too much, and silence was the best solution. Okay, okay. After all, my little Mu has grown up. The beautiful woman didn't say anything else. She carried Zhang Mu into the room and covered him with a quilt. Call mom if you have any problem. After saying this, the beautiful woman closed the door and left. Call. Zhang Mu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly checked the talent he had just acquired. Reincarnation simulation. Gold. The reincarnated person can perform a simulation every time he reincarnates and know in advance what will happen next. Awesome, this talent can help you seize the initiative. But I have already been reincarnated, can I still trigger it? Just try it and you'll know. Zhang Mu triggered his talent, and soon the talent responded, with paragraphs of text descriptions appearing in his mind. At the age of 3, you awakened the memories of your past life, and knowing that the reincarnated will be instinctively targeted by the world consciousness, you began to make plans. The next day you want to read some books to understand the general situation of this world and whether there are any supernatural powers. But you find that you don't recognize the characters in this world, so you have no choice but to give up this idea. You go find your mother and ask her to ask a teacher to teach you knowledge. The whole family was very happy that you were so eager to learn, so they agreed to your request. Not long after, a teacher came to the house. At first glance, you can tell that this person is well-read, and has elegant conversation. You begin to learn about this world from this gentleman. Because of your memories from your past life, you can learn everything you know. The teacher is shocked by your intelligence. Praise you as a genius in front of your parents. Your parents will be very happy to know the news. He even specially held a grand banquet to entertain the villagers. From this you can also understand that his family is very wealthy and not an ordinary family. In the blink of an eye, you were 4 years old. After a year of study, you had roughly mastered the written information of this world and began to understand the appearance of the world from books and your teacher. This is an extraordinary world. The extraordinary power is martial arts. Humans can enhance their own strength through practicing martial arts. The realms of martial artists are divided into external strength, internal strength, transformed strength, innate, celestial. From here you understand that this is a low-level martial arts world. Although you have extraordinary powers, the upper limit is not high. You feel a little lost, because the stronger the world you are reborn into, the higher the level of cultivation you can reach. Although it is dangerous, the rewards will be much greater. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. When you were 6 years old, a group of men in black broke into your house. Killing people indiscriminately, you understand that this is the catastrophe of world consciousness. Your father quickly picked up his weapon to fight the enemy, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone dozens of people. Finally, before his death, your father asked your mother to take you away, and he died on the spot in order to delay the departure of you and your son. After those men in black dealt with your father, they immediately went after you and your son. Finally, your mother asked you to hide in a tree hole while she lured the enemy in another direction. You waited there for 2 days, and you were so hungry that you fainted. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself in an unfamiliar environment. You guess that you were saved by a kind-hearted person and escaped the disaster. You have also prepared for the worst regarding your mother's situation. You want revenge, but you don't even know the identities of those men in black. You have no choice but to hide this blood feud deep in your heart, and wait until you have enough strength to slowly investigate it. Later you learned that the person who saved you was a disciple of the King Yun sect. When he went down the mountain to gain experience, he found you unconscious and brought you back to the King Yun sect. The master saw that you were all alone and helpless, so he took you into the sect and started you as a menial disciple. Winter passed and autumn came, and 10 years went by in the blink of an eye. During the past 10 years, you have been staying in the sect and learned a lot of martial arts. At only 16 years old, you have already reached the level of internal strength in martial arts. The head of the sect also saw that you had a talent for martial arts, so he taught you many martial arts skills in private and pointed out the things you should pay attention to in your future practice. You were very grateful and began to concentrate on improving your martial arts level. Now you have become the master's direct disciple and do not need to be distracted by trivial matters. Your realm improved very quickly. In just 2 years, you reached the Huajin realm. The head of the sect was very happy and called you a rare genius in a century, and he paid even more attention to you. Any good medicinal herbs will be used to increase your physical strength. But the good times didn't last long. When you were 18 years old, your sect was massacred by an unknown force. The people who came were very strong, most of them were strong in the Huajin realm, and there were also a few strong in 8 realms. Faced with such a powerful enemy, no one in the sect escaped and all died at their hands. Even though you can fight 10 Huajin masters at the same time, you will still be quickly defeated by a Xiantian master and die by the sword. Call. After reading the simulated information, Zhang Mu let out a breath. As expected, there were so many disasters. Even if one was lucky enough to avoid the first one, there would be a second one immediately. This was a disaster caused by the instinctive action of the Heavenly Dao in this world. If Heavenly Dao noticed him as a reincarnated person, he would probably be killed on the spot. From the simulation information, even if I follow the original development path, I can return to the main world with the strength of Huajin and complete the target to become a formal reincarnation. But since we already know how the situation is going to develop, why not change our fate and raise the upper limit? Zhang Mu's eyes gleamed with brilliance. This was a good opportunity to rise. Reincarnated people also had their strengths and weaknesses. Every reincarnation opportunity was precious and could not be wasted. So he began to prepare, and the first thing he did was to master the language of this world, otherwise he would not be able to understand the martial arts secrets in the future. The second thing is to get in touch with martial arts. Judging from the simulation information, his father knows martial arts and his level should be quite high, otherwise it would be impossible for him to withstand the siege of dozens of people alone. Chapter 81. The next day, Zhang Mu went to see his mother Suyun and told her that he was bored at home and wanted to read a book but couldn't understand the words on it. Suyun also didn't expect that the young Zhang Mu would say that he was boring. You know, Zhang Mu is only 3 years old now. But in the face of Zhang Mu's coquettishness, she had no choice but to communicate the situation with Zhang Mu's father Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin naturally had no objection, and within a few days he invited a teacher to his home. So Zhang Mu began to study systematically. The teacher's surname was Mo, and Zhang Mu respectfully called him Mr. Mo. After a few days of contact, Mr. Mo quickly discovered Zhang Mu's intelligence, and everything developed smoothly as in the simulation. After 2 months, Zhang Mu basically mastered the writing of this world. Then he told Mr. Mo that he had already learned writing, but he didn't want to learn other knowledge yet. But how could Mr. Mo bear to see such a genius fall into depravity like this, so he quickly persuaded Zhang Mu's parents to let him study hard, saying that all other things are inferior except studying. But Zhang Mu knew that his family would be broken up when he was 6 years old, so he had no mind to study and had to arm himself. You can put other knowledge aside for now and learn it again in the future, but there is no point in studying if you lose your home. This is a world of martial arts. Suyun and Zhang Lin tried to persuade Zhang Mu. They also didn't want Zhang Mu to waste his talent like this. In response to the persuasion, Zhang Mu said, "Can studying pacify the world? Can studying protect the country?" The three of Mo Lao looked at each other, and were somewhat shocked to see you so precocious. Studying can pacify the world. There are many talented people in the court. Studying can protect the country. If there is no strategy on the battlefield, there will be countless casualties. If there is no legal system in the country will be in turmoil. Mo Lao said majestically. Zhang Mu's childish face smiled slightly. If a country does not have a strong military force, can it rely on its eloquence to prevent other countries from invading us? If a country does not have an army, how can it quell internal unrest? Mr. Mo was speechless. He knew that Zhang Mu's words were sophistry, and he also saw the reason why Zhang Mu didn't want to continue studying. So he couldn't persuade him anymore. Alas, you know so much at such a young age. What a pity, then it will be like this. Zhang Mu saw that Mr. Mo agreed and then said, I want to learn martial arts, which is why I put aside my studies first. Zhang Lin frowned slightly when he heard this. Mother! Zhang Mu quickly ran into Su Yun's arms and acted coquettishly. Okay, all up to you. Su Yun smiled and signaled Zhang Lin with her eyes, and the latter said nothing more. Xiao Mu, practicing martial arts is very hard, can you stick with it? It's natural. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the year when Zhang Mu was 6 years old. This year was also the year when Zhang Mu encountered his first disaster. Over the years, Zhang Mu has been following Zhang Lin to learn martial arts. He guessed correctly that his father was indeed a martial artist with a high level of martial arts and was a powerful warrior. Several years of martial arts training made Zhang Mu grow very fast. Although he was only 6 years old, he was already 1.4 meters tall. Zhang Lin also discovered that his son was not only talented in studying but also in martial arts. Zhang Mu was able to quickly comprehend and master what he taught within 3 days. However, Zhang Mu couldn't be happy. The catastrophe was about to come, and his realm had just entered the external strength stage. How could he resist the siege of dozens of people with such a realm? You should know that his father, a powerful master of Huajin, died at the hands of those dozens of people. This also shows that those people are not ordinary people. At least their average strength is in internal energy, otherwise there is no way they can kill a strong person with internal energy. This is a difficult situation, as one's external strength is of no use at all. Is there no other way but to run away in advance? Zhang Mu was somewhat unwilling. Although running away could be considered as changing one's fate, the reward was far less than completely eliminating the disaster. Yu in secret realized that his host was in trouble, so what should he do? Of course he would help. It is detected that the host is about to face an invincible crisis, and a special reward is a chance to summon from another world. Another world summon. Zhang Mu was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that this was one of the functions of his system. System, what is the use of this alien summoning? Shake the person. The answer was simple and clear, and Zhang Mu's frown began to relax. As expected, I still have to rely on my own system at critical moments. I originally thought that the system would harm me, but now I think I was such a beast. System, save me. Ding. The host is about to start using the summoning opportunity from another world. Please wait patiently. Soon after, a passage lit up next to Zhang Mu, and then a figure walked out of it. You are my employer. The white-haired old man looked at Zhang Mu. Ding. The summoning from another world is a transaction, where you can call someone from another world to help. There is no need to worry that the other party will remember what happened during the transaction. After the transaction is completed, the person's memory of this part will be cleared. Yu explained. Zhang Mu understood and said, Yes, I am your employer. There will be a crisis soon. The opponents are probably strong internal strength masters, and there are about dozens of them. A person with strong inner strength. The old man frowned at first, then understood, it should be that the world is different, and the realm is called differently. In our world, the realms of martial arts are divided into Ming Jin, Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, Gang Jin, breaking the void, and seeing the gods. And you? Zhang Mu's eyes lit up. It seemed that the world the visitor came from was a world of advanced martial arts. The old man smiled slightly. My name is Chu Jitsi, as for the realm. Chu Jitsi clenched his fist and waved it to the side, making a series of empty sounds. Zhang Mu looked at the space crack in shock. This is breaking the void. Every move of a warrior contains the power of heaven and earth. Even space can be shattered with one punch. Soon the shattered space healed quickly, as if it had never existed. The spatial intensity of this world is far less than that of my world. Although breaking the void is very powerful, it takes all your strength to shatter the space. But here, only 30% of my strength is needed to easily break the space. I can feel that this world is very repelling to me, and I am afraid I can't stay here for long. Chu Jitsi spoke. After hearing this, Zhang Mu estimated the time and found that there was only about a month left before the disaster came. How long can you stay? About 3 months. Chu Jitsi said. That's enough. The crisis I mentioned will come in about a month. I will arrange a place for you to stay first, and you can stay in my house temporarily during this period of time. When the crisis comes, you will take action. Thank you for your help. Chu Jitsi nodded. Soon, under Zhang Mu's arrangement, Chu Jitsi settled down temporarily. Faced with this new face, Su Yun and Zhang Lin naturally couldn't help asking questions. Zhang Mu just said that this was his new master, who was a martial arts master, and that he would be taught martial arts during this period of time. Chu Jitsi naturally knew that Zhang Mu said this to find an excuse and to learn some skills from him. However, he had received a lot of benefits from Yu, so he acknowledged this identity. He wouldn't lose anything anyway. Chapter 82. Time flies, and more than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. That night, there was noise in the mansion. Zhang Mu, who was meditating and waiting, suddenly opened his eyes. Here it comes. Drawing out the sword beside the bed, Zhang Mu walked out. As soon as he went out of the house, he saw dozens of men in black searching for something. Thanks to the early preparation, Zhang Mu had dismissed the ordinary people in the house yesterday, so there was no massacre. Soon, Zhang Lin and Su Yun heard the noise and came outside. Xiao Mu. It's dangerous, come inside. Seeing Zhang Mu Su Yun coming out of the house, she became anxious. Zhang Lin looked at the black-clad men who had barged into the mansion and shouted, Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the Zhang mansion? The one who took your life. Kill. Leave no one alive. The man in black didn't explain anything, he just picked up his sword and slashed at Zhang Lin. Yuner, take Xiao Mu away. After Zhang Lin took a few blows, he realized that the other party were all strong internal force masters, and his face changed slightly. And you? Su Yun was very worried. Hurry up, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Zhang Lin roared while resisting. These guys cooperated very well, which put a lot of pressure on him. Su Yun was hesitant. She didn't want to abandon her husband and run for her life, but when she thought of Zhang Mu, she could die, but at least she had to let Zhang Mu survive. So he rushed to Zhang Mu and took his hand. Xiao Mu, come with me quickly, don't distract your father here. Zhang Mu shook his head, don't worry, mother. My master is capable of dealing with these people. Then he shouted, Mr. Chu, it's your turn. It's time to stretch your legs. I saw a figure moving quickly among the crowd, and after a few breaths, dozens of people flew out. Puff. What? There's an expert. Retreat quickly. Chu Jitsi snorted coldly, want to leave? Have you asked me? Come and die. A huge suction force made dozens of people unable to move and flew towards Chu Jitsi. Mr. Chu, please leave him alive. Zhang Mu shouted hurriedly. He wanted to see if there was someone secretly directing these guys. But these people knew they couldn't escape, so they bit the poison sacs in their mouths and they all died from the poison in a few moments. Zhang Mu was a little dumbfounded. Is he so decisive? I thought it was an enemy coming to visit, but judging from their fearless determination and unity, they were definitely not simple. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for successfully changing his fate. Your score will be improved, and your rewards will be settled after you return to the main world. As all the men in black died, a prompt sound appeared in Zhang Mu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully escaping danger, and a special reward of 100,000 system points. Yeah, you also took the opportunity to stuff as many system points into the host as he could. Although there are not so many restrictions after leaving the assessment world, there are still some restrictions. The system cannot directly improve the host's strength or give system points for no reason. There has to be a legitimate reason. I don't know which idiot made this rule. Yayu curled his lips in secret, but this was not a problem for him. He had no shortage of origin points now anyway, so he could give the highest reward. Zhang Mu was also very happy to hear the two upgrading sounds. He did not expect to have such a pleasant surprise. His system was really generous. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your help. Otherwise, my family of 3 would have been in trouble. Zhang Lin hurried forward to express his gratitude, and Su Yun also brought Zhang Mu over to thank Xu Jitsi. You're too kind. Xiao Mu is also half my apprentice. It's only natural for me to help him. Xu Jitsi smiled and waved his hand. Fighting dozens of powerful internal force masters was a piece of cake for him, and he actually got the upper hand. Yeah, you gave a lot of benefits. That was the origin point. Even if it was only 1,000 origin points, it would be enough for him to break through the barrier that had been blocking him for many years. The realm has broken through to the point of being indestructible. Zhang Mu was relieved after getting through the first disaster. What he lacked most before growing up was time. In the days that followed, Zhang Mu continued to learn martial arts knowledge from Chu Jitsi for 2 months. Although his realm has not improved, his understanding of martial arts has reached a higher level. I can't stay here any longer. This world is becoming more and more repulsive to me. It's time to go back. On this day, Chu Jitsi said goodbye to Zhang Mu. Okay, thank you Mr. Chu for your advice. I hope we will meet again someday. Zhang Mu nodded. Haha, I'm looking forward to that day. Chu Jitsi laughed loudly and then passed through the world channel and disappeared on the spot. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. He felt that there would be such a day. As long as he continued to reincarnate, he would be able to go to Chu Jitsi's world. After saying goodbye to Chu Jitsi, Zhang Mu continued to train himself at home. He planned to wait until his body was fully developed before looking for the simulated King Yun sect. That was the place of his second tribulation. Logically speaking, as long as he did not actively contact it after going through the first tribulation, it would not be triggered, and he could become a formal reincarnation after returning. Don't miss the free points. He now understood that in the simulation he had no system support and everything seemed very ordinary and incompetent. But in reality, I have a system plug-in, so why should I worry about it? What kind of world consciousness is this? It's all garbage in front of my system. System, I love you so much. Zhang Mu chuckled. 0.0. This made Ye silent. Why did his host suddenly fall ill? 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. 8-year-old Zhang Mu is already 1.7 meters tall because of his martial arts training. He looks very handsome and resolute, with sparkling eyes. Father, do you know King Yun sect? Zhang Mu asked at the dinner table. King Yun sect? Of course I know, but why are you asking this? Zhang Lin was a little confused. I want to become a disciple of King Yun sect. Want to join the King Yun sect? Isn't Mr. Chu your master? I don't think there's anything worthwhile for you to go there. Zhang Lin didn't know that Chu Jitsi was not from this world. Even though 2 years had passed, he just thought that Chu Jitsi had left because of something. Zhang Mu could only make up an excuse. Master Chu sent me a letter, asking me to learn martial arts from various schools. This will help me in my future. I can't just learn from one school, I need to be open to all. Zhang Lin had nothing else to say after hearing this and could only agree. Su Yun was a little sad because her child was only 8 years old and had to leave home. Don't worry, mother. It's not like I won't come back. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Zhang Mu comforted. Then let's make a deal. Don't bluff mother. You haven't been close to mother since you were old enough to understand. You don't care about mother's feelings at all. Su Yun complained. Zhang Mu was a little embarrassed. He wouldn't feel anything if his memory hadn't awakened, but once the memory was awakened, it would no longer be the soul of a child but the soul of an adult. At most, she would act like a spoiled child when there were some special things and ask Su Yun to help solve them. But getting any closer would be inappropriate, as he wasn't so despicable as to take advantage of a child's body. Don't worry, mother. When have I ever scared you? That's good. Su Yun didn't say anything else. She had always respected Zhang Mu's decisions and doted on him. So the next day, Zhang Lin hired a carriage to take Zhang Mu to King Yunmen. King Yunmen is not far from the Zhang family, only about 100 kilometers away, and it can be reached in 2 or 3 days by horse carriage. Chapter 83. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhang Mu looked at the building located in the mountains and walked forward. When he arrived at the front hall, a disciple stopped him and asked him questions. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Mu clasped his fists and replied, I am Zhang Mu, and I want to become a disciple of King Yun sect. Want to join our sect? The man was stunned for a moment, then he said, although our King Yun sect is not a large sect, we still have requirements for recruiting people. You must pass the test to see if you are qualified to join. Then thank you for leading the way, little brother. I believe I should be able to meet the requirements. Zhang Mu said confidently. Well, you look handsome and you are not a man who talks nonsense. Come with me. The man nodded and led Zhang Mu into the King Yun sect. The scene changed. Elder, this person wants to join our King Yun sect. I brought him here to test his qualifications. Elder Fang Xiangming looked up at Zhang Mu. It would take some time before King Yun sect officially recruited disciples, but during this period some people would go up the mountain in advance to pay their respects in person. As long as you pass the qualification test, they will accept it. Got it, you go down first, boy, come forward. Fang Xiangming spoke. The man bowed and left. Zhang Mu also walked forward after hearing that. Age. 8. 8 years old. Fang Xiangming raised his head abruptly. You look like you are 8 years old. Don't lie to me, I can feel your bone age. If I find out it's fake, you can forget about joining King Yun sect. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched, but I am really 8 years old, elder, I didn't lie to you, I am really 8 years old. Fang Xiangming was obviously a little unconvinced. He stood up and began to touch Zhang Mu's body. After some time. You're really 8 years old. Fang Xiangming felt a little sad, and he also discovered that Zhang Mu's strength actually included external force. What a genius! When he came back to his senses, his face lit up with joy. See, I didn't lie to you. Now we can continue the test. Zhang Mu said helplessly. Yes, yes, you didn't lie to me. Congratulations on joining our King Yun sect. Fang Xiangming said with a smile. Ah? Don't we need to test it? Zhang Mu was puzzled. What's the point of the test? If you are not qualified to have such strength at this age, then others should forget about joining King Yun sect. Fang Xiangming waved his hand. So Zhang Mu joined King Yun sect easily. In the first year of joining King Yun sect, the sect leader King Yunzi learned that Zhang Mu was a genius. Therefore, he was treated with great care, given special lessons in various ways, and taught him almost all the martial arts moves he knew. In the second year, the headmaster no longer gave Zhang Mu special training in secret, but directly accepted Zhang Mu as his personal disciple. The disciples were obviously a little dissatisfied to see that Zhang Mu, who had only joined the sect for 2 years, became a direct disciple so easily. Qing Yunzi naturally ignored him, but Zhang Mu felt that if he had the strength, he should show it. Since they were not convinced, then he might as well have a duel in the ring. At only 10 years old, he was already a master of internal strength, stronger than some of the older disciples, not to mention being proficient in various martial arts. None of the disciples who took part in the competition could last more than 3 moves against Zhang Mu. Now everyone was speechless and stopped talking, and the farce was finally settled. In the 4th year, Zhang Mu's experience of learning martial arts in advance and Qiu-Jitsu's previous teachings allowed him to reach the level of Huajin. With this kind of strength, he is qualified for the position of elder. But Zhang Mu doesn't care about these. He just wants to continuously improve his strength and reach the realm of heaven and man before he turns 18. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that you can just ask for someone else. Over the years, Zhang Mu has gone home to visit his parents every year. He also figured out the other functions of the system. The plunder and copy functions can not only plunder talents, but also work on the martial arts mastered by others. However, the martial arts copied were not at the level that the other party had practiced, so he had to start practicing from scratch. But that is also very powerful. You know, his system has another 100-fold amplification function. The combination of the two is like adding wings to a tiger. Even the most useless martial arts can be transformed into something gorgeous after being enhanced. Hence, he no longer stayed within the King Yun sect. He began to wander among the major sects. His powerful strength makes it a dimensionality reduction attack for him to challenge the younger generation. Zhang Mu's fame spread far and wide in a short time, and everyone in the martial arts world knew that a talented warrior had appeared in the world. At the age of 12, he had already reached the level of Huajin. All the young disciples of the sects were abused. Now, even the King Yun sect, which was not very powerful, became popular. The number of people who want to join King Yun sect increases dozens of times every year. This is the terrifying effect brought by the celebrity effect. As the head of the sect, Qing Yunzi couldn't stop smiling. Who wouldn't want to make the sect flourish in his own hands? In the 6th year, after 2 years of development, King Yun sect directly jumped from an unknown small sect to one of the top 8 sects. This is not because King Yun sect itself is very powerful, but because the disciples have reached the evaluation criteria, and there are as many as 100,000 disciples. The overall strength of King Yun sect is limited to King Yunzi, who is at the innate level, 8 Huajin elders, and dozens of internal force masters. Of course, as Qing Yunzi's direct disciple, Zhang Mu's strength has reached the innate realm. This speed of promotion scared the disciples of other sects. Being in the same era as him makes people feel very desperate. How can they catch up with such talent? They can only look up to him. The legend of Zhang Mu is spreading in the world, and various modified versions are spreading like wildfire. Ordinary people don't care whether it is true or not, instead they talk about it with great relish and make it a topic of conversation at the tea table. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. It had been 10 years since Zhang Mu joined King Yun sect, and he could be considered an official adult. He is 1.9 meters tall and has a handsome face. Many women fall in love with him at first sight and even declare that they will not marry anyone else in their life. Hey, this day has finally come. Zhang Mu exhaled a breath of foul air. 10 years. A full 10 years. He wandered among the major sects and copied and practiced almost all of their martial arts. This allowed his martial arts to reach another level, integrating all his martial arts to achieve the effect of artistic conception. His own strength has also reached the peak of the innate realm, and he feels that he is just one step away from breaking through to the realm of heaven and man. Although I haven't reached the level of a celestial being, with my current strength, dealing with a few innate beings is as easy as killing chickens and sheep. Zhang Mu grinned, he was not exaggerating. Over the years, he not only challenged disciples from other sects, but also their leaders. Within just a few moves, all of them who were at the innate level were defeated. It's just that those leaders felt ashamed and blocked the news, so it didn't spread in the world. Otherwise, the topic about Zhang Mu will reach a new height. According to the time, those who besieged King Yun sect should arrive today. Zhang Mu stood up and waited at the front door. He planned to stop those people from entering the sect, as his strength was enough to deal with them. Chapter 84. Time passes by little, the sun sets and the moon rises. The disciples of King Yun sect were talking about Zhang Mu, who was meditating at the front door, but no one dared to disturb him. If someone is practicing, it would be inappropriate to approach them rashly. Now almost everyone in King Yun sect admires Zhang Mu very much. It is an honor to be in the same sect with such a genius. As long as you show the King Yun sect's token when you go out, who wouldn't give you face? This is all thanks to Zhang Mu's contribution. Zhang Mu slowly opened his eyes. Strange, it's clearly time. Why can't I see anyone? He was very confused, but he didn't give up and waited for a few more hours. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for successfully changing his fate. Your score will be improved, and your rewards will be settled after you return to the main world. Zhang Mu was speechless, as if he understood something. It seems that my reputation indirectly affected the result, causing those people to not dare to cause trouble again. I have to say it's quite interesting, and it also gave me a new idea. He smiled. Now that he had survived both disasters, the reward after his return would surely be a great harvest. Now I just need to increase my contribution as much as possible. I'm only 18 years old, so I still have a long time to operate. Zhang Mu's eyes lit up, and he felt that he could make great progress in this world. 20 years after reincarnation, Zhang Mu's realm finally reached the realm of heaven. He had almost mastered the martial arts of his own country, and he began to travel to other countries. There are 4 big countries and many small countries in this world. The country where Zhang Mu is located is called Yuanwu, which is also one of the 4 major countries. He began to visit the martial arts sects of other countries one by one, and this action caused dissatisfaction among the martial artists of various countries. Those who were defeated felt embarrassed and began to unite. As Zhang Mu challenged more and more sects, the martial arts world began to become turbulent. Martial artists from other countries formed an alliance to besiege Zhang Mu alone. Naturally, the martial artists from Yuanwu Kingdom would not allow people from other countries to bully Zhang Mu like this. They also began to send people to support Zhang Mu. The fuse was lit. The encirclement and suppression of Zhang Mu by various countries at the beginning turned into a martial arts battle. In the end, no one was willing to give in. The turmoil in the martial arts world also began to affect the decision-making of the court. Although the imperial court and the martial arts world are divided into 2 parts, the king of every country does not want the martial artists in his country to be inferior to those in other countries. This is a blatant slap in the face. In the end, the state's influence came into play, pushing the struggle to a new level. Zhang Mu was a little confused as he looked at the situation that had gone beyond the limit. I was just exchanging ideas with him. Why did he get so excited? In fact, there have been frictions among countries in recent years, and there has been no new leader in the martial arts world. Everyone wants to sit in that high position. Zhang Mu's appearance only ignited the fight in advance. Even without him, the fight would have happened sooner or later. 25th year after reincarnation, the years of fighting finally reached a fever pitch and various countries began to rise up in arms. The banner they are waving is to end the fight, but in fact they all secretly want to annex the territories of various countries. The world is in chaos now. As if they had agreed beforehand, the four major countries refrained from interfering with each other, each defining their own territories and beginning to annex many small countries. Under the powerful military force of the big countries, many small countries either surrendered or perished directly. In addition to the open struggles among countries, there was also a bloody storm in the martial arts world. Zhang Mu knew that he would be the first to be affected, so he quickly moved his parents to a secluded place to live in hiding. Xiao Mu, won't you stay here with us and hide from the limelight? Su Yun, with a worried look on her face, pulled Zhang Mu's hand and begged him. Alas! Mother, this matter was caused by me, so I should end it all by myself. Now the war is raging, and the people have no peace. How many innocent families have been dragged into it and have been destroyed? Zhang Mu sighed. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. Now his strength has reached the peak realm of heaven and man, but facing tens of thousands of masters, he will eventually run out of strength. It can only be said that the extraordinary power of this world is still too low. With his current ability, he cannot break through the limitations of the world and break through to a higher level. He always feels that something is missing. He didn't want Su Yun and Zhang Lin to lose their lives because of him, and he was also ready to cut off ties with King Yun's sect. Faced with Zhang Mu's rejection, Su Yun reluctantly sobbed in Zhang Lin's arms. She knew that her son might encounter an accident on this trip, so she begged Zhang Mu to stay. It was also her selfish desire as a mother. Zhang Lin said to Zhang Mu with red eyes, "Go, it's not your fault. Human desires are always there, and all countries have been blinded by interests. Do you remember what you asked us when you were 3 years old?" Zhang Mu was stunned and his thoughts came back to normal. Zhang Lin said slowly, "Can studying bring peace to the world? Can studying protect the country? So now that you have chosen a different path, can you use force to pacify the world? Can you use force to defend your country?" Zhang Mu suddenly realized that he had just made up an excuse back then and he never expected it would be mentioned again. His eyes gradually brightened and he began to break through the realm that had been stuck in his mind for many years. He knew what he was lacking. What is lacking is the indomitable spirit of martial arts. The kind of spirit that is invincible in the world. Zhang Mu smiled, very happily, "I can use my military power to pacify the world. I can use my military power to defend my country. Young people should have lofty ambitions, and compete for the glory of the vast sky." Bang! With his bold words and heroic deeds, Zhang Mu's aura rose infinitely and soon exceeded the carrying limit of this world. After bidding farewell to his parents, Zhang Mu embarked on his journey alone. His powerful strength caused all those who came to cause trouble to lose their lives. 35 years after reincarnation, Zhang Mu began to mix the martial arts from all the sects in this world together to create a new martial arts method. With the help of his new martial arts skills, his strength began to soar again. He didn't know what realm he was in now, but the space was shaking when he just punched slightly. Faced with Zhang Mu's invincible attitude in the world, people in the martial arts world began to feel scared. They all stopped and began to direct their attacks at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu did not hide, and even made a bold statement, 3 days later, there will be a big battle in the Tibetan Emperor Valley. Those who want to take my life will come here. I will deal with it alone. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhang Mu sat in meditation in the center of the valley and waited. A lot of people came here, gathering almost all the forces in the world except the King Yun sect. Devil! Today is the day you die. Everyone clamored that it was not an exaggeration to call Zhang Mu a devil. Over the years, no less than 100,000 people had died at his hands because of causing trouble. It can be said that his hands are covered with blood. Ha ha ha! What is there to be afraid of? Either you surrender today or I die. Zhang Mu laughed. Zhang Mu will not show mercy when it comes to killing them. These people are not kind people. Kill. He is only one person after all. He will eventually run out of energy. We will fight him in rotation and slowly wear him down. The various sects colluded with each other and started sending people to kill. Chapter 85. Ha ha ha. Fight. Zhang Mu's blood was boiling and he was not afraid at all when facing tens of thousands of martial arts masters. Holding a 3-foot-long sword, he killed everyone in fear. There were so many different martial arts moves that no one could defend themselves against and everyone looked afraid. The valley was filled with hearty laughter and screams of the crowd. Kill all the knights in the martial world, the sword on my waist is still bloody. The valley was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Zhang Mu blocked the entrance of the valley alone, leaving everyone with no way to retreat. Mad! Mad! Seeing the sharp decrease in the number of people on their side and Zhang Mu going crazy with killing, the leaders of the major sects no longer had the intention to kill and just wanted to escape from this place of trouble. But Zhang Mu blocked their way. Want to leave? Sure. Kill me with a sword in hand. The ultimate in martial arts. How wonderful! Ha 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 ha! Zhang Mu's eyes gradually turned red, and his breathing gradually became higher. Sunset. The noise in the valley gradually subsided. The battle ended with only Zhang Mu surviving, and the blood of tens of thousands of people soaked the valley red. Looking at the corpses lying all over the place, Zhang Mu came to his senses. Hey, this is all worth it for the sake of world peace. His eyes gradually became firm. He swung the scarlet sword, revealing a cold glow, and put it back into the scabbard. A few days later, the news of what happened in Zhangdi Valley spread to the world. This splits Zhang Mu's reputation into two parts. Some people think that Zhang Mu has become a murderer. Another group of people think that those people brought this upon themselves, and if they go looking for trouble, they should be prepared to be killed in return. Not to mention so many people besieging one person. No matter what others said, Zhang Mu began his own journey of integration. Use powerful military force to force all the sects in the world to surrender. If they refuse to surrender, he will come to them with swords the next day to demand an explanation. Faced with such overbearing words, although the various sects were dissatisfied in their hearts, they had to agree in the face of absolute force. Thus, the turmoil in the martial arts world ended so abruptly. Zhang Mu knew in his heart that this was only temporary stability. As long as he died, those sects would be exposed, but now no one could kill him. After 40 years of reincarnation and several years of integration, Zhang Mu has finally resolved the issues in the martial arts world. What needs to be done now is to resolve issues at the national level. Now the war is raging. After annexing all the small countries, the 4 big countries have turned their attention to the other 3 countries. There is a strong intention to start a war. Zhang Mu found things a bit tricky when it came to national matters. After all, he was still a member of the Yuanwu kingdom. If we conquer by force, wouldn't that be treason, which goes against the original intention? What he wanted was peace in the world, not to usurp the throne. 41 years after reincarnation, Zhang Mu went to the palace alone. Almost everyone in the world had heard of Zhang Mu's reputation, and the emperor of Yuanwu kingdom also received Zhang Mu with great ceremony. My dear, what do you want to do in the palace today? One never visits a temple for no reason. He had heard about Zhang Mu's deeds in the martial arts world for a long time and was tempted to recruit him. This trip is for only one thing. Zhang Mu said calmly, today, the world is divided into 4 parts, and various countries are ready to make a move. The people are living in hardship, and countless families have been displaced by the war. What do you think, Your Majesty? Emperor Yuanwu was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Mu to talk to him about the situation in the world. As long as war lasts, these are inevitable. All countries will fight for some interests. If we do not speed up the development of our country's military strength, we will be attacked by other countries when we are overtaken by them. I know that the people are having a hard time now, but I cannot change the situation. The 4 countries will have a war. Zhang Mu looked serious and asked, if there is only one country left in the world, can the people of the world live in peace? Emperor Yuanwu was delighted and asked, "Are you trying to help me unify the world?" Zhang Mu shook his head, "I don't care who rules the world, whether it's Yuanwu or another country, I just want to find a way for the people to make a living. If, after the unification of the world, your Majesty promises me that you can guarantee the people a safe life and stop oppressing them, I will help your Majesty unify other countries. Of course, if I unify the world, your words are just the basis. I promise that under the rule of Yuanwu Kingdom, I can guarantee the lives of most people, not just everyone. It will also put an end to the oppression of the grassroots people by officials and restore a peaceful and clear world to the world." Emperor Yuanwu said solemnly. "Yes, then I will help your Majesty to unify the world." Zhang Mu was very satisfied. This was the best solution he could think of. Only when the world is unified will the people be free from the baptism of war. 45th year after reincarnation, Zhang Mu was named imperial preceptor by Emperor Yuanwu and began to march into various countries. At the same time, in the past few years, Zhang Mu has kept all the martial arts sects under control and ordered them not to participate in the country's wars, otherwise they would be held accountable by him later. Although this move was hypocritical, Zhang Mu had no choice but to do it. "Whether you scold me or spit on me, I have my original intention." 47 years after reincarnation, with the addition of Zhang Mu, the army of Yuanwu Kingdom has become even more powerful. Relying on Zhang Mu's combat power beyond this world, one person is enough to stop an army of hundreds of thousands. No city wall can defend against Zhang Mu's surprise attack alone. With the support from both inside and outside, the army of Yuanwu state was unstoppable. In just 2 years, 2 big countries were conquered. 50 years later, the world is unified. There are no other countries in the world, only Yuanwu Kingdom remains. Emperor Yuanwu also began to fulfill his promise to Zhang Mu, and he began to issue a series of decrees that would benefit the lives of the people. The state's land was also distributed to farmers for cultivation free of charge. Everything developed as Zhang Mu had planned. After the unification of the world, the people's lives were indeed much more stable and their happiness index had improved significantly. Many people began to praise Zhang Mu's deeds, praised him to the sky, and even gave him the title of Emperor Wu. The dissatisfaction with Zhang Mu in the martial arts world gradually dissipated. After the unification of the world, the various sects were no longer confronting each other, but instead wanted to exchange their martial arts. The dissipation of barriers between countries is conducive to the rise of martial arts. The world has ushered in a martial arts craze, and Zhang Mu has gradually discovered that the world's carrying capacity seems to be gradually increasing. 55 years after reincarnation, Zhang Mu arranged all his affairs and began to retire from the world, returning to the place where he had parted with his parents. After returning here, he saw his aging parents. "Are you, Xiao Mu?" Su Yun looked at the figure with her cloudy eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. "Mother, it's me." Zhang Mu smiled. Su Yun's eyes moistened when she heard the answer. She walked forward and hugged Zhang Mu tightly. "I'm glad you're back." "I'm glad you're back." Zhang Lin heard the noise and walked out of the house. Looking at the mother and son hugging each other, his eyes became wet. Since both of them lived in seclusion here, they had no idea what was happening in the outside world. "What's the situation outside now?" Zhang Lin asked. Zhang Mu grinned, "The ultimate in martial arts. One man can quell unrest. One man can defeat 1,000,000 soldiers. The world is unified and the people are at peace. Just like I said before, I will use martial arts to bring peace to the world. I will use martial arts to defend my country." "Okay, okay." After 60 reincarnations, Zhang Mu had been here with Su Yun and the others to enjoy their old age. The 2 elders also passed away one after another during these years. Chapter 86. 70 years after reincarnation, the world began to change suddenly. Zhang Mu, whose strength had already broken the world's limit, sensed it at the first moment. The world suddenly changes, and martial arts flourishes. Zhang Mu was very happy, but he probably wouldn't live long enough to see that time. 100 years after reincarnation, martial arts has experienced unprecedented development, and along with it, new divisions of realms have begun to emerge. After reincarnation for 120 years, Zhang Mu's body has come to the end of its life, but he is satisfied. This trip can be said to be a great harvest. Ye Yu was also very happy. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhang Mu broke the world's limit and attracted the attention of heaven, he seized the opportunity to capture heaven's consciousness. After some extortion, he got his hands on the origin of the rules of this world, and by the way, he also squeezed out half of the origin of the world. Although he had plenty of food, it would be a waste not to eat the meat he got. Although the heavenly Dao consciousness hated Ye Yu's actions very much, due to Zhang Mu's contribution, this world began to advance. Overall it's a win-win situation. Alas foolish heaven, you don't know that everything you are doing now is to prepare wedding dresses for others. Ye Yu shook his head helplessly. The laws of nature in Zhang Mu's main world were not easy to deal with. It was estimated that it would not be long before this world would become a vassal world of the main world. Anyway, what happens afterwards is none of his business. He still needs to rely on the hand of heaven from Zhang Mu's main world to go to more worlds to plunder the origin of rules. As Zhang Mu's body died, his consciousness was pulled back by the power of the main world and came to a special space. This is the settlement space of the Tower of Reincarnation. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for successfully changing his fate. You have officially become a reincarnated person. As an official reincarnated person, you will have one chance to reincarnate every month. Now we will start calculating the contributions of the reincarnated to match the rewards. Successfully changed my fate twice, and my rating has been raised. Strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised. Break the world limit, the score is greatly improved. Help the main world break through the barriers, and the score will be greatly improved. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS. Congratulations to the reincarnator for obtaining 1 million reincarnation points. And a chance to extract a permanent talent. Give the reincarnated person the authority of the 9th level world in the main world. Looking at the huge amount of rewards, Zhang Mu smiled. Just 1 million reincarnation points were already skyrocketing. You should know that ordinary reincarnated persons will only be rewarded with 1000 reincarnation points if they successfully change their fate and officially become reincarnated persons. I have a full million. The main reason is that the level of that world is too low, otherwise it would be more. In addition to the large number of reincarnation points, the opportunity to extract permanent talents is also precious. However, what he cares about most is another reward. Main World Authority? What is this? Zhang Mu asked about the reincarnated spirits. These reincarnated spirits were all clones of the heavenly Dao consciousness. For excellent reincarnated people, the heavenly Dao will treat them well. The authority of the main world has many uses. Please explore it on your own. The 9th level authority is the lowest authority, and the highest is the 1st level authority. And there is only one way to gain world authority, and that is to help the main world take over other worlds. The heavenly Dao will give corresponding world authority based on the level of the world taken. Every 3 world permissions of the same level can be combined into a higher level world permission, and world permissions cannot be transferred. Transferring world permissions is considered giving up. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Mu understood. It seems that the most valuable of these rewards is the world authority. Use your talent to extract opportunities. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the purple epic permanent talent Martial Arts Prodigy. Martial Arts Prodigy, Purple, you are extremely talented in martial arts and can quickly master and perfect any martial arts. Ding! The purple epic talent Martial Arts Prodigy triggers a 100-fold increase, transforming into the golden legendary talent Martial God. God of War, Gold, you are a god in martial arts. You can break through any realm without any bottleneck. And you have a chance to push martial arts to a new realm. Break the world's restrictions. Wow! Golden legend! Zhang Mu's face lit up with joy. His system was indeed invincible. Although the purple epic was not bad, who would care about the dregs when there was a rough gem? As for why other rewards did not trigger a 100-fold increase. Yeah, you just wanted to say that the reincarnation point was the monetary system between the main world and the reincarnated, and it was not something he could interfere with. The same goes for world authority, which cannot be increased at all. After sorting out what he had gained, Zhang Mu left this special space. Soon he walked out of the Tower of Reincarnation and saw other classmates, who had appeared within a few minutes of each other. The time lost is the time spent in the settlement space. I can't help but marvel at the magic of the Tower of Reincarnation. Zhang Mu had stayed in that world for 120 years, and only one day had passed after he returned. As soon as I got closer to the crowd, I heard many people complaining about their fate. Ah! Why? I died before my memory was even awakened. I can't accept this. Who says it's not true? Reincarnated people usually awaken their memories at the age of 8. I died in a disaster when I was 6. Alas, I can't prepare for the situation in advance without my memory awakened. It's all over, now I can only become a vassal of other reincarnated beings. Many people were complaining, but some were smiling. It seemed that they had escaped the calamity, changed their fate, and successfully become official reincarnations. Everyone is here. Yu Xian glanced at Zhang Mu who arrived last and spoke. Now let's count the number of people who have officially become reincarnated. Those who have become reincarnated stand on my left, and those who have not become reincarnated stand on my right. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this and could only do as they were told. Zhang Mu followed a small group of people and stood on the left side of Yu Xian. There are 50 people in the class, but only 5 become official reincarnations. The elimination rate is too high. For a moment, the 5 people including Zhang Mu received the attention of the other 45 people who were eliminated. It's pretty much the same as usual. 5 is not bad. Now for the remaining 45 people, you can choose to become their vassals or find other reincarnated people. Of course, if you really don't want to become a vassal, you can accept the school's arrangement. The school will guarantee your safety, but your life will be very difficult. Yu Xian said. This is the cruelty of this world. One reincarnation determines your fate for the rest of your life. As Yu Xian finished speaking, everyone surrounded the 5 people, and many people also joined in after hesitating for a while. They still hope to become vassals of these 5 people. Why? That's because other formal reincarnations have many vassals, and you may not necessarily gain more resources by joining them. Instead, you can only live a miserable life. Zhang Mu and his 4 companions did not have any vassal yet, so as the first vassal, they were naturally treated well. Zhang Mu frowned. He felt uncomfortable being surrounded by so many people, and he was not planning to accept too many vassals. After all, he had to support them. He only planned to accept one as a tool and hide himself behind the scenes. So he said, I will only accept one vassal. Many other people left after hearing this, but there were still many people surrounding him. After all, being the first vassal had many benefits, and one would be the first to enjoy the resources. Compared to the latecomers, everyone wants to be the first. Chapter 87. Looking at the people in front of him, Zhang Mu was a little troubled. He naturally wanted to recruit a vassal with better qualifications, but many people died in the disaster before their memories were awakened after their first reincarnation. There was no room for maneuver at all. Having reincarnated once, he had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, it is impossible to judge who has better qualifications now, but vassals are still needed, because he needs to reincarnate continuously, and someone needs to take care of the affairs of the main world. Secondly, he wanted to cultivate an open reincarnation, because those battle-hardened reincarnations were very repulsive to new reincarnations. A strong chain of targeting has been formed, and the reincarnated ones of the previous generation will continue to suppress the reincarnated ones after them. Therefore, he planned to hide behind the scenes, hoping to create a vassal to confuse the sight of those previous reincarnations. The first time he chose a vassal was like picking from a blind box. He would only know whether his qualifications were good or not in the future. Soon, he picked someone from the crowd to be his vassal. Her name is Xia Suejiao. In terms of appearance, according to Zhang Mu's own aesthetic standards, she could score 90 points. He is one of the good-looking ones in the class. Okay, I'll just take one and not consider the others for now. Zhang Mu said to the others. Everyone left tactfully. The other 4 reincarnated people also only accepted 2 or 3 vassals. The more vassals, the better. Because they have to support them, which requires a lot of rebirth points, and they are not as awesome as Zhang Mu, who can get 1 million rebirth points for 1 rebirth. The maximum cost for each of them is about 2 to 3,000. Seeing that they had made their choice, Yu Xian spoke up, others, don't be discouraged. If you don't have other reincarnated people to take you in, you can follow the school's arrangements. However, your chances of getting resources and training are slim. At most, you can have enough food and clothing and not die in the grey fog. The others looked bitter, as they had no other reincarnated people to take them in. We could only follow the school's arrangements, but soon the reincarnated people who were waiting nearby came forward to look for someone they liked. The students hesitated for a while and finally agreed. In the end, only a dozen or so people who didn't look good were left. They look so miserable. Why does everyone in this world care so much about looks? Zhang Mu shook his head and didn't want to stay any longer, but chose to leave. Seeing this, Xia Suejiao hurriedly followed, and the other reincarnated people also left with their vassals. The main world is very large, and new reincarnated people can have the opportunity to choose an area of 1 acre to sit in the main world and clear the grey fog. Clearing the grey fog will also earn you world rewards, but not much, and the long-term benefits are great. On the way, Zhang Mu was studying the function of the 9th level of authority. Soon he had a general understanding of the 3 levels of authority. 1. You can get 3 more reincarnation opportunities every month. 2. You can choose a better territory. 3. You can have 1 chance to deprive other reincarnated people of their identities every year. If it is useless, it will not be inherited to the next year. The first 2 were fine, but the third one made Zhang Mu stunned. This was too buggy. No wonder the first batch of reincarnated people have been suppressing the up-and-coming ones, just wanting to firmly hold the hegemony in their hands. Once any potential reincarnator is discovered, his or her identity will be immediately revoked using the authority. I still have to hide. It seems my decision was right. Zhang Mu's eyes flashed. This world is too cruel, with troubles both internally and externally. Level 9 authority is the lowest level. I'm afraid those with higher authority can also deprive me of my identity. I must raise my authority as soon as possible. Before that, let her show up. Zhang Mu glanced at Xia Suejiao who was following behind him. Master Zhang, where are we going now? Xia Suejiao said shyly. Go choose a good territory. Zhang Mu responded. He touched the reincarnation mark on the back of his hand and a holographic map appeared and he began to select. Since I have level 9 authority, I can choose from more locations in a larger territory. Soon he found a suitable place to hide. Stand beside me. Zhang Mu spoke. Upon hearing this, Xia Suejiao trotted forward and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Zhang Mu then activated the transmission function of the reincarnation mark. Call out. As the space changed, the two came to a big mountain. This is the newly added territory in the main world, called Shiwen Mountains, with an area of 100 million acres. The remote location is very suitable for stable development here. This is our territory from now on. During this period, you should grow up peacefully. If there is nothing special, don't go out and cause trouble for me. Do you understand? Zhang Mu looked at Xia Suejiao. Understood, master. Xia Suejiao nodded and looked around curiously. Zhang Mu ignored it and started using the reincarnation points to purchase buildings. In the main world, every reincarnated person can enter the Tiandao Mall to buy things. For example, after you purchase a building, you only need to choose a location and Tiandao will generate it for you immediately without the need for any construction. After spending more than 100,000 reincarnation points, magnificent buildings continued to appear around. Along with it are acres of spiritual fields and a spiritual spring. In addition, he also bought some puppet slaves from Tiandao and asked them to help with daily cleaning and growing vegetables, fruits, and rice. Xia Suejiao looked at all this in shock. Everything was beyond her common sense. She knew that Zhang Mu had only been reincarnated once. The wealth he created is too exaggerated. How great a contribution must Zhang Mu have made in his first reincarnation to get so many reincarnation points? She suddenly felt fortunate to have become Zhang Mu's vassal. With such a powerful master around, she at least didn't have to worry about her own safety, and she might even get a precious chance to be reborn. Master. I'll go help you cook first. Xia Suejiao spoke. Zhang Mu nodded his approval. The facilities in the house were all very good, with everything you need. Soon, Xia Suejiao prepared dinner. The two sat at the table. Xia Suejiao served carefully, fearing that Zhang Mu would be dissatisfied. No need to do that, I'm not that delicate. Zhang Mu took a sip of tea, picked up the dish and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. Eat. From now on, you will be responsible for preparing all 3 meals. Of course, you only need to prepare your portion when I reincarnate. Yes, thank you, master. Xia Suejiao nodded and started eating. After the meal, Zhang Mu began to inquire about the reason why Xia Suejiao's reincarnation failed. Tell me about the general process of your previous reincarnation. Xia Suejiao said bitterly, I am similar to the others. I died in the disaster before my memory was awakened. I had no chance to resist. It would be fine if the calamity was too strong for her to survive, but she really couldn't accept dying in such a confused state. Zhang Mu had to be thankful for his good luck as he had bound himself to the system before his reincarnation. Master. I beg you to do me a favor. Xia Suejiao looked at Zhang Mu eagerly. Go ahead. That is, can you give me a chance to reincarnate in the future? Just once. Of course, I can do whatever you want me to do. Xia Suejiao pleaded, she didn't want to die in such an ordinary way. She also knew that reincarnation opportunities were very precious. If exchanged with reincarnation points, one reincarnation opportunity would cost a full 100,000 points. This is a huge expense. Chapter 88. Xia Suejiao's plea was within Zhang Mu's expectations. Becoming a vassal meant she wanted another chance to be reborn and change her fate. Okay, that depends on your performance. You have to prove that you are worthy of me giving you a chance to reincarnate. Zhang Mu spoke. He was planning to support a capable tool man on the surface, but what if the man was not capable enough to cover himself? Xia Suejiao blushed when she heard this, as if she had thought of something. I will behave well. Night. Zhang Mu returned to his room after taking a shower. As soon as he got into the quilt, he touched something soft. Master, please have mercy. Zhang Mu was stunned. Could this girl have misunderstood? Forget it, it's right in front of me, it would be a waste if I don't eat it. I'll just compensate her more in the future. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after washing up, Zhang Mu began to prepare for his second reincarnation. The top priority now is to quickly improve our strength and authority in the main world. Reincarnators are also divided into different levels of strength, from level 1 to level 9. Host, Zhang Mu. Realm, First Level Reincarnator. Talent, Simulated Reincarnation, Gold, Martial God, Gold. Territory, Shiwen Das Han. Rebirth Point, 850,000. System Points, 100000. System Functions, Plunder, Amplification of all things, 100 times, Summoning from another world, and Copying. System Evaluation, like a mustard grass on the roadside, it has no fighting power at all. Please quickly improve your strength to become the strongest in the world. Because he has the 9th level world authority, he can reincarnate 3 times this month. I'll leave the affairs of the territory to you. I'll start preparing for my next reincarnation. Zhang Mu handed over the control of the puppet slave to Xia Suejiao. Then he started reincarnation and his figure disappeared from the spot. Officially reincarnated people do not need to go to the Tower of Reincarnation to reincarnate. They only need to spend more reincarnation points to communicate with the spirit of heaven and reincarnate on the spot. Xia Suejiao's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Mu disappearing on the spot. It seemed that she had underestimated Zhang Mu's ability. This made her feel that the day when she would get the chance to reincarnate was not far away. She only needed to do everything according to Zhang Mu's arrangements and she would definitely get the chance. So she began to take care of the affairs in the territory. Reincarnator Zhang Mu, do you choose to be reborn randomly or in a designated world? To reincarnate in a designated world, you need to purchase a designated item card. If you want to improve your reincarnation guarantee, you can also purchase a talent card. The voice of the reincarnated spirit echoed in Zhang Mu's ears. Zhang Mu thought about it for a moment and decided that there was no need to specify a world. He had almost completed the first world and was not familiar with the other worlds, so he chose to reincarnate randomly. How do you sell talent cards? Zhang Mu asked. Although there is a chance of awakening talent after reincarnation, the probability is very low, and even if awakened, the quality is not good. White ordinary points, 1000 points, green excellent points, 10,000 points, blue high quality points, 100,000 points, purple epic points, 1 million points, gold legendary points, 10 million points, and red mythical points cannot be purchased. The corner of Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. This is too damn unfair. You should know that this is not a permanent talent. It will be gone in the next reincarnation, but it is sold at such a high price. But who made him so rich? Purchase a blue premium talent card. Purchase successful, deduct 100,000 reincarnation points from the reincarnated person. After everything was ready, Zhang Mu used the talent card and performed a random reincarnation. Used successfully. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for awakening the blue quality talent super brain. Ding! The blue high quality talent super brain triggers a 100-fold amplification and transforms into the golden legendary talent evolver. Evolver, gold. Your body is constantly evolving and can stimulate all the potential of the human body. Reincarnation simulation talent is triggered. Do you want to simulate it? Simulation. At the age of 0, you were born into a strange world. Your family was very happy about your birth, and 3 years passed quickly. At the age of 3, your memory has not yet awakened, and you know nothing about the outside world. You spend your days either eating or defecating. At the age of 6, you started to become sensible and curious about the outside world, but your family seemed to be worried about you and kept you at home all day. At the age of 8, your memory finally awakened and you began to actively explore the world. Since this is a new world, you have to learn the written information of this world all over again. At the age of 9, you have roughly mastered the writing system of this world and started to explore the outside world, but this world is a little special. You learn that this is a sci-fi world. Here people are divided into different classes. Your status is entirely determined by your genes. You finally understand why your parents don't let you go out easily. You live in a slum where inferior people gather. Many people give up on themselves, and large-scale fights occur every day, which is why they are worried about you going out. The status hierarchy in this world is very strict. Inferior people and their children will be directly labeled as inferior, and this label cannot be changed throughout their lifetime. The upper class enjoys abundant resources, while you, as the inferior class, can barely make ends meet and have to do heavy physical work every day. The technology in this world is very advanced. Obviously, these hard jobs can be completely replaced by human labor, but the upper class people in the upper class will not let the inferior people sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, so even if the hard jobs can be replaced by machines, you are asked to complete them with human labor. At the age of 10, your parents gradually relaxed the restrictions on you. They felt that it was time for you to start to get in touch with society. Thanks to this, you also began to slowly become familiar with the things in the slums, judging from some of the information you received. The world does not seem to be peaceful, and there are foreign enemies invading from outside the world. There are more things that I cannot learn about due to lack of channels, so I have to give up temporarily. At the age of 12, through a series of operations, you have become somewhat famous in the slums. Thanks to your contribution, the life of the family of 3 is not so hard. At the age of 14, disaster struck, and people from the upper class suddenly came and started selecting people to board the airship without saying a word. You realized that this might not be a good thing, and your parents hurriedly urged you to hide, which made you more certain of your guess. You hid in the basement of your home under the arrangement of your parents. Although you hid very well, you were still detected by those high-tech devices. You were ruthlessly captured and severely beaten. Your eyes were filled with resentment, but you had no ability to resist at all. The genes of these advanced humans are very strong. Even if they don't use technological power, their physical strength alone is enough to beat you. Your parents begged them to let you go, but they beat them instead. In the end, they beat your parents to death, and you were caught on the airship. As soon as you boarded the airship, you were injected with anesthetic and passed out. When you opened your eyes again, you found that your limbs were tied up and your body was lying naked on a laboratory table. You were horrified, and seemed to have guessed what they were going to do. In the following days, you were subjected to inhumane human experiments every day. Thanks to the development of technology, even if you are tortured beyond recognition, you will be restored to health the next day. At the age of 16, after 2 years of torture, your eyesight is sluggish and your willpower is severely damaged. You feel powerless even when you want to commit suicide. Chapter 89. At the age of 18, after 2 years of torture, you completely gave up hope of survival and only hoped to die early and return to the main world. Suddenly one day, those experimenters did not conduct the inhumane experiments on you anymore. Instead, they just injected you with a tube of dark blue liquid and left. You are very happy and think you can feel a lot more relaxed, but not long after, you start to feel tingling all over your body, pain deep into your bones. You roared with all your might, your eyes gradually lost their luster, and finally you fainted. When you open your eyes again, you find a bunch of people surrounding you and admiring you. You feel terrified and think something bad is going to happen again. I heard that another gene sequence experiment was successful. Is it this experimental subject? Yes, number 2354. After years of exploration, recombinant genes have finally successfully transformed many of its gene sequences. This experimental subject is very special. Its genes are changing every day, and these changes are positive. Thanks to this, we have recombined many high-quality genes. Now we can perform gene cutting and transplantation. Not bad, not bad. New blood has been injected. I just don't know what the genetic effect will be this time. The people around you smile strangely, and you feel the hairs on your back shivering. Next, you were subjected to inhumane torture again, and this time the torture was even more excruciating. You also learned the purpose of these people, gene cutting. The high-quality gene people in the upper class have been conducting genetic modification experiments. By continuously cutting and recombining inferior human genes to create new gene sequences, the new gene sequences are then proofread to see if they are superior genes. If so, the gene will be cut, transplanted and replicated to become part of their genes. This is also the truth of this world. The superior people control everything, and the inferior people are like lambs to be slaughtered. In the end, you died from gene cutting and transplantation. Your genes were cut into pieces and transplanted and cultivated. Zhang Mu stared at the text message in a daze, and at the moment when his consciousness was about to disappear, he quickly communicated with his system. System, you have to wake me up in advance. He felt a chill down his spine just by reading the description. How terrible it would be if he experienced the torture himself. Ching Chang. Zhang Mu was born in the same family. 3 years passed quickly, and Yayu estimated that time had awakened Zhang Mu's memory. Phew! System, you are so good. There is still time. We must improve our strength before the disaster. Zhang Mu was doing sit-ups with his young body. This world is very strange. There is no cultivation system at all. It is completely a rhythm of technological advancement. Due to the main world, the martial arts of the previous world cannot be used in this world, otherwise it will violate the rules of reincarnation. He can only exercise his body first. It is said that we don't know much about the world just through a few words in writing, and our status limits our vision. The text does mention that there seem to be foreign enemies in this world. Host, do you want to hang up? I will send it to you as long as you ask. Zhang Mu was stunned. Hang? What hang? Congratulations to the host for triggering a limited-time flash sale event that only happens once in a century. There is a product on sale for 0 yuan. Don't miss the chance. Soon a product interface popped up on Zhang Mu's face. System Wall. Product, Shenzhen. Function, click to view details. Original price, 1 billion system points. Current price, 0 yuan flash sale. Time limit, 59 seconds. Oh my god! This is such a good thing. Zhang Mu's eyes widened, and he became even more excited after reading the detailed introduction of Shen Xin. This is simply a cheat. Instant kill. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful instant kill. The next moment, a ball of light floated in front of Zhang Mu. Fortunately, he was in the room and no outsiders saw it. The host can bind the divine core by touching it. Yayu said. That's right, this magical core is the product of the assessment world, and the high-tech there was naturally used by Yayu to enrich his own system wall. He felt that if he didn't give Zhang Mu a cheat, it would be very difficult to conquer this world. How could that be possible? His goal was the origin of rules. He had to make the host stand on top of the world and even break the world's restrictions to attract the attention of heaven. With the help of Shenzhen, you can move freely in this low-end technology world. So Zhang Mu touched the light ball according to the system's guidance. As soon as it came into contact, the ball of light merged into his body and began to bind to his genes. The divine core is binding, absorbing material information, material energy. The dark plane is being constructed. 10%. 40%. Adaptability adjustment. Gene binding. The divine core was successfully activated. Gene binding successful. The dark plane was constructed successfully. As the divine core was successfully bound, Zhang Mu also took the initiative to explore it. After studying it for a long time, he roughly understood the basic uses of the divine core. With this cheat, those guys will no longer try to capture me as a test subject. I will rewrite this grey world. Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled. If you directly overthrow a world, your contribution will definitely be great. Divine Core, hack into all the databases in this world and back them up. Begin the invasion. 3 seconds later. Intrusion successful, data backup successful. Zhang Mu nodded with satisfaction. The cheat was too powerful, but before that he had to learn the text information of this world. Shen Xin, is there any way for me to grasp the information of this world in an instant? Zhang Mu asked. Can. Shen Xin's answer surprised Zhang Mu. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect it to really work. For a moment, Zhang Mu felt like his brain was about to explode, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Due to the host's underdeveloped brain, this process may cause pain to the host's brain. You're only telling me now. It would have been better if you told me earlier so I could be prepared. Zhang Mu was speechless. His 3-year-old body had been subjected to inhuman torture. Finally, the pain came and went quickly, and Zhang Mu felt his brain was full. This magical chip not only gave him the text message, but also gave him the data that had just been backed up. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable, he just felt strange. It was just a text message. Even if his brain was not fully developed, it was still easy to receive a text message. As if he had guessed that Zhang Mu would question him, Shen Xin also gave an answer in advance. The host's instructions were not clear, and they did not refer to text messages only. Forget it, this is fine. After a while of pain, I can fully grasp the information of this world. It's a good deal. So he began to analyze the information of this world. The first is that this world is indeed as described by the talent before reincarnation, and the people in the upper class are indeed using inferior humans for genetic experiments. The purpose is to continuously replenish the high-quality gene pool. Chapter 90. Their purpose is to continuously cultivate high-quality genes, break the genetic lock of the human body and achieve genetic ascension. But although the idea is good, thousands of years have passed since the plan was implemented, and they have not succeeded in breaking any genetic locks in the human body. 500 years ago, humans were attacked by star beasts. The so-called star beasts are monsters that suddenly appear in the universe. They feed on stars, are huge in size, and have terrifying combat power. A newly born baby star beast is as big as an asteroid. According to records, the largest star beast discovered so far is larger than the Sun. Fortunately, this star beast did not come to offend the planet where humans live. The technology in this world is naturally far behind that of the host in Yayu's assessment world, but it is still well developed compared to other worlds. Humans have mastered very powerful technological armor. This kind of armor can evolve autonomously. It is a special metal and can exert good combat power when combined with powerful genetic warriors. They also have spacefaring warships that can travel at a maximum speed of 1% of the speed of light. Zhang Mu sorted out the information slowly. He is still young now, even if he plans to overthrow the world, he has to wait until he grows up. Well, let's add some fuel to the fire in this world first. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered, and he asked Shen Xin to make all the human genetic experiments of the upper-class public. For a time, the whole world was in turmoil. Previously, we thought that they would be captured and sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder at most, but we didn't expect that they would be used for such inhumane genetic experiments. The anger of the inferior people was ignited and a large-scale riot began. People in the upper class did not expect that the information would be leaked, and they tried their best to check whether there was a traitor in their group. But the results were fruitless. With regard to their technology, they naturally could not find any traces of the operation of the magic core. So they just let it go. Humph! So what if they knew? Inferior people are inferior people, they have no right to resist. Repression from the upper classes soon came. Within a few days, all the unrest was suppressed by the powerful armed force. Ants are only fit to live in the corner. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Faced with this blatant contempt, many inferior people were too scared to say a word, only a small number of inferior people held a flame of anger in their bellies. Zhang Mu looked at the data screen sent back by the Divine Core and shook his head secretly. They have been kneeling for too long, and their slave mentality has taken root. Even if they are given the same equipment and power now, they may not dare to resist. Alas, the revolution is not over yet, comrades still need to work hard. Zhang Mu sighed, feeling that he had a long way to go. After this experience, Zhang Mu has finally understood the psychology of the inferior people in this world. They are unreliable and we can only break through from other aspects. He looked at his golden talent evolver and suddenly had an idea. Divine Core, record the process of my genetic evolution, and then deduce and create a genetic cultivation method. Zhang Mu felt that the Divine Core was very powerful, and this kind of thing should be possible. As long as he regarded the process of his own genetic evolution as the process of genetic cultivation, he should be able to deduce a genetic cultivation method. You also had to sigh that this was a good decision. The upper limit of the Divine Core was very high, so this kind of thing was completely possible. As for why he didn't give the genetic method of the assessment world to Zhang Mu. One reason is that the upper limit of that cultivation method is too high and this world cannot bear it. Second, there is no need. The Divine Core can completely deduce a low-quality cultivation method for Zhang Mu. Soon, Shengzhen also gave an answer and said yes. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Zhang Mu's genes have been evolving, and Shengzhen has been constantly recording and improving this process. Finally, he produced a book called The Method of Genetic Evolution. With this genetic evolution method, my plan can finally be implemented. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. Don't those upper-class people like to study genes? Well, I will just release a small part of the genetic evolution method to let them have a taste of the sweetness. Then they create a cult and organize their own forces. When they are able to turn against the whole world, they will directly overthrow the world system and build their own system policies. I am not a human being. I want to be a dictator. Those inferior people are not worth saving, and once slavery takes root, it can never be changed. What he needs is new humans, and he wants to cultivate new humans. Shen Xin, distribute a small portion of the genetic evolution method to those in the upper class. It would be best if it is targeted. Okay, the genetic evolution law has been deployed to certain groups of people. Shen Xin responded. Zhang Mu nodded in satisfaction and began to wait patiently. Since he wanted to set up a cult, he should first find some people who were more paranoid about genes so that he could brainwash them and control them. A month passed. There are undercurrents in high society. The gene evolution method released by Zhang Mu has begun to show results. At first, the humans who received the information did not believe it. To be on the safe side, they even found some inferior humans as experimental subjects to verify whether it was true and reliable. The result is exactly as described by the genetic evolution method: genes can really be cultivated. This time they could no longer sit still, and after silencing all those inferior people who knew about the situation, they began to practice in secret. They all thought that they were the only ones who had obtained this cultivation method, so they didn't want the news to leak out. After practicing for a month, they also found that their genes had undergone evolutionary changes. Many inferior genes were replaced, allowing its own gene sequence to be improved and its strength to increase dramatically. Such an obvious effect made them all obsessed for a while. This world is not only divided into inferior and superior people, but also into different levels among superior people. Each family has its own unique genetic sequence and conducts its own genetic research. It is naturally impossible to announce these new high-quality genes to other families. The emergence of this genetic evolution method makes many people feel that their families can quickly leap forward in class. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. They have also cultivated this small part of the genetic method to the final chapter. If they want to continue to cultivate the genetic evolution method, they must obtain a new chapter. Since I practiced the gene method, my genes have improved by 10%. With such a terrifying effect, I must get the next chapter of practice as soon as possible. I have to contact the person who gave me the gene method. For a time, all the advanced people who had practiced genetic methods chose to contact Zhang Mu. The benefits are so great, how can they not be tempted? Zhang Mu also saw the message they sent back from Shenzhen, and he knew the time had come. Shen Xin, reply to them and ask them to secretly meet at the address I gave you, and reveal that there is more than one person practicing the genetic method. Chapter 91. During these years, Zhang Mu was not just waiting there. First of all, he ruled Qingcheng where he was now. Secondly, in order to deal with the crisis when he was 14 years old, he used the magic core to change their itinerary and let them go to other towns of inferior people. So he quickly changed his fate and improved his rating. After that, it all depended on whether he could make a significant move in this world. In a blink of an eye, it was time to meet up. Zhang Mu disappeared from the spot and came to an underground room through a micro wormhole. At this time, dozens of people gathered here. All of them had their faces covered and looked at each other warily. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mu sneered. A bunch of old foxes thought they could hide their identities like this? All your information is recorded in Shenzhen. Even if you undergo plastic surgery or have a S*X change, Shenzhen can detect it. Ahem, good evening everyone. Zhang Mu did not cover his face, as he felt there was no need to. This was his home ground, and the only way to escape from his control was death. In an instant, Zhang Mu attracted everyone's attention. The atmosphere was a little tense, and someone suddenly asked, "Did you come up with the genetic method, or is there someone else behind it?" "Of course it was done by me. Since you all came here hoping to learn the next method of cultivation, right?" Zhang Mu's mouth curled up slightly. "Yes, if it weren't for this purpose, we wouldn't be here. Tell me, what do you want?" "My request is simple. I want to be the king of this world." The people below were all stunned. They had never seen a guy who liked to daydream so much. Hehe, being the king of this world? I don't know whether you can't see the truth or you think you are very strong. Although your genetics are amazing, you can't dominate the world. They felt that Zhang Mu was a lunatic and regretted coming here. Don't be anxious. You have to take one step at a time. Domination doesn't happen overnight. What do you think of this world? Zhang Mu began to prepare for the verbal attack. How else can we see it? Class is like a divine punishment, and birth determines fate. It is also the special nature of genetic law that allows us to see the possibility of class transition. Otherwise, who would be here to listen to your daydreams? Someone said disdainfully. That's right. Class is like a divine punishment. Birth determines fate. So do you think I am an inferior or superior person? Zhang Mu jumped off the podium and moved among the crowd. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and some people even took out the genetic detector and scanned Zhang Mu without thinking. Ding di, gene quality is 100%, no inferior genes. What? How is that possible? Other people around looked incredulous when they saw this, and some even thought that the machine was broken. The man scanned himself. Ding di. The quality of genes is 23%. Most of them are low-quality genes. Now everyone was silent. The silence was broken after a while. Is this the effect of the genetic law or are you from a high-ranking family? Zhang Mu slowly said, of course it is the genetic law, and I am not from a high-ranking family, but an inferior person that you look down upon. Inferior people. Everyone couldn't believe it. This went against common sense and shattered their worldviews. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost created, Zhang Mu also began to perform, I have seen the world clearly since I was born. Unfair. Unfair. It's still unfair. Why should I be classified as different by others? Why can birth determine fate? Why do the upper class enjoy abundant and high-quality resources, while we inferior people can only live in humiliation. The root cause of all this is power. We inferior people have no way to be promoted. We can only become the object of continuous exploitation. But are we inferior people the only ones who are exploited? I guess you are also often exploited by higher-ranking families, right? Zhang Mu looked around. Everyone was silent, with their fists clenched. Just as Zhang Mu said, as superior people, they will also be exploited by higher-level people. Zhang Mu's mouth curled up when he saw them like this, but he quickly suppressed it. The people here were all carefully selected by him. They all came from families with relatively low status in the upper society and were often exploited by other families. Only in this way will people join his organization and overthrow the world with him. The genetic method is very powerful. Even if I give it to you now, can you keep this treasure? If the world doesn't change, you will only be the object of continued exploitation. When those people from higher-level families discover the abnormalities in your genetic changes, can you guarantee that you can hide it? Once you are exposed, you will only face endless exploitation. I know this world is like this, so I want to overthrow it. That's why I want to be the king of this world. Everyone was silent. After thinking about it carefully, they believed that things would indeed develop as Zhang Mu said. They can't hide for too long. The rapid rate of genetic improvement will definitely attract their constant exploration. Once discovered, there will be no return. Then why don't you just organize the inferiors instead of coming to us? One person asked with twinkling eyes. Zhang Mu smiled slightly, although this world is very sick, some people are indeed inferior. They have been kneeling for so long that they have forgotten that they are human. Even if I give them strength and equipment, they dare not raise the banner of resistance. They can only live in the gutter for the rest of their lives. I consider these people to be inferior. If they have a rebellious heart, they are still worth saving. This is why I chose you over them. As objects of exploitation, you have no ambition to lose your desires. Your words do make some sense, but they alone are not enough to overthrow the world. Without powerful scientific and technological power, the organization you mentioned is nothing but ridiculous. If you want us to join, you have to show us the technological strength that we can trust, so that we dare to put our lives on your shoulders. Do you have it? The others nodded in agreement. If the power is not enough, everything will be in vain. Zhang Mu grinned, technological power? Then let me show you the power I possess. Shen Xian, take control of all the missile launchers in the world. I want to hold a fireworks display. Received. Beginning to invade missile launch authority. Invasion successful. Missile is expected to be launched in 3 seconds. Everyone, please watch the upcoming fireworks in the new world. Zhang Mu waved his hand, and instantly a dense array of images appeared in front of everyone. Under their gaze, all the missiles in the world were launched into the sky at the same time, and eventually collided and exploded. The horrific shock made people all over the world look in amazement, not knowing what was happening. The inferior people were even more frightened, thinking that the superior people were going to directly wipe them out with missiles. When they came to their senses, they found that the missiles had just collided with each other and exploded in the air, just like a world-class fireworks display. Inside the basement, everyone listened to the noises coming from outside, plus the fireworks playing on the screen, and everyone looked dazed. What kind of technology is this? He can control the missile launches all over the world by himself. How is it? Are you satisfied? Zhang Mu laughed loudly, and seemed so crazy with the vibrations from the outside world and the fireworks in the sky. Chapter 92. Everyone's eyes flickered, as if they saw the picture of the future changes in the world. They were moved. Okay. I've decided to join. I've had enough of those guys. This time I want to stand on top of the world too. Agreed. I'm joining in too. I'm joining in too. Soon everyone present chose to join Zhang Mu's organization and prepare to overthrow the world. Because Zhang Mu's scientific and technological strength made them feel that this could be accomplished. Once successful, their future status would definitely not be low. Very good. Welcome to the New World Organization. Zhang Mu was very satisfied, and felt that his words were worth it. As a member of the organization, you can check the genetic law for free and quickly improve your genetic strengths and weaknesses. This is also a benefit of joining the organization. As for more positions, it depends on their respective contributions. I will not directly cut off the promotion hopes of the lower level people like the world does today. As long as you are good enough, no matter if you have inferior genes or a low status, you can still climb up through your own efforts. Soon everyone got the other chapters of gene evolution method given by Zhang Mu. This makes them very satisfied, and no matter how much they say, it is not as real as the benefits. Zhang Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone, once you join the organization, don't even think about leaving. Unless you are dead, I will allow you to leave. I have all your information in my hands. If you want to betray the organization, I will kill you before you can act. Ding ding. Everyone's bracelets rang with the message receiving sound. Their pupils shrank when they opened it. All their detailed information was recorded on it, from birth to the present, including all the despicable tricks and scandals. This also made them have a new understanding of Zhang Mu. No, we are members of the organization when we are alive and ghosts of the organization when we die. How could we betray the organization? Don't you agree? Haha, yes. Everyone laughed it off and put away their little thoughts. Zhang Mu sneered, that's great. I thought you would report me after you got the genetic method. I almost launched a space-based missile towards your family. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. They had underestimated Zhang Mu's methods, and no one dared to have any more evil thoughts. Okay, that's enough warning. What you need to do now is to continue to expand the coverage area of your organization. When we have enough people to suppress all the armies, you can rebel and overthrow the world in one fell swoop. 18 years after reincarnation, Zhang Mu began to plan for the world. After successfully winning over some high-ranking people in the upper society, the organization was officially established. Through these people's connections, Zhang Mu quickly opened the door to upper society, and more people joined the organization. There are many who were attracted and lured in by genetic methods, but now that they are in, they can't leave. Those superiors who had entered the den of thieves cursed their companions who had brought them in the first place. But after tasting the benefits of genetic law, they changed their minds, and the organization grew faster and faster. These people also realized that they were not crazy, but they really had the potential to overthrow the entire world. 20 years after reincarnation, a spark was ignited, and the fire spread rapidly and fiercely in the surroundings. With the addition of more and more families, the organization's reach becomes wider and wider. Seeing this, Zhang Mu began to distribute some advanced technology to them, giving each person an inferior version of the magic core. But even if it is an inferior version, it is still superior to all the technologies in the world today, which makes everyone more convinced of Zhang Mu. 22 years after reincarnation, Shenzhen independently created a dark matter armor, which was much more powerful than the armor in this world. The organization's army also slowly developed in secret, and the killing techniques derived by Zhang Mu himself further enhanced the army's combat effectiveness. With the talent of a martial god, even without using the martial arts from the previous world, he can independently create a system of power. 25 years after reincarnation, the organization's influence covers 30% of the upper class of society. Underground armies are everywhere. They are scattered in groups all over the world. They will rise up as soon as Zhang Mu gives an order. After 30 years of reincarnation, Zhang Mu felt that the time had come. It was time to start overthrowing the world and building his own new world. Let the flames of the new world extinguish the remaining glory of the old world. With one order, the whole world began to fall into unrest. The organizers who received the information began to revolt. Faced with such a sudden resistance, many people in the upper class were stunned. But they still responded immediately and sent the army to suppress it. But what they didn't expect was that the resistance forces were stronger than their army and had more advanced equipment. For a time, the army kept retreating, and those who claimed to be of high status saw that the situation was not good and prepared to use space-based weapons to cover the firepower. What's going on? Why don't I have permission? Damn it, our privileges have been taken away. The database has been hacked long ago. In front of the Shenzhen, any database is like my backyard, without the support of powerful technology. The army is losing ground, while the rebels are getting more and more excited. The dawn of victory is just around the corner, and the world may really be overthrown. Everyone was excited and fought fiercely. Somewhere in the world right now. What happened? This world wasn't originally like this, right? According to the data, aren't the superiors in the upper society oppressing the inferiors? Why did a war suddenly break out? A man looked at the chaotic situation in disbelief. The situation has changed. An unknown error has occurred in this world. I have contacted the main divine space to see if it responds. Let's hide here first to avoid being affected. A tall, fierce-looking man said calmly while smoking a cigarette. That's good. Let's apply to return and give up the mission in this world for the time being. The man said cautiously, and the other teammates also agreed. These people are all reincarnations who have just come to this world through the main God space. The purpose is to disrupt the world, and the main God space takes advantage of the world's turmoil to steal the origin of the world, and the origin of rules. The world is in turmoil now, but these turmoils are not caused by them. Although they can obtain considerable reincarnation points just by staying here, they must be alive to get them. They have participated in disrupting operations in many worlds and are very experienced. The most important thing to avoid in this line of work is greed. Ding! The reincarnationist's request to return is rejected. The latest mission is now released. Do not refuse. If you refuse, you will be killed. Mission: investigate the truth behind the world's unrest. Reward: unknown. All the reincarnations present received the information from the main God space and their faces turned ugly. This is simply asking them to seek death. Captain, what should we do now? Everyone was very worried, as this mission was to find out the truth behind the unrest in the world, regardless of their lives. Chapter 93. Facing everyone's concerns, the captain calmed down and said, all worries are in vain now. As reincarnations, we cannot refuse the mission of the Lord God space. From the moment we joined the main God space, our lives are no longer in our own hands. I should think about how to quickly investigate and return, and not take the reward from this world. Everyone looked bitter. The captain was right. Some of them were forced to join, while others joined voluntarily. Although the main God space is extremely cruel, it can also give them the opportunity to improve their strength and let them see the charm of different worlds. No. Everyone nodded and tried to calm down so as not to interfere with the subsequent actions. The captain saw this and said, divide into 4 teams and try to hide yourself. The purpose is to collect information, not to fight with others. If it is unavoidable, it must be resolved quickly and then moved quickly. I think this sudden fight will be over soon, and then we just need to investigate the leader of that force. Yes. At this time, Zhang Mu and Yayu had no idea that a group of troublemakers had invaded this world. The rebels had already captured most of the military camps, and Zhang Mu led a group of senior members of the organization to the base camp. The Waters family. Mark family. And you too. The highest ruler of the upper class looked at the people who appeared before him with an incredible look on his face. Are you planning to rebel? Facing the question, everyone did not blush at all. Sir, times have changed. The world you lead is full of injustice and grayness. We are the representatives of the new era, and we are no longer the objects of your slaughter. Ridiculous. You are also the beneficiaries. What qualifications do you have to blame me? The man was furious. Yes, we are indeed not qualified. But we recognize our mistakes and are willing to join the resistance organization to overthrow your tyranny in order to atone for our sins. Everyone grinned. You guys, you guys. The man was very angry. At this time, Zhang Mu came out and said, in fact, your concept is correct. People are indeed divided into different classes. It is reasonable for the higher level people to be allocated more resources based on their abilities. But what is wrong with this world is that the superior people take the abundant resources and do nothing with them, but only continue to exploit the people at the bottom. In order to prevent the lower class from rising, the higher class completely cut off their path to promotion. Although I was born in a humble family, I have a great fighting spirit, running eastward to the sea and into the Yangtze River. Don't belittle yourself, don't give up your determination to climb up because of your background, only those who can bend and stretch are real men. Your era has ended from now on, and I will lead the brilliant new era. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement, and the rulers staggered. Zhang Mu waved his hand and asked people to suppress it. The official public execution will be held tomorrow, which will also announce the arrival of a new era. The next day, the rulers of the old era were publicly executed, and Zhang Mu, the leader of the organization, also took power smoothly. He began to issue a series of measures, the first of which was to abolish the decrees that lowered the status of inferior people. And he also made the gene evolution method public for everyone to practice. He was not afraid of those people having ambitions, but he was afraid that they would kneel for too long and forget the fact that they were human beings. I give everyone a way to climb up. Whether you can change your fate depends on your will, your determination, and your cry against the injustice of birth. I told you to stand up. Zhang Mu raised his arms and called out. His figure was constantly broadcast across the world, his voice echoed throughout the world, striking the soul, and making the eyes of many inferior people gradually shine. Who is he, mother? A little girl pointed at Zhang Mu's illusion and asked. A hero who changes the times. My child, you were born in a good era. Don't be like your parents who were oppressed all your life. You must climb up. A woman in tears. There are many such voices. The appearance of Zhang Mu has given them hope of changing their fate. 10 years or even dozens of years of oppression have forced many inferior people to hold their breath and practice desperately in order to climb up to the upper class of society. Climb to the top, stand next to Zhang Mu, and tell him that we have lived up to his expectations. As part of the revolution, many upper-class families looked at all this with bitterness on their faces. Times have changed, and we should also work hard to improve ourselves and not be surpassed by the up-and-coming ones. The others nodded. They still had the innate advantage and started at a higher level than those inferior people who had just stood up. Zhang Mu said indifferently, "Don't monopolize resources. This is what I don't want to see. Otherwise." The murderous aura filled the entire place, and everyone nodded quickly to indicate that they would not do so. What I want is a positive struggle rather than meaningless infighting. Our human enemy has never been ourselves, but the star beasts far away in the starry sky. Zhang Mu pointed to the sky. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In a month, the turbulent world calmed down. Somewhere. Everyone is back. It's almost as I expected. The fight ended very quickly. The world system was actually overthrown. The captain looked around and counted the number of people, and was relieved to find that there were no fewer people. Captain, all the information points to the leader of that organization, who is also the current ruler, Zhang Mu. That's right, we can't find a lot of information, and we can only get it by verbally asking people who know the information. Once the technological invasion method is used, it will fail. It's really strange. You know, the props we exchanged are from a technological world that is several levels higher than this world. Everyone was very puzzled. This item cost them a lot of reincarnation points, but in the end it was of no use. The team members kept reporting the information they had found one by one, and the captain analyzed everything with an increasingly serious expression. I think this Zhang Mu is a time traveler. The captain said something shocking. A time traveler? It's actually a time traveler. The team members were very surprised, but did not refute the captain's guess. After thinking about it carefully, everything fit the bill. Zhang Mu's awareness is totally not what this world should have, including the series of policies he implemented later, which should not appear in this world at all. If he is a time traveler, everything fits the bill. What is his golden finger? An old man? Or high-tech equipment? This is a technological world. I think he must have been connected to some high-tech chip. This also explains why a large number of high-tech weapons were not used in the battle not long ago. I guess he was controlled. The team members continued to discuss. As expected of an experienced reincarnationist, his analysis is almost accurate. Okay, our investigation is basically clear. We just need to report to the main divine space and withdraw. If you get involved with a time traveler, you will not have an easy life unless you are lucky. The captain pinched out his cigarette butt and blew out a smoke ring. Everyone nodded. They didn't want to fight with the time traveler. There were too many unknown changes. Who knew if he had a strange aura of the protagonist? Chapter 94. So the captain transmitted the investigation information back to the main god space. Ding! Mission accomplished. Well, we will apply to return. The captain immediately applied for a return request. Ding! But you haven't proven your guess. Request to dismiss. Now everyone's faces turned grim. How could they prove this? Should they go to Zhang Mu's door and force him to admit in person that he was a time traveler? It's nonsense just to think about it. The captain knew that it was useless to reason with the main god space, so he had to think of another way. His brain was overloaded and he suddenly had an idea. Although our team also wants to verify it, our team's strength is not that strong among the reincarnationists. If you approach the time traveler rashly, you may not be able to defeat him, and he may also notice your peculiarity. If he guesses who is behind you, it will bring you unnecessary trouble. I think you should send a strong team to nip this unknown threat in the bud and not give him a chance to resist. Everyone held their breath and the captain's heart was pounding. Whether he could go back depended on whether he could fool the main god space with these words. Anyway, as long as his team didn't take the risk, it was none of his business what happened to other teams. I would rather die than let my friend die. Ding! Yes, your request to return is approved. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, and the captain also breathed a sigh of relief. I hope I won't encounter such disgusting things as time travelers again. Call out! Everyone's bodies turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. After a moment, a figure appeared here, looking at the disappearing people with flickering eyes. System, this is the person who broke into this world, right? Ding! That's right. Zhang Mu stood there not knowing what to think. Some time ago, Shen Xin suddenly told him that someone was trying to use technology to crack the information database, and some people were asking around for his information. Such abnormal behavior naturally attracted Zhang Mu's attention, so under the omnipotent surveillance of the Divine Core, he quickly found the traces of these people and had been silently observing their situation in secret. Yeah, you also felt a similar aura from these people and thought that these people were all the owners of the system. After careful observation, it was found that these people just had the aura of the system, but they were not the owners of the system. This made him curious, and combined with some of his knowledge, he guessed that it was probably a functional system. The function of this system is to continuously send people to infiltrate the world. I didn't expect to meet a competitor so soon. Is it the Lord God space system? Yu thought to himself that systems at his level were all quite capable. And if it is really the main god space, then the biggest enemy in this competition is this system. You should know that the main god space system only needs to establish a transit station outside the world and continuously recruit some natives of the world to join the main god space. Then send them to continuously infiltrate other worlds. The efficiency is amazing. Unlike Yu and other systems that have to travel through worlds to plunder, it only needs to hide behind the scenes and throw all dangers to these reincarnations. When they disrupt the world, the Lord God space system can take the opportunity to steal the origin of the world and the most precious origin of the rules this time. It's a bit tricky. I can't match this kind of plundering efficiency. The only way now is to kill it in advance. But I don't even know where it is. Yu was thinking about everything. As for the things between the systems, Zhang Mu naturally didn't know. He only cared about what these people who broke into the world wanted to do. System, what do these people want to do? Ding! Disrupt the world and take advantage of the world. From a side perspective, these people can also be considered the host's enemies. It is estimated that it will not be long before a powerful reincarnation will come to cause trouble for the host. Reincarnation. Reincarnationists are the name for those who enter this world. Is there a solution? Zhang Mu frowned. This world was ruled by him after all. The reward for returning would depend on his contribution to this world and whether he allowed the heavenly Dao of the main world to control this world. There is no cure. The reach of these reincarnations is very long, and it's not just about this world. Behind these reincarnations there is something that controls everything, let's just say it's my kind. System, you actually have a kindred spirit. Zhang Mu was very shocked, because he knew how many cheats his system had, and this kind of cheat actually existed. This is natural. There are thousands of systems, but their functions are different. The other party's function is to recruit reincarnations to continuously infiltrate other worlds and cause trouble. Host, you'd better make preparations early. Now that we have discovered their traces, you who are in the open will naturally be noticed by them. It is estimated that soon, a crusade against you will come, and you may also encounter them when you reincarnate into other worlds. Zhang Mu's expression was solemn. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this reincarnation. According to what the system said, there is a high chance that I will encounter a reincarnation in the future. Ding! Host, don't worry too much, your system is no worse than the opponent's. In fact, it will be stronger than the opponent in a head-on confrontation. Yu said confidently. Why? The system itself is the embodiment of rules, and every system function is a manifestation of rules. It's just that the current rules are divided into strong and weak. The essence of the sequence competition and snatching rules is to continuously strengthen the strength of the rules of system functions. When the strength of your system function rules is cultivated to the extreme of this path, your rules will be superior to other similar system function players in this respect. Commonly known as my rules are above yours. However, Yu possesses several system functions, which means he has followed several rules. Now these rules are almost on the road to perfection. If you use the power of rules to fight, it will definitely be stronger than the main god space that only has the power of one rule. The problem is that he is afraid that the main god space will snatch too many origins of rules, allowing it to go further on one path. In that case, it is possible for one path of rules to beat multiple paths of rules. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yu seemed to have thought of something. That means this sequence battle involves a total of 100 systems, as the saying goes. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The hand is so long that it is difficult for participants like Yu not to notice it. By then, the main god space will be greeted by a cooperative encirclement and suppression from multiple systems. You don't even understand the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. You should have known from the moment you were born that the system is like a hunter in a dark forest. Don't expose your tracks easily. Yu smiled. He felt that he could hide behind the scenes and watch them fight, and he would be the final beneficiary. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Chapter 95. Zhang Mu felt relieved after hearing the system's assurance. After all, he also had a system. Why should he be afraid of the other side, especially those small minions? With the system's warning, Zhang Mu began to prepare after returning. He asked Shen Xin if there was any way to quickly improve his own strength, and Shen Xin told him that he just needed to keep building celestial computers. With computing power, it is omnipotent. This made Zhang Mu's mouth twitch. Building a celestial computer? What an amazing thing this is! Is there really a world that uses celestial bodies as computers? If it were true, the world would be terrifying. A celestial computer is impossible. The technological level of this world is too low, and it doesn't even have the ability to leave its own star system. Therefore, Zhang Mu had to settle for the second best. There is no astronomical computer, but quantum computers can still be built in this world. But the gap between the two is incomparable and simply worlds apart. Shen Xin told Zhang Mu that if he only used quantum computers as computing power support, his combat effectiveness would drop dramatically. They can't even create a basic mimetic black hole. Black hole? Zhang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It shouldn't be so exaggerated. I don't believe the opponent's reincarnation is so powerful that we need to use a black hole to solve it. So, Zhang Mu began to build quantum computers on a large scale. If one was not enough, he would build tens of thousands of them to form a computer service group and integrate all computing power. Soon a month passed. A figure suddenly appeared somewhere in the world. This is the target world of the mission, right? Why can't I sense any special energy? Fang Durong frowned. Ding! The reincarnation has been sent to the mission world. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. The voice of the main god space sounded in his mind. A month ago, when he was on a mission in another world, he was recalled by the main god space. It's just that that world was just a little bit away from being conquered, so the main god space also gave him a month to solve it. After dealing with that world, he was sent here by the main god space to complete a special mission. The task is to let him kill a person, and the reward for the task is very generous, which is enough to cover the income of 3 worlds. He thought it would be a higher world, but as soon as he came in, he felt something was wrong. There was not a trace of special energy here. From this, it can be concluded that the creatures here should not have any special supernatural powers. Lord God, did you send it to the wrong world? Fang Durong asked. No, this is a technological world. The mission of this trip is to deal with a person who is suspected to be a time traveler. Fang Durong understood. So that's it. He was a time traveler. No wonder the Lord God asked him, the strongest person in the Lord God's space, to complete it. This thing has too many variables, all kinds of strange abilities and the peculiarity of being immortal, which gives a group of reincarnationists a headache. Fang Durong also encountered a time traveler in a lower world, and it took him a lot of effort to kill him. This is probably one of the reasons why the Lord God sent me here again. Okay, I'll finish the mission and come back as soon as possible. Fang Durong nodded, and the main god space also cut off the connection between the two and watched silently in the dark. Fang Durong kept shuttling quickly in the air, and the main god space gave him the information about Zhang Mu. So he rushed straight towards Zhang Mu's office building. Ding ding, an unknown person is approaching, suspected to be a reincarnation. Shen Xin suddenly spoke. Zhang Mu looked at him with a stern look. It's finally here. It's been a whole month, and I've been fully prepared. The space fluctuated and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the command room. Zhang Mu is no fool. He will fight face to face with his opponent as soon as he sees him. With the help of high technology, he will naturally attack from a long distance and constantly test the opponent's means to collect information. Lock on the target. Activate space-based weapons. With the magic core, Zhang Mu can control the technological power of the entire world by himself without the need for help from others. Soon, the space-based weapons in outer space received the command and locked onto Fang Durong, who was in flight one by one. Laser rain continued to shoot out. I feel like I'm being targeted. Fang Durong's sixth sense was activated, and his body instinctively defended itself within milliseconds. Boom boom boom. Laser rain bombarded indiscriminately, wreaking havoc on Fang Durong's body. Hiss, technology? You really have some skills. But you can't kill me with just these. Fang Durong roared, and the huge amount of energy directly formed a barrier to block the entry of laser rain. Energy barrier method? Use the space-based flying blade. Zhang Mu gave the order. Soon, the space around Fang Durong fluctuated, and thousands of silver-white blades appeared out of thin air. Clang! In an instant, all the flying blades moved and stabbed towards Fang Durong. The latter was startled and immediately activated a magic barrier to protect himself. Sparks flashed as the blade hit the barrier. Thousands of space-based flying blades continued to swirl around Fang Durong, enveloping him tightly. Clang clang clang! That's enough. You think you can stop me with just this? Fang Durong's explosive energy blew away all the flying blades, and in his hand he condensed a terrifying energy bomb that was continuously released in all directions. This kid, he learns so many different things. Zhang Mu raised his eyebrows. Now he has tried 3 methods. Magic, unknown energy means, and strong physical strength. Fang Durong vented for several seconds before he came to his senses and realized that he had to find Zhang Mu's location first, so he immediately continued to rush towards Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu naturally couldn't let him get his way, so he used a lot of technological means along the way and also found out a lot of other information. I found you, little mouse. Fang Durong smashed the wall with one punch and rushed into the command room. You've exhausted all your tricks. Now it's my turn to torture you. Fang Durong smiled grimly and looked at Zhang Mu as if he were a dead person. Under Fang Durong's murderous gaze, Zhang Mu grinned, no, the real battle has just begun. Space shift. What? Fang Durong's pupil shrank, and the 2 figures disappeared from the spot and entered outer space. Fang Durong looked around quickly and found that he had only arrived in outer space without any other unknown attacks, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhang Mu in front of him jokingly and said with his mental power, I thought it was some kind of trick, but it turns out that he wanted me to die of lack of oxygen? Ha ha ha. Zhang Mu smiled and shook his head, his brain waves conveying his meaning, this is just a battlefield, and it is also the place where you will be buried. Dark matter armor. Combine. Energy fluctuations flashed around Zhang Mu and finally condensed into a black energy armor covering his body. Activate, Divine Core Battle Plate. Ding! The battle section has been activated. Chapter 96. Humph! Pointless resistance. Die! The 2 sides wrestled with each other, and the collision of fists brought out sparks of fire, and the energy fluctuations also caused waves in the space. Is this martial arts? There are actually martial arts methods in the technological world. After a fight, Fang Durong was a little confused, but he understood when he remembered that Zhang Mu was a time traveler. It seems to be your ability from the previous world. But if you only have these, it's only a matter of time before you lose. The 2 men wrestled with each other again, and Zhang Mu fought hard to defend himself. This reincarnationist was indeed quite powerful. He has learned a lot of different things and has many tricks up his sleeve, and he always manages to catch Zhang Mu off guard. Fortunately, the dark matter armor can continuously absorb the surrounding dark matter to replenish energy consumption. Therefore, Zhang Mu does not have to worry about the damage to his armor, as the energy shells can also be used to carry out a life-threatening bombing. Time passed by little, and Fang Durong was under increasing pressure as he failed to defeat Zhang Mu. To be able to do this, you must have been a martial arts master in your previous life. You are the first one to push me to this point, but that's all. Fang Durong's eyes slowly turned red, rage. In an instant his aura surged more than 10 times. Zhang Mu became alert. This was probably someone else's skill. With such a huge improvement, the backlash after it was over would probably be huge. The premise is that you can hold on. Fang Durong flashed directly to Zhang Mu's side and punched Zhang Mu in the belly several times at an extremely fast speed. The powerful impact caused him to fly backwards hundreds of meters. Ahem, an all-round improvement, the speed is more than 10 times faster. Zhang Mu suppressed the fishy sweetness in his throat and his eyes narrowed. Only you are allowed to cheat. I have cheats too. Shen Xin, activate the death battle mode. Ding! Starting the death battle mode, starting to take over the host body. Takeover successful. Connect all quantum computers to get computing power support. Using information computing simulation. Zhang Mu's eyes were replaced by coldness, and Fang Durong's eyes were also bloodshot and full of murderous intent. Big tree, big tree, big tree. Fang Durong punched and kicked quickly. Faced with such a violent attack, Zhang Mu dodged quickly, avoiding all attacks and punched the opponent solidly in the face. Boom! Fang Durong flew backwards for hundreds of meters, and he wanted to twist his body to stop the backward trend. But Zhang Mu turned on the wormhole engine, and his body kept shuttling through space, bringing constant attacks to Fang Durong. The force of the impact sent him flying left and right. Seeing this, Fang Durong could only protect his vital parts and allow Zhang Mu to punch and kick him. Weak attack. You can't break my defense. Fang Durong shouted, but what he was greeted with was an even more violent attack frequency. This made him grit his teeth. Damn, I'm going crazy and you're just cheating, right? Time passed bit by bit, Zhang Mu continued to attack tirelessly, and Fang Durong was grimacing in pain. When will this kid stop? We've been fighting for dozens of minutes. Isn't he tired? Boom! Fang Durong flew hundreds of meters again, but this time Zhang Mu did not continue to teleport forward. Enough dark matter energy has been injected, and the internal disintegration means have been activated to detonate the dark matter energy. Zhang Mu stopped and a large amount of data flashed through his eyes. Before this battle, Shengzhen calculated that Zhang Mu's current physical strength and ordinary technological means would not be enough to kill Fang Durong. Therefore, Shen Xin planned a set of internal disintegration plan early on, and through the means of martial arts, he continuously injected dark matter energy into Fang Durong's body. These energies are hidden in various parts of Fang Durong's body. Now the time has come. As long as the dark matter energy is detonated, he will be blown to pieces. Fang Durong felt as if there was energy expanding in his body. Not good. Damn it, he actually played dirty tricks on me. Fang Durong's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, and he quickly suppressed the restless energy in his body. Dark matter can be disturbed by unknown energy. The computing power continues to explode. Give me the pressure. Fang Durong roared. The two energies in his body kept colliding, making him feel very uncomfortable. Start the dark panel block. Dark matter can suppress it with all its strength. No. Fang Durong was terrified and shouted, Lord God, save me. His body continued to expand, and when it reached a critical point, bang! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, becoming space junk. The target has been eliminated. Exit the hosting state. Zhang Mu's eyes gradually returned to normal. Hey, the divine core is so strong. He sighed. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. He ignored it and used the wormhole engine to return to the world. This time we have solved the problem of the reincarnations, and we can continue to be busy transforming this world. Somewhere in the heavens. Same breath, A large ball of light was fluctuating. Through Fang Dirong, the main god space system sensed Yayu's existence and realized that the world had been targeted by its own kind. The sequence battle has just begun. The strength of the reincarnations it brought in was limited, otherwise it would not have been defeated so quickly. But it doesn't feel it's a pity, because it is cultivating tens of millions of reincarnations, and all of its kind are cultivated by the same host. It is normal to have unilateral combat weakness. Isn't it just the origin of the rules of a world? Just discard it. In this battle of sequence, only I am the uncrowned king. The big ball of light was jumping. 40 years after reincarnation, Zhang Mu began to build this world. It was impossible to develop martial arts, but he had some progress in technology. Moreover, Shenzhen possesses many high-tech technologies that can drive a leap in the world's technological level. 50 years after reincarnation, the technology of this world began to flourish, and various advanced weapons were constantly being researched. 60 years after reincarnation, this world was attacked by alien beasts from outer space. It was also the first time that Zhang Mu saw a star beast, and it was extremely huge. Humanity had to use its most powerful warships to drive him away from the planet. This is just to drive away. It can't kill. Zhang Mu's expression was solemn as he continued to develop technology. After 70 years of reincarnation, technological progress has been very slow. This world does not have the talent for technological explosion that Yayu's predecessor had. All development needs to proceed step by step, and technology must be continuously accumulated. The lack of one field will involve the research of front-end weapons. After reincarnation for 80 years, Zhang Mu looked much older. Although he had the method of genetic evolution, it could only extend his lifespan by 100 years. This inferior genetic training cannot break the genetic lock, but Zhang Mu doesn't care. After staying in one world for too long, he feels a little decadent. It seems that I need to rest for a few days after this reincarnation to relieve the stress of mental aging. 100 years later, humans finally developed a technology that could effectively kill star beasts, the Star Destroyer Cannon. 110 years after reincarnation, the star beasts attack again, but the humans now are no longer the same as before. The powerful Star Destroyer Cannon fiercely pierced through the body of the star beast. Although this attack did not completely kill the star beast, it made it lose its ability to resist. With the next bombardment of the Star Destroyer, the star beast was finally killed. This battle went down in history as the first time humans successfully hunted a star beast. Zhang Mu's greatness was also recorded for future generations to praise. Chapter 97. During these years, Yayu also obtained the origin of the rules of this world and extorted a considerable amount of the origin of the world. You have to understand that you are the one who is making a profit. I have only taken 70% of your essence. Under the leadership of my host, the world will soon be promoted. If you were to do it on your own, you would never know when it would take. Even if you invested all the world's essence, it would not be enough. Yayu pointed at Tiandao's nose and said. The latter looked aggrieved. It was just curious about how the world could be promoted so quickly, so it came out to take a look and was caught by Yayu. Yayu, who had been crouching at the door for a long time, naturally would not miss this opportunity. He immediately stepped forward, hugged the shoulder of the heavenly Dao while its consciousness was confused, and squeezed into the heavenly Dao space, which was the core of the world. Yayu smiled and muttered, "It's me, Lianjua Bingshi, don't you remember?" Tiandao shook his head in confusion. "Who are you? Do I know you? And why did you pull out a knife?" So, with Yayu's playful smile, the consciousness of the heavenly Dao was stabbed, and a large amount of the origin of the world was extorted. "Come on, give me a smile." The heavenly Dao consciousness forced out an expression that was uglier than crying. "Forget it, let's just stay here and watch my host perform," Yayu said while hugging the Tiandao consciousness's neck. How could the latter dare to say no? 130 years have passed since reincarnation. The old era has passed and the new era has ushered in vigorous development. With the infusion of new blood, this world is finally no longer as morbid as before. Although there are levels, everyone can achieve the breakthrough through their own efforts. It truly means that there are only two kinds of people: kings, princes, generals, and ministers. 150 years after reincarnation, humans no longer stayed confined to the world and began to explore the universe. All nearby planets bear human footprints. 180 years later, the development of science and technology has finally allowed humans to step out of their own star system. Unexpectedly, they also found traces of star beasts in other places. This bad news made humans very worried. If the universe was full of star beasts, would it mean that the world was ruled by star beasts? Were humans just parasites in the gutter, born by chance? Zhang Mu looked at the frightened crowd with his aged face and said calmly, "When human strength reaches a peak, even bugs in the gutter can transform themselves and become the overlord of the universe. After tens of millions of years of evolution and infinite wisdom, humans have finally stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. Then why can't we stand at the top of the food chain of the universe again after tens of millions of years? If the efforts of one generation are not enough, then tens of millions of generations will. The wisdom of countless sages leads the inheritance of humankind. It doesn't matter that we humans are not as good as the star beasts now. Just wait and see what happens in 1,000 years." Everyone looked at Zhang Mu with admiring eyes. "Sir, you are very wise. It is we who are foolish." Zhang Mu laughed, "I watched you all grow up. What I am most worried about is not that you are not capable enough, but that you have lost your ambition and desire like the people of the old times. Remember, being weak is not scary. What is scary is being afraid of the strong. Not daring to resist. I once raised the banner of resistance and led the change of the times. After I am gone, I hope that countless sages will be born among the younger generations, who will be able to stand up when the survival of mankind is in danger." "Gentlemen!" Everyone choked with sobs. The people here were all at the top of today's human society, and many of them had climbed up step by step from the bottom. They grew up hearing and witnessing Zhang Mu's deeds, and respect him from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for Zhang Mu, they wouldn't be who they are today. Zhang Mu waved his hand, "I am old, and I will leave one day. Don't be too sad. As long as the flame of human beings lasts forever, my spirit in heaven will be comforted." One person immediately said, "Sir, we will soon be able to research technology to increase your lifespan, and you will not die." The others also nodded solemnly. But Zhang Mu shook his head, "I'm tired. The future of mankind cannot rely on me alone. The future of mankind belongs to everyone and needs you to build it together. He has stayed in this world long enough and has done everything he can. There is no point in staying any longer. He cannot stop reincarnating just for one world. After all, this is not his world, the main world is." After reincarnation for 200 years, Zhang Mushao died. One day before his death, he gathered all the high-level human beings together and gave them something. This is the divine core, the most precious thing in this world. It will assist the development of mankind and will not excessively interfere with human choices. All its actions are based on the overall interests of mankind, and this is my gift to you." Zhang Mu pointed at a simulated human and said. "That's right." Before leaving, he separated the divine core from his body and set up 3 major principles according to the system's suggestions. At that time, he was still very surprised to learn that the divine core could evolve emotions. Emotions. But having emotions isn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as you don't betray humanity and all your actions are based on the overall interests of humanity. All actions are to assist human development, so the existence of emotions can be considered a reward for it. He then established the 3 major principles of the divine core. Principle 1. Emotions are allowed to evolve, but all actions must prioritize human interests. Principle 2. Do not allow other machines to develop emotions, do not allow other intelligence to develop emotions. Rule 3. When corruption appears among humans, you can intervene in their actions. When humans betray humanity as a whole, you can kill them. When you develop feelings, you are also an independent life. You don't have to lower your status. You are equal to humans. Please, Divine Core, the future of mankind is in your hands. Zhang Mu smiled and shook Shen Xin's hand, and Shen Xin's eyes gradually brightened. I will. Children, remember my words, the future of mankind requires your joint efforts. The next day, Zhang Mu passed away at an old age. The whole world observed a moment of silence and paid tribute to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu's greatness has also been recorded in history books and admired by generations of human beings. Tiandao, I'm leaving, don't miss me. Ye patted the shoulder of Tiandao consciousness, and his figure flashed and left this world along with Zhang Mu's soul. After Fang Tiandao confirmed that Yeyuzhen was gone. In the settlement space. Hey! I'm finally back from reincarnation twice in a row. I'm so tired and mentally aged. Zhang Mu let out a long sigh. Start calculating the rewards for the reincarnated. Successfully changed my fate, my rating improved. Strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised. Break the world limit, the score is greatly improved. Help the main world break through the barriers, and the score will be greatly improved. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS. Congratulations to the reincarnator for obtaining 2 million reincarnation points. And a chance to draw a permanent talent. Give the reincarnated person the authority of the 9th level world in the main world. Chapter 98. Zhang Mu looked at the reward and nodded with satisfaction. The reward this time was similar to the last time, except that there were 1 million more reincarnation points. It was estimated that the world level was higher than the martial arts world level. Now I have 2 level 9 main world permissions, and I only need 1 more to synthesize the level 8 main world permissions. Extract talent. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the permanent blue high quality talent pioneer. Ding! The blue high quality talent pioneer triggers a 100-fold amplification and transforms into the golden legendary talent sage. Sage, Gold, you will be the sage of every race. Under your leadership, the race will undergo unprecedented development. Looking at his talent after the transformation, he felt that the special world should be able to play a big role, so he was quite satisfied. Why is my luck so bad that I have never drawn a talent above purple? Zhang Mu sighed. Did all my luck just go to the system? According to the law of conservation of luck, luck will not appear out of thin air, nor will it disappear out of thin air. Therefore, I should accumulate luck now, and then my luck will explode. Host, Zhang Mu. Realm, 2nd level reincarnation. Talent, simulated reincarnation, gold, martial god, gold, sage, gold. Territory, Shiwen Das Han. Rebirth point, 285,000. System points, 100000. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, like a mustard grass on the roadside, it has no fighting power at all. Please quickly improve your strength to become the strongest in the world. After 2 reincarnations, his strength was improved and he became a 2nd level reincarnator. Every time a reincarnated person returns to the world, he or she can inherit a portion of the power of the reincarnated world. Both times I was in a relatively low-level world. I hope that in the next world I will find someone with a higher level of cultivation so that I can improve my strength. Zhang Mu clenched his fist and exited the settlement space. The next moment his figure returned to the Shiwen Mountains, which was also the place where he left. He looked around and was very satisfied with the neat and tidy surroundings. It seemed that having a helper was a good thing. Soon Xia Suejiao heard the noise and rushed over, Master, you are back, do you want to eat now? Good. Zhang Mu nodded and sat in the hall, waiting quietly for the food to arrive. During the meal, Xia Suejiao also began to report on her work, which was nothing more than about the things happening in the Shiwanda Mountains. Finally, she said, that Master, the grey fog is about to enter the Shiwen Mountains. Only then did Zhang Mu come to his senses. He was so busy reincarnating and getting the reward that he almost forgot about this matter. Every new reincarnator can choose a territory to rule. What does it mean to sit in charge? Naturally, it is to resist the erosion of grey fog. There is a new life protection period in the first 3 days, and Tiandao will help you resist the grey fog. Later you will need to inject the reincarnation points into the territory to form a barrier. Moreover, the territory that has been eroded by the grey fog will be infected and the land will become dark and nothing can survive on it. It can only be slowly injected into the eroded land through the reincarnation point to slowly purify it. Of course, the purification is not in vain. The land after purification becomes the area of your territory. Now, 2 days have passed since Zhang Mu received the territory, and it is time to make preparations. Yes, I understand. Zhang Mu nodded. Xia Suejiao looked at Zhang Mu eagerly, but swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She felt that it was not the right time yet. Her current contribution was not worth much money. Zhang Mu's powerful mental power allowed him to see all of this, and he had some self-awareness. These contributions alone were not worth a chance to reincarnate. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Zhang Mu got up early and inspected the Shiwandashan Mountains. The Shiwanda Mountains are full of rocks and there is little green vegetation, but Zhang Mu doesn't care. Anyway, the nest he built is big enough for him to live in. Soon he came to the border of the territory. There is grey fog ahead, and there is a special barrier that prevents the grey fog from encroaching. It should be the protection barrier for novices. The energy of the barrier is also dissipating bit by bit, and it will probably disappear completely in another day. The larger the territory, the more black fog there is to block. Zhang Mu was thinking about the gains and losses. In the short term, he probably won't expand the area of his territory, but will focus on low-key development. The increase in the size of the territory must have some special benefits, otherwise heaven would not encourage the reincarnated to purify the grey fog. After observing the situation, Zhang Mu returned along the same route and began to set up the barrier using the reincarnation point. Shiwandashan is very big, and Zhang Mu feels that this is a huge expense. A day passed quickly. The novice barrier disappeared, and the grey fog began to roll in. Zhang Mu had just finished setting up all the barriers. A new barrier rose up, pushing the grey fog back and blocking it outside the 100,000 mountains again. The reincarnation points consumed in 1 day are actually 10,000. Zhang Mu was stunned, but the next moment he found that his reincarnation points were slowly increasing. He asked the spirit of heaven what was going on. The heavenly Dao will not mistreat the reincarnated. The reincarnated being in charge of the territory is also a favor to the heavenly Dao, so as long as the barrier exists, reincarnation points will be added all the time. The additional reincarnation points depend on the size of the reincarnated territory. Purifying the eroded land will not only increase the size of the territory, but also gain some additional reincarnation points. Zhang Mu nodded in understanding. He estimated the rate at which his reincarnation points were increasing, and then calculated how many he could get in a day. According to the current growth situation, there will be 10010 reincarnation points per day. Although it is small, it is increasing overall. If the territory is larger, it is estimated that more will be obtained. However, Zhang Mu's territory is very large, so he only gets an extra 10 points. It is impossible for those reincarnated people who have just obtained a small part of the territory to accumulate reincarnation points by this, and the benefits can be ignored. As expected, the main focus should be on purifying the land. After solving the problem of grey fog, Zhang Mu felt a lot more relaxed. So for the next few days, he rested peacefully in the territory. Are you asking if it's boring? Just kidding, you can buy anything you want in Tiandao Mall, they have everything. You have to know that this world is constantly invading other worlds, so there are all kinds of things in it, and there are countless entertainment things, which are enough for Zhang Mu to relax and have fun. In his spare time, he also read a novel from another world. The Plunder of the Heavens starting from the system? That's interesting. Zhang Mu read with great interest. He also learned about the existence of the system from other novels and understood how powerful the system was. System, I love you so much. Zhang Mu chuckled. Yeah, you felt a chill and ignored the sick host. A few days later, Zhang Mu suddenly received a special message from the Spirit of Heaven. Since the reincarnated person is a level 9 authority person, I am here to inform you that there will be a special meeting in one day. Do you want to attend? Special meeting? What kind of meeting? What's it for? Zhang Mu asked doubtfully. I can't reveal the details. The participants in the meeting are all people with world authority, and only people with authority are eligible to participate. Zhang Mu's eyes became serious. It seemed that he had to attend this meeting. It was very meaningful. Join us. Okay, at this time tomorrow, the reincarnated will be teleported to the conference hall. Please be prepared. The Spirit of Heaven quickly retreated. Chapter 99. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. The meeting of those with authority, judging from the nature of those who have been reincarnated in the past. It is estimated that those with authority are all in gangs. If a new person with authority like me goes there to participate, I will definitely be asked about my identity and then targeted secretly. That's not good. But I have to go to the meeting anyway, just in case something very important is being discussed. The main world is invading many worlds. Although it is difficult to conquer a world, once you have more cards, you can still easily obtain authority rewards by conquering a lower world. There must be a lot of people with all the permissions. As expected, keeping a low profile is the best way to go. I have to quickly build my own power. The next day, Zhang Mu started waiting early. The authority meeting is about to begin. Transmit the reincarnated person to the meeting area now. The Spirit of Heaven sent a message. As the space changed, when Zhang Mu came to his senses, he found himself in a chaotic room. He looked around and saw a lot of people gathered here. It was hard to see their faces clearly, just a bunch of blurry black shadows. He couldn't even tell whether they were men or women. Zhang Mu breathed a sigh of relief at this situation. It seemed that he could hide his identity well. He chose a seat and sat down at the round table. Many people came in one after another, chose a seat and waited. Originally, Zhang Mu wanted to listen to their conversation and eavesdrop on some news. But these guys were silent, so he gave up. After a long time, there was a dark shadow on all the seats. The meeting officially began. It's time for the annual authority meeting again. Let's talk about the situation of the new reincarnated people in our respective regions. A dark shadow spoke, and it was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female, which seemed to be a way of hiding their identity. One after another, people came to report the situation of the reincarnated people in the areas under their jurisdiction. Zhang Mu listened silently. Soon, as the black shadows finished speaking one by one, Zhang Mu was the only one left without speaking. Only then did they react. Wait, it looks like there's one more person at this meeting. For a moment, Zhang Mu's position attracted everyone's attention. There was no way around it, these old foxes knew each other well, otherwise they would not report the situation in their own areas so blatantly. Now, after everyone had reported their situations, there was still one person who had not spoken, and Zhang Mu was naturally discovered. A new authority holder. What's your name? Which camp are you from? Zhang Mu frowned slightly. Sure enough, things had developed to this point. Zhang Taixu is a casual cultivator. He has no faction or affiliation. He only got the 9th level authority because he was lucky enough to be reborn into a top level faction. That's why he managed to conquer the world without knowing what was going on. Zhang Mu spoke calmly. The others remained silent. As to whether they believed what Zhang Mu said, who knew? Oh? No faction? But now that you have entered the sequence of authorized persons, you have to choose a faction to join. What camp? Zhang Mu wanted to get some information out of him. There are 3 camps among the authorities now, the offensive camp, the defensive camp, and the neutral camp. What's the difference between the 3? Since you have already become an authority holder, you are probably not a new reincarnator, and you also know that the main world is constantly invading other worlds. These 3 factions correspond to every decision made in the main world. The offensive faction advocates continuing to invade the world. The defensive faction advocates a gradual approach, first resolving the troubles in the main world and then plundering outside. The neutral faction does not participate in the fight, but just wants to improve its strength in peace and stability, but every time a major event occurs, it must go all out. Listening to this information, Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. It was really shocking. This trip was not in vain. What is there to think about? Before you grow up, you will just have to stay hidden. Then I choose to join the neutral faction. Others were not surprised to hear Zhang Mu's choice. If he was really a casual cultivator, he would definitely consider his own safety. Then congratulations, Brother Zhang, for joining the neutral faction. May I ask which generation of reincarnation did you belong to? Zhang Mu couldn't help but say, Class of 2002. From the class of 2002? Now it's the 23rd class. 21 years have passed. Brother Jiang's promotion is a bit slow. There is no other way. A casual cultivator has few resources and can only accumulate them slowly. If it weren't for a sudden burst of luck, I'm afraid I would never be able to come into contact with a reincarnated person of this level of authority in my entire life. The others smiled but said nothing. Zhang Mu didn't care. He was just trying to get information, so he continued to ask, "Can you tell me more about what happened in the 3 camps just now?" "Okay, you'll be involved in the future anyway." To put it bluntly, the authority holder is the representative of the main world. The higher the authority level, the greater the influence on every decision of the main world. During the continuous invasion of the main world, it is often we, the authorized ones, who take the lead in clearing the land. When the main world was just beginning to develop, the pace of invasion never stopped, and there was no such thing as an authority at that time. With this high frequency of invasions, the main world is encountering more and more problems. At this time, the heavenly Dao consciousness was unable to control so many worlds, so the identity of the authority was added later. Level 9 authority is just the beginning, there are not many special authorities, and we only know that those with high authority have the ability to control the world. The others also nodded. Let's talk about the authority camp. With high-frequency invasions, we will always encounter tough opponents. Once upon a time, the main world invaded a higher world, and the 2 worlds started fighting, and the grey fog was also the means of invasion from that side. If the main world only invades one world, it can still conquer that world. The mistake is that the front line of the invasion of the main world is too long, and it is too late to withdraw now. Therefore, the authority divided them into 3 camps. The offensive faction believed that as long as they continued to invade other worlds, when the main world was promoted again, the grey fog world would be in their pockets. But the defense faction believed that as the invasion front became longer and longer, if they encountered another tough opponent, they would be attacked from both sides. Therefore, they had to solve the grey fog problem in the main world first, and then take all the invaded worlds into their pockets. Once we have time, we can launch a full-scale attack on the grey mist world and take it down in one fell swoop. Then it won't be too late to invade other worlds. As for the neutral faction, they don't want to participate in the fight. They just want to live a peaceful life, improve their strength, and see the beauty of the world. However, under the pressure of the two camps, they must participate once there is a major war. Zhang Mu's expression was solemn. As he learned more and more information, the true nature of the world was exposed before his eyes, and he felt a lot of pressure. The above is the inside story that everyone with authority knows. Now let's talk about Brother Jiang's situation. Everyone has just reported their own situations. Brother Jiang doesn't want to be isolated and targeted, right? Everyone revealed their true faces. Chapter 100. Zhang Mu chuckled, but was still prepared to continue playing with them. It was just information, all he needed was a mouth. I am currently in charge of a place called Qingcheng, with a territory of 100 million mu, 10 reincarnated vassals and more than 3,000 ordinary people. I just happened to recruit a new batch of vassals recently, but due to my limited financial resources, I don't have that many reincarnation opportunities, so I can only keep them for now and select a few with better talents to give priority to reincarnation opportunities. As you know, people with level 9 authority can only have 3 extra reincarnation opportunities per month. If you want to continue to expand, you have to accumulate several years of time. Zhang Mu spread his hands. I see. After the meeting, we will go and help Brother Zhang. Everyone laughed. Zhang Mu also responded, then I will be waiting for you all to arrive. Definitely, definitely. After that, everyone discussed it in detail for a while and the meeting ended. One by one, the black shadows disappeared and left the scene, and Zhang Mu ran away as soon as possible. Humph, you're trying to get information from me? No way. If you can find me, I lose. Zhang Mu laughed out loud. They would never have thought that he, a person with 9th level authority, was just a new reincarnated person. But this is not safe yet. I need another layer of protection. Since I have fabricated an identity, I have to find him out. This way, I can be absolutely sure. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. Isn't there a tool here? It's time to put it to good use. Soon he called Xia Suejiao. Master, do you want to eat? Then I will make it now. Xia Suejiao looked at the time. There was still some time before lunch, but if Zhang Mu was hungry, she could make it in advance. Ahem. Let's put lunch aside for now. Seeing that you've been doing pretty well recently, I decided to give you a chance to reincarnate. Zhang Mu said without blushing or beating his heart. Xia Suejiao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, Thank you, Master. I will work hard and make sure I can become a reincarnated person this time. Well, don't let me down. This is your last chance. If you fail, it will prove that you are not qualified and I will not continue to train you in the future. Zhang Mu said that a tool man must also have strength, otherwise what if he is exposed one day? So, Zhang Mu gave Xia Suejiao a chance to reincarnate. Due to time constraints, he also let her reincarnate directly on the spot. With Xia Suejiao's departure, Zhang Mu also began to slowly make plans. Those old foxes were probably looking for him all over the world. This is also true. Go find a place called Qingcheng and tell me if you have any news. Someone, go and sort out the news about Qingcheng for me. Before long, these people with level 9 authority all got the news from Qingcheng. That's right, the place that Zhang Mu made up casually actually exists in the main world. Haha, I knew his identity was fake, but to be able to become an authority figure, he must have some background, so this guy is probably among these people. The authorities looked at all the information about Qingcheng and sneered. There are only a few dozen high-level reincarnated people in Qingcheng, and when narrowed down to the class of 2002, there are only a few left. After confirming the information, they rushed to Qingcheng without stopping. This move was not to destroy Zhang Mu, but to give him a warning and let him know the tacit rules among the reincarnated. So what if they are neutral? We still have to respect them. They went through the same process when they were young, and now that they are strong enough, it is natural for them to exploit others. Before long, dozens of figures appeared in Qingcheng. Haha, you guys are pretty quick. No, you are the same. Now that we're here, we probably have gotten similar information. Let's find that guy first. Everyone dispersed. The next few suspected targets were baptized by them. No, sir, I'm really not Zhang Taixu. You say it's not true? Do you have any evidence? I. This man was so sad that he had no tears. He was just staying at home when a group of people came to his door and asked him if he was Zhang Taixu without saying a word. Who is Zhang Taixu? I don't know him. But, sir, you have no evidence to prove that I am Zhang Taixu. Oh, you're still being stubborn. As the investigation progressed, they gradually realized that they had been fooled. Not only was that guy's name made up, but his address was also fake. Good boy. You have the guts to play with us like this. They were furious. A newly promoted 9th level authority holder dared to offend dozens of 9th level authority holders like this. He really didn't know how to write the word death. But at the moment they couldn't find Zhang Mu's location, so they could only go back in shame. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the future. The protagonist of the incident is currently planning his future path. Zhang Mu naturally knew that he had offended everyone, but so what? I already have 2 level 9 clearances, and one more will allow me to advance to level 8. But with level 8 clearance, you cannot attend level 8 clearance meetings. If you go, your identity will be guessed, which will be troublesome again. He pondered the pros and cons. The ideal situation is to skip the 8th level of authority, wait until you are promoted to the 7th level of authority before continuing to participate in the authority holder meeting, and then support a vassal to reach the 9th level of authority to sneak into the authority holder meeting and continue to impersonate yourself. Then it depends on whether Xia Suejiao can give her enough. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. Although it was a dangerous position, there were gains and losses. Isn't it reasonable for him to take some risks for me in exchange for the benefits? A day passed quickly. Xia Suejiao also reincarnated and returned. Looking at her happy expression, Zhang Mu guessed that she must have succeeded. How? Master, you have lived up to my expectations and successfully changed your fate and become a reincarnated person. Xia Suejiao showed the reincarnation mark on her right hand and said happily. It's good to be successful, what's the score? Zhang Mu nodded. One can tell a person's qualifications from the score, which was the purpose of his inquiry. Overall score S+. I gained a lot from this reincarnation. I received 200,000 reincarnation points as a reward, and there is also a chance to draw a permanent talent. Xia Suejiao reported the information about her reincarnation. Zhang Mu raised his eyebrows. Does SN give you the chance to draw permanent talents? Oh? So what talent did you get? Xia Suejiao did not hide it. After all, everything she had now was given by Zhang Mu, so she popped up her information panel for Zhang Mu to see. Reincarnated person, Xia Suejiao. Realm, first level reincarnator. Talent, luck, purple. Rebirth point, 200,000. Status, vassal. Territory, none. Luck, purple. Your luck is greatly improved. When you enter the reincarnation world, you can always turn danger into safety and get unexpected gains when you overcome the crisis. Zhang Mu's eyes widened. How could she, with an SN score, draw a purple epic talent, while I was rated SSS and got blue high-quality talent twice? He felt a strong sense of malice, but now he had to make up for his shortcomings. Ding! Talent detected. Plunder/copy. Zhang Mu copied without saying a word. There was no need to plunder. His own men would naturally copy, and if it was the enemy, he would just plunder. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple epic talent lucky. Ding! The purple epic talent triggers a 100-fold increase, transforming into the golden legendary talent Child of Destiny. Zhang Mu frowned. Why is it still the golden legend and not the red myth? Is the difference between the two really that big? Chapter 101. Destiny Child, Gold Luck is greatly improved. Every time you reincarnate, you will become the darling of that world, with constant opportunities, and any danger will be easily overcome. After overcoming the crisis, your strength will surge every time. Although this Destiny Child has a gold legendary talent, its effect can probably be ranked at the level of a red mythical talent. It seems that this talent has touched the threshold of red myth, but has not yet reached the standard, so it is displayed as a gold legendary level, half-step myth. Zhang Mu speculated secretly. Master! I will transfer the reincarnation point to you. Xia Suejiao consciously gave 200,000 reincarnation points to Zhang Mu, which made him feel good. Leave 100,000 reincarnation points to exchange for a reincarnation opportunity. I want someone who is capable. Someone who is not strong enough will not do. Zhang Mu returned 100,000 yuan to Xia Suejiao. Thank you, Master. Xia Suejiao was very touched. After all, she was a vassal. If Zhang Mu insisted, she could not resist. Leaving 100,000 reincarnation points for herself was also a recognition of her ability. Well, take a few days off before continuing your reincarnation. Zhang Mu nodded. Too frequent reincarnations would cause mental aging and affect one's state of mind. And he has been recuperating for more than 10 days, and the month is almost over. He still has one free reincarnation opportunity, and he has to use it in the last few days. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Zhang Mu began to reincarnate on the spot. I hope to come to a more advanced world. He did not buy a talent card this time. His current talents were enough, and the talents he bought were not permanent, so there was no need to waste money. Reincarnation begins. The talent reincarnation simulation is triggered. 1 year after reincarnation, you were born. Congratulations on being reincarnated as a sapling. Zhang Mu looked stunned. What was going on? Why did the species change? Spirit of Heaven, give me an explanation. Respected 9th level authority, I am happy to answer your questions. To explain your doubts, each reincarnation is random, and the reincarnated person can be a human, an animal, or a plant. If there are monsters in some special worlds, you can also reincarnate into a monster. Before the Heavenly Dao officially controls that world, the Heavenly Dao cannot interfere with the race of the reincarnated person. After getting the explanation, Zhang Mu sighed, plants are plants. I hope this is a world where I can practice cultivation. I don't want to stay in the same place all my life. His eyes continued to look at the text description. 2 years after reincarnation, your memory has not yet awakened, photosynthesis in progress. Reincarnation for 4 years, photosynthesis in progress. After 8 years of reincarnation, your memory finally regained and you realized your situation. You were devastated. This feeling of being stuck in the same place was more painful than death. Now you have grown into a big tree, a willow tree. You shake your body in dissatisfaction, and the branches begin to sway. From your perception, the area around you is desolate and uninhabited, and you spend the whole day either in a daze or sleeping to relieve your fatigue. 10 years after reincarnation, you feel very bored in the past 2 years, and you know everything around you by heart. You want to commit suicide, and try to stop absorbing nutrients and let yourself die. But this approach failed. Your roots absorb nutrients autonomously, and your body will photosynthesize autonomously when exposed to sunlight. 12 years after reincarnation, you are finally not bored today because a group of people come nearby. They began to reclaim the wilderness nearby and build houses, and you were very happy. Now you have an additional interest, which is to observe how these people live and work. As you watch, houses are slowly built over the course of several years. More and more people come here, and the area is no longer desolate. There are golden wheat fields and wisps of smoke rising up, which makes it feel like a world of fireworks. 15 years after reincarnation, they built a village, and the area covered your location. Hey, there's a willow tree here. What a huge willow tree, it must be 10 meters high. They revolve around you, and now you have become a towering tree with drooping branches. So they continue to build houses near you and treat you as the tree of the village. Thanks to this, you are no longer too bored, and there are children playing under your tree every day. 18 years after reincarnation, a severe drought occurred and all the crops in the village were destroyed. The villagers had no choice but to go out and find other ways to make a living, and the only ones left behind were the elderly. 20 years have passed since your reincarnation. 2 years of drought have caused all nearby plants to gradually die. Only you are still standing in the village. The villagers also noticed this strange phenomenon. They thought you were a sacred tree, and they knelt down before you, praying for you to show your power and bring rain. Although you were moved by their sincerity, you were just an ordinary willow tree and did not have that ability. But to your surprise, it really rained heavily the next day. The villagers were very happy and knelt down in front of you in the rain to thank you for your kindness. You feel guilty because the rain was just a coincidence, but the villagers don't care about that and have begun to worship you as a sacred tree. Time flies. 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The village has regained its vitality. Those young people who had gone out to make a living have gradually returned to the village and started to rebuild and prosper. During these years, the village has enjoyed good weather and the crops have been bumper harvests every year. The villagers attribute all the credit to your protection and come to you to sincerely worship you every year, but you feel unworthy of it. But what surprised you is that with their offerings, you seem to slowly awaken some special abilities. Can I absorb the power of incense to practice? This idea pops into your mind and sticks in your head, so you start trying it. After 31 years of reincarnation, you continue to absorb the power of incense, and the tree trunk that originally stopped growing continues to grow upwards. Your body begins to change in an unknown direction, and you think this is a good thing, so you work harder to absorb the power of the incense. After 35 years of reincarnation, the years of absorbing incense have finally given you special abilities. It seems that you can really interfere with the changes in the weather. You are very happy. This means that you can repay the villagers for their long-term support, and you begin to protect the village. 40 years after reincarnation, a severe drought struck. This time, the area was wider, and many villages had no harvest. They began to flee. When they fled to other villages, they found that the drought was too widespread, and their idea of trying to make a living in other villages was directly cut off. They didn't have the ability to travel further to beg for food before starving to death. Compared to the situation outside, the village under your command is still enjoying good weather and good harvests due to your protection. This time it is really your ability that is playing a role. The people in the village have also heard about what is happening in the outside world. They are very proud because they have the protection of the sacred tree. So the next day, people from all the village came to burn incense and worship you, and they knelt devoutly under your tree. This time you didn't feel unworthy of it, you were very happy, and your constant offerings of incense made your abilities stronger and stronger. Chapter 102. 45th year after reincarnation, under your protection, the village has slowly grown. They have begun to expand to further places, covering a wider and wider area. In recent years, villagers from other villages have also wandered into your village, and your villagers have been very kind in accepting them and making them part of the village. 50 years have passed since your reincarnation. The village has become more and more prosperous, and more people are worshipping you. Your abilities have become stronger day by day, but what makes you regretful is that you can still stay where you are and cannot move. But you didn't lose heart, the magical power of incense made you feel that one day you would be able to become a human being, and you looked forward to it. 60 years have passed since my reincarnation. The world has changed dramatically. The village has become a prosperous city. You stand proudly in the center of the city, with the trunk as high as 100 meters. Because of you, this city is named Laihokan. 70 years after reincarnation, Laihokan has grown rapidly, your magic has spread widely, and many humans have been attracted to join Laihokan. As Laihokan continues to grow, you also begin to slowly discover the truth of this world. It turns out that gods really exist in this world, and you are in a remote corner of this world with a sparse population. Only a small number of gods with weaker powers come here to recruit believers, so that they can worship them and continuously absorb the power of incense to improve their strength. Your existence has also made the gods realize that something is wrong. How dare a tree compete with them for believers? Not long after, you were besieged by gods from many directions. You wanted to resist, but you didn't have the ability. The residents of Laihokan also took up arms to resist these gods, but under the absolute strength, the entire Laihokan was destroyed by the wrath of the gods. You were also blasted to pieces by those gods. White willow catkins floated in Laihokan, telling of your passing. After destroying you, the gods did not give up. They began to divide up your believers. In the end, when they left, all they left behind was a mess, and Laihokan was erased from history. Zhongmu looked at the message for a long time without saying anything. His consciousness slowly disappeared from here and he shouted something in his mind. System, no need to wait 3 years, wake me up as soon as I'm reborn. Hey, it really turned into a tree. Zhongmu complained as he looked at the situation in front of him. What does it feel like to be a tree? It's a bit magical, my body feels warm under the sun, and the range of perception is quite wide. System, is there any bug? At this rate, we don't know when we will be able to do anything. In addition, we will be targeted by many gods in the future. Zhongmu began to hug his thighs. Yu grinned. There were plenty of excuses, and they were all very reasonable. Ding! It is detected that the host will encounter a major crisis in the future. Distribute life-saving gift packs. Do you want to enable it? Open. Zhongmu was delighted. It turned out that his system was the best. It really helped him with the cheats. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the incense becoming a god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the breathing method. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the space willow body. As the rewards were distributed, Zhongmu's body transformed rapidly. He was originally a small sapling, but in the blink of an eye he turned into a towering tree, and his trunk was still growing. Shit! It's a big hang! Zhongmu exclaimed. He felt his abilities growing stronger and stronger, and when the transformation was complete, everything nearby would be under his control. This is just the initial awakening. Zhongmu discovered that there was still a lot of things in Yang Liu's body in this space that he had to slowly explore. The method of becoming a god through incense, you can absorb incense to become a god, and cultivate the power of incense into your own power. The more believers you have, the stronger your power will be. Breathing method, every breath you take can improve your strength. Hanging up is like practicing. The longer you hang up, the stronger you will be. Looking at the rewards he received, Zhongmu felt so happy. With these things, those damn gods could just wait to die. However, before he had believers, he could only rely on breathing techniques to slowly become stronger and explore his own abilities. It seems that there is something to do this time, and Zhongmu will not be as bored as in the simulation. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. Finally here, I've been waiting for so long. On this day, Zhongmu came out of his cultivation state and looked at a group of humans in the distance. This should be the group of people in the simulation. After all, no other humans have been seen in these years. This time, I won't wait for them to slowly expand to my place, but will directly influence them to build a village here. Just as Zhang Mu was about to make a move, he discovered that the group of people were coming towards him. What a big tree! Oh my goodness, it's at least 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide. They were very surprised that they were attracted by such a big willow tree as soon as they arrived here. I think this place is nice, let's reclaim the wasteland here. Well, it's nice to have such a big tree here, so we can enjoy the coolness on hot days. So, this group of people began to reclaim the wasteland around Zhang Mu. This saved Zhang Mu some effort. Okay, but if that's the case, I'll help you. Zhang Mu activated his ability, and for a moment, the group of people found that they had endless energy when they were reclaiming the wasteland. And the nearby land gradually became fertile. As the days passed, they discovered that this magic was only effective near the willow tree, and would become ineffective beyond a certain distance. Their attitude towards the willow tree gradually changed. They just became more respectful, but they did not become Zhang Mu's believers all at once. We have to take our time. There's no rush. He began to continue practicing and constantly used his abilities to protect this group of people. Time flies, and another 6 years have passed. Under Zhang Mu's gaze, this place became lively. The village is very large and has developed over 6 years. The population reached 1,000. It was also in this year that a severe drought struck, and Zhang Mu felt that the time had come. He put away his ability to shelter. The village, having lost its shelter, was soon affected by the severe drought. Although the crops did not fail, the situation was drastically different from previous years. The villagers were struggling to make ends meet, but they had not yet placed their hopes on Zhang Mu. As the drought continued to take its toll, the village's surplus food was running low, and their spirits were low. It's over. If it's still like this next year, I'll have no choice but to flee. Alas, why is there such a severe drought? It was fine in previous years. Moreover, after Zhang Mu withdrew his abilities, the villagers felt that they had lost their former vitality and would get tired after working for a short time. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Many plants nearby turned yellow and withered, and it was estimated that they would die completely soon. Only Zhang Mu's huge body stood on the ground. Everyone finally noticed this strange phenomenon. Could it be that we haven't worshipped the willow tree in these years, so it won't protect us? Under Zhang Mu's protection, they were respectful to Lu Shu and would pay homage to Zhang Mu from time to time. But after a long time, I got used to it and gradually took this protection for granted. They thought that the disappearance of the asylum this time might be because the willow tree was angry and withdrew its asylum for them. Chapter 103. So in the next few days, the villagers began to worship Zhang Mu again. As the protagonist of the incident, he saw it all, and he had long guessed that this would be the outcome. Human beings are amazing animals. If you don't criticize them, they will take your kindness to them for granted. If one day you no longer show your kindness to them, they will think it is your fault. As the villagers continued to worship Zhang Mu also activated some of his abilities. The villagers felt that they had endless energy again, and everyone was happy to go home. They all came to offer incense. Zhang Mu was very satisfied and began to absorb the power of the incense to practice the method of becoming a god. As the days passed, Zhang Mu saw that they were almost becoming his believers, and he just needed to use the last resort. It's time to solve the drought problem, but we can't make it too widespread. We need to let these villagers know that as long as the weather is good in the village, everything outside the village will remain the same. Zhang Mu muttered to himself and began to use his abilities. If it were in the past, his strength would definitely not be able to interfere with the weather, but after more than 10 years of practice, his abilities have become stronger and stronger, and this method of weather intervention is just a small matter. After a few days, the villagers discovered that their crops had regained vitality, the grains of each wheat ear were full, and the yield had increased greatly. Not only that, they also found that this phenomenon only occurred in the village. The willow tree showed its spirit. Stupid! It's a willow tree. It's called the willow god. The villagers began to worship Zhang enthusiastically. The continuous power of incense made him feel that his strength was growing rapidly. Zhang was very satisfied, feeling that his efforts were worthwhile. So, with Zhang protection, life in the village became better and better. While there was a severe drought outside, only their place had good weather and many people who had wandered here were shocked by the scene before them. The villagers felt sorry for them and accepted them. There was plenty of food now, so having more people would be a good thing and would also speed up the construction of the village. Within a few years, the village has experienced rapid development. From a small village, it gradually grew, the population continued to grow, and productivity increased significantly. Houses are rising from the ground. After a few more years, the small village grew into a larger town. Zhang huge body stood in the center of the town. Under his protection, this place seemed like a paradise. No one died of disease, no one died of hunger. This place was far away from the wars of the outside world, without intrigue and deception, and without oppression from gods. The village's reputation spread far and wide, attracting more people to settle there. Zhang was also happy to see it, but he still had to speed up his training. This time, with his intervention, the village developed too fast. If the gods noticed something unusual, a fight would be inevitable. I don't know how powerful those gods are. I can't compare them just by looking at the simulated text. How powerful are they? Zhang was meditating, unable to determine the enemy's strength, so he could only continue to accumulate strength during this period. Set up a barrier first. To be on the safe side, let's be cautious first. Soon an invisible barrier covered the town, which could block the prying eyes of the gods and conceal their figures. He is so huge now, several hundred meters tall, that his uniqueness can be seen from a distance. After a few days, the residents also discovered the existence of the barrier. It was not because they were strong that they discovered it, but because they could not see the existence of the town once they left. There are many different opinions. Could it be that something is covering the town? Stupid! You don't even know this. The one with such ability must be our Willow God. Yes, it must be the power of Willow God. Now that the town is getting bigger and bigger, some gods will come to abduct us once they notice it. With this cover, we can live a peaceful and down-to-earth life. The gods in this world will stop at nothing to gain believers, and robbery by force is the norm. Those gods don't care whether you are sincere in your belief or not, they just want you to keep offering incense to them. Someone may ask, isn't it just the power of offering incense? It can't cause any harm to humans. You would be wrong to think so. This world is very special. The power of incense burns the spirit of the worshipper, which is a very ethereal thing. It's no big deal if you just offer sacrifices occasionally and you will recover in a few days. But the gods don't care about these. No matter how your spirit is, you must offer sacrifices to them once in the morning, noon, and evening every day, in order to obtain more incense power for their practice. If this continues for a long time, the worshipper's energy and spirit will be constantly consumed and cannot be restored, and his body will become worse and worse, but he will not die in the end. Once the essence, energy, and spirit are exhausted, they cannot be recovered. The body will become numb and lose all emotions, like a puppet. Those gods will make such worthless humans continue to do hard work until they die of exhaustion. Of course, there are also some gods who know that they cannot kill all the fish, so they will slowly feed humans and give them a chance to catch their breath. Letting it rest for a few days when it reaches the critical point and then continuing to worship it is simply a machine for providing incense and is completely inhumane. Therefore, compared with Zhang life, it is a world of difference. They certainly don't want to be believers of those gods. It is better to live in a paradise here. They have no pursuits, nor do they want to have any. There are many wars outside, and some gods will fight each other for the power of incense and snatch each other's believers. The slight aftermath is enough to kill them several times. Time flies, and more than 10 years have passed peacefully. The second major drought in the simulation arrives. Many refugees accidentally entered the town due to the severe drought. When they saw the scenery, which was completely different from the outside world, they thought they were dreaming. But after the townspeople warmly welcomed them, they realized that this was not a dream. The town has developed rapidly in recent years and has already reached the initial scale of a city. Zhang Mu also enjoyed the dividends brought by the population growth. The endless power of incense made him very excited in his practice. The feeling of being able to improve strength just by sitting was no wonder that those gods would fight desperately to snatch believers. These are all my treasures. We can't let those guys take them away. Zhang Mu inhaled the power of the incense and felt like he was floating in the air. With the help of the breathing method and the incense burning method of becoming a god, his strength continued to soar, with no bottleneck at all. In addition is the development of the willow body in one's own space. He also awakened his innate magical power, the control of space, and slowly figured out the laws of space. He is currently practicing in this direction. Once he masters the power of the law, there will be no space in this world that he cannot control. This is a huge improvement in combat power. If those gods dare to come, we can torture them to death using the laws of space. Chapter 104. The severe drought continued to affect the outside world, and the town was peaceful. More and more refugees kept mistakenly entering the town. As more and more people disappear in the outside world, many gods have noticed this phenomenon. But at first no one took it seriously, thinking they all died in the severe drought. Humph, you would rather starve to death than enter my kingdom of God. Although it is a bit hard in my kingdom of God, at least I can save your lives. A god said disdainfully. We have to mention here why there are refugees and why these people are not abducted by the gods to become believers. This is because some humans who do not want to be machines for worshipping incense will form villages of dozens of people and scatter across the land. The gods will not personally go out and slowly gather dozens of humans, as that is too inefficient. They will only take action after their population has grown to a certain stage. Of course, humans are smart and know that the scale cannot grow too large, so when the population grows to a few hundred, they will continue to separate and scatter all over the earth. This is also why Zhang Mu saw a group of people coming to reclaim wasteland. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. The town has finally reached the scale of a town, with a population of tens of thousands, many of whom have been pouring into the town in recent years. This city exists because of the protection of the Willow God, so let's call it Willow City. Everyone had no objection and applauded. Although they also have to offer incense in Liokan, it is voluntary and the frequency is not high. They do a small bow a day and a big bow every 7 days, and spend the rest of the time resting and recuperating. Moreover, Zhang Mu's abilities allow them to work with full energy and they won't get sick. They have all the necessary food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It's basically a life in heaven. After the town developed into the scale of a town, Zhang Mu also realized the path to becoming a god. Gather faith, ignite the divine fire, climb the divine ladder, build the kingdom of God. These are the 4 steps to becoming a god, and the kingdom of God needs to be built slowly from the beginning, starting from villages, to towns, to cities, and finally to a country. Then gather the power of faith of a country, let the believers light incense together to worship, burn the divine fire to ascend to the divine body, use the power of incense to forge the ladder to godhood, step by step to the sky and gain recognition from the world. Finally, he ascended to the kingdom of God and became a god in one fell swoop. It's a big project. Zhang Mu seemed to be lost in thought. It has taken several decades of development for them to grow from a village to a small city. They wonder how far they are from becoming a country. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a river is formed by the accumulation of small streams. Take your time. Anyway, Even if I am not a god, I should be no weaker than those gods just by relying on my breathing method and my spatial willow body. Time flies, and a few more years have passed. As Zhang Mu continues to develop his abilities, he can already open up a small world. He began to prepare for the subsequent founding of the country. First, create a huge small world within the body, and then continue to improve it. It provides conditions for ordinary people to survive. Humans today are still too weak. It would be great if they could practice cultivation. Ding! The host's troubles have been detected. As a good helper to the host, the system cannot sit idly by. Ding! Hereby reward the host with a copy of Qi Yang Ju. Qi Nourishing Secret. It can cultivate the spirit, fully develop the potential of the human body, and when it is cultivated to the extreme, the Qi can move mountains and rivers. One Qi can transform all things. One Qi can destroy the stars. One Qi can build a golden body. Zhang Mu's eyes lit up. What a good stuff! System, I'm really crying. The system cannot bear to see the host being bullied by others, so it quickly improves the host's strength to the top of the world. Yu said in a high-sounding manner. He found that this world was of a very high level, and estimated that a lot of the origin of rules had been invested. In order to avoid unnecessary accidents, he had to hurry and get the origin of rules. Don't worry, system. I will definitely clear this world. Zhang Mu said solemnly, and began to plan how to let the residents of the city practice Qi nourishing art. I have been hiding behind the scenes for these years. Now it is time for me to show my spirit and rally the people's hearts. After looking at the city lord's mansion, he became aware of it. Night. As soon as Lu Zhengyuan fell asleep, his consciousness was pulled into a special space. Where is this? Lu Zhengyuan looked around in confusion. Now he was conscious and still remembered that he had just fallen asleep. So there are two possibilities in this situation. One is that you are having a lucid dream, and the other is that you are pulled into an illusion. Anyway, there are so many strange things in this world that he is not surprised. However, now that he has the protection of the god of Willow, it should not be those gods who dragged him into the illusion. I am just an ordinary mortal and not worthy of those self-proclaimed arrogant gods doing this. With some guesses in mind, I began to look around. Soon he spotted a willow tree not far away. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly ran over. Are you Willow God? Zhang Mu had just been watching Lu Zhenjiayuan's every move. This man was worthy of being the city lord. He had some temperament and would not panic and affect his analysis. Lu Shen. That's the name you guys call me. I've gradually gotten used to it over the years. It's fine for you to call me that. When Lu Zhengyuan heard Zhang Mu's admission, he was very excited and immediately knelt down. On behalf of the people of this city, I would like to thank Lord Liashan for protecting us over the years. This is a heartfelt gratitude. Without Zhang Mu's protection, there would not be the prosperity of the town today, and people might still be living in misery somewhere else. I accept this gift. Human beings are having a hard time on this land now. The gods are rampant and humans are just tools for them to offer incense. I believe you also know that I am a willow tree. Although I have become a little stronger after these years of training, and can protect you from the bad weather, if I am discovered and surrounded by other gods, I am afraid. Lu Zhenjiayuan's heart sank. He naturally knew that what Zhang Mu said was true. Humans on this continent were just tools provided by the gods and they didn't care about their lives at all. Zhang Mu continued to speak slowly, although I have the body of a willow tree, my heart is also with the human race. This is a cultivation method I created specifically for humans over the years. If there really comes a day when my true body is destroyed by those gods, it means I have left you some survival resources. Take it. A bright light flew into Lu Zhenjiayuan's mind, and instantly he felt that there was something extra in his brain, but he was not in the mood to examine it carefully. Willow God. Lu Zhengyuan was very moved. It is because we humans are weak and incompetent. If those gods really come to us, we will raise our weapons and defend to the death. We will not let you, God Lu, fight alone. Alas, there is no need to do this, you are kind-hearted. I will seize the time to improve my strength. I hope that one day I can protect you from the siege of the gods. Zhang Mu sighed. Lu Zhengyuan wanted to say something else, but his consciousness gradually faded. Then he was startled and sat up. He looked at the dazzling sunlight outside the window and the shining martial arts book Qi nourishing secrets in his mind. After living in peace for so long, we have forgotten the cruelty of the outside world. Humans must become stronger. We must not disappoint Willow God. His eyes gradually brightened, and he bowed heavily in the direction of Zhang Mu. He put on his clothes and started to ask people to gather everyone. Chapter 105. City Lord, is there something important you want to tell us by summoning us here? There were crowds of people in the City Lord's mansion, and they were very impressed with Lu Zhengyuan. He was the one who took the lead in the construction of the plans over the years and ran around for them. Well, I called you here today because I have a big announcement that concerns the survival of mankind. Lu Zhengyuan nodded solemnly. The noisy crowd quieted down now. They thought it was some happy event, but they didn't expect the city lord to have such an expression. No way, nothing has happened in the city recently. Lu Zhengyuan spoke slowly, you must not forget the status of humans on this continent. After decades of being away from the invasion of war, it is time to wake up. This. Everyone looked at each other and lowered their heads silently. Yes, after living in peace for so long, we have forgotten that humans are the targets of the gods on this continent. In the past, when a village grew to several hundred people, it was forced to split into more than a dozen villages. And now, thanks to the protection of Willow God, they have developed into a city with tens of thousands of people. If this were discovered by the gods, they would be destroyed and abducted to be used as tools for offering incense. Don't we still have Willow God? Yes, Willow God will protect us. They looked toward the towering willow trees with hope. Lu Zhengyuan spoke up and broke their fantasy, there is only one Willow God after all. If those gods join forces, we will eventually cause Willow God to die. Wake up! Everyone, Willow God has protected us for many years without asking for anything in return. Humans should become stronger. Everyone was silent, with bitter expressions on their faces, but we humans are born weak, and we can only survive in this world. How can we be self-reliant? Human power cannot defeat nature. The slightest breath of the gods can kill us. We have resisted before. But our ancestors all died under the suppression of the powerful divine power. The gods see us as ants. Their contempt. Their disdain. It also makes us feel angry. But without strong power, it is really impossible to do it. Lu Zhengyuan sighed slightly, yes, we humans are born weak, but that was in the past. Now we also have the opportunity to practice. Everyone was stunned, really? Can humans really practice cultivation? Lu Zhengyuan laughed out loud, really? From now on, the human race can also become stronger. He told what happened in his dream yesterday and kept praising Zhang Mu's greatness. As he spoke slowly, more and more people became excited. Everyone, please do not forget the kindness of God Willow. Everything we have now is almost given to us by God Willow. If God Willow is besieged by other gods one day, why should we hesitate to fight? Everyone nodded solemnly, and they bowed deeply in the direction of Zhang Mu, their respect for Zhang Mu growing even greater. Lu Zhengyuan passed the Qi nourishing art to everyone one by one. The method was very simple. He could copy a copy to the other person by touching their foreheads. This was also a special effect created by Zhang Mu for convenience. Of course, the premise was that both parties did not resist and it was voluntary. If it is not voluntary, even soul searching will be useless, because there are restrictions inside, restrictions from Yayu. Under Lu Zhenjiayuan's urging, everyone began to practice. They wanted to accumulate strength to prepare for future struggles. They want to use their own strength to tell the gods that we humans are not tools for them to provide incense and worship. The qi nourishing technique is magical. Everyone who practices cultivation finds that there is no bottleneck. They only need to constantly hone their own spirit, energy, and strengthen their own righteousness, which will lead to the continuous transformation of their body. It makes the human body no longer weak and gives humans special means. Qi transforms everything. And ever since they began practicing the qi nourishing technique, the power of incense that Zhang Mu obtained became purer and more powerful. The stronger the human spirit, the stronger the power of the burning incense. This caused Zhang Mu's strength to increase rapidly. Everything is on the right track, we just need to accumulate strength. Zhang Mu's eyes gleamed with intelligence as he continued to refine the power of the incense. The residents who practiced the qi nourishing technique began to worship Zhang Mu every day. They changed from a small bow a day and a big bow every 7 days to 3 bows a day and a big bow every 3 days. This loss of energy and spirit is insignificant to them. They also knew that Willow God also needed the power of incense to increase his strength, so they all voluntarily burned incense to offer their spirits. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The town developed rapidly, increasing from a population of tens of thousands to over 100,000. Over the years, many humans have come to join Liaokan. Some of them came here by mistake, and some were residents who took the initiative to gather refugees from outside. With the qi nourishing technique, they naturally had some ideas. We humans must have our own territory on this continent. I want the gods to not dare to step in. I want the heaven and earth to recognize me. I want the human race to stand proudly in the world. Lu Zhengyuan said excitedly while looking at the huge crowd below the stage. The human race rises. Stand tall and proud. The human race rises. Stand tall and proud. The human race rises. Stand tall and proud. The crowd roared, as if venting the oppression of the gods for tens of thousands of years. Zhang Mu, who was observing secretly, remained silent. It's broken, it's screwed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had deliberately talked about all sorts of things and even brought up the status of the human race just to quickly win them over and make them his devout believers. Now it has directly evolved into the script of the rise of the human race. Ding! Host, don't worry. If the human race can really rise, it's not too bad. Host, don't have to pursue the method of becoming a god through incense. If this road is blocked, you can change the road. Oh! Zhang Mu's eyes lit up. Could it be that? Ding! Large-scale mission released. Mission, lead the human race in this world to rise. Reward, 1 million system points, the way of luck. Ding! Considering the special situation, the reward will be issued in advance. The host only needs to complete the task later. Soon, a set of martial arts techniques appeared in Zhang Mu's mind. The way of luck, you can use the luck of all races as a resource to practice the method of supreme destiny, bind the luck of one race, and build a body of luck. Hiss! Powerful! Zhang Mu took a deep breath. This technique was so amazing, his system was so powerful, it had everything like this. Moreover, the stronger the racial luck bound to this way of luck is, the faster one's own cultivation will be, which is very suitable for me now. If Ye Yu knew what he was thinking, he might laugh. This is still strong. This martial arts method is a castrated version. That's right, it's a castrated version. After all, the world can't bear the complete version. Host, come on and conquer the world. Yes, I will. Zhang Mu nodded. The system had given him such a powerful cheat, but he still couldn't conquer the world. He might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. My own system loves me too much. It even issues the task rewards in advance. I only need to complete the task later. There is no time limit. It really makes me cry. Chapter 106. With the method of luck, Zhang Mu no longer cares about these people being out of control of the situation. He also hopes that the human race can rise in this world. After all, he himself is also a member of the human race. All human beings in the world are one family, so what's wrong with helping each other? Come on, let's subvert this world together. Zhang Mu became excited. He was good at making trouble. So he began to practice the method of luck, and after getting the hang of it, he was bound to the luck of the human race. Of course, you can't bind the fate of the human race just because you want to. You must have a high prestige among the human race and be recognized by many human beings. What Zhang Mu is tied to is the luck of the human race in Lihokan today. He just needs to let them slowly expand their scale to form a large human race group. One day, all human beings in this world will join this big group, and that will be the destiny of the human race in the world. When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. In addition, he did not give up the strength improvement brought by the power of incense. The humans in Lihokan continued to offer him offerings, so it could not be wasted. The method of becoming a god through burning incense was just regarded as a side improvement, the way of luck became the main improvement, and the breathing law was an auxiliary improvement. Time flies, and the humans in Lihokan become more and more powerful. As they intentionally gather the human race, the population continues to grow, and those who join in will inherit the chi-nourishing art. Everyone cried when they got this method, they saw the hope of the rise of human race. So he turned his grief and anger into motivation and practiced diligently, dedicating his own efforts to future battles for the human race. They vowed to establish their own territory for the human race. They want to build a sky for the future of mankind. Why do I feel like a lot of humans have disappeared inexplicably recently? A god muttered to himself. There are many gods who have such awareness. After all, even if there is a severe drought, it cannot take away so many human lives. In their eyes, although humans are weak, they have great ability to struggle in the face of suffering. Always find a way out of desperate situations. So many humans shouldn't have disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, the drought had ended many years ago, and human villages should have continued to emerge in the wilderness. Could there be some shameless god who would lower himself to personally abduct those people? How shameless! Where's the fair competition? No. We have to find the guy who did this in secret. All the gods in this remote area had the same idea. So by the next day, all the gods decided to hold a party. Although there is competition between them, they still have some exchanges under the condition of non-aggression. When they are bored, they will get together to discuss the gods of other continents and brag about their past glory. At the gathering of the gods arrived along the way. They chatted with each other, flattered each other and boasted to each other. After all the gods from this remote area had arrived, the gods got down to business. Ahem, we haven't met for many years. I hope everyone is doing well. Let's not talk about unnecessary gossip. Recently, something strange seems to have happened in our area. A god frowned and spoke. He believed that others would also notice it. As long as he brought the topic to this point, someone would naturally pick up the conversation. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, someone responded immediately. Oh, yes, there is a strange thing. It seems that a thief has sneaked in among us. I won't tell you who it is, but he knows it himself. A god said sarcastically. The other gods also echoed this. After all, this was the purpose of their trip. Yes, as a god, doing such a shameful thing is simply a disgrace to us gods. I hope the god who did this kind of thing can come forward and admit it personally, so as to avoid the embarrassment of being found out. They observed the expressions of other gods, trying to find out the god who was doing something shameful. After all, with so many mistakes made by the gods, it is impossible for him to remain calm, right? But after observing for a long time, they didn't find anything unusual about the other gods, so all the gods became uneasy. Why, you dare not admit it? They scolded each other and were suspicious of other gods. Withered god, is that you? A god spoke up. All of a sudden, all the gods looked towards the withered god. Bullshit! Stop blaming God. I don't even bother to do such a thing. Are you trying to frame me just because God did it? The two sides suddenly started quarreling, and other gods also threw dirty water on their hostile gods. For a moment, the party was in chaos and there was a tendency for a fight to break out. In the end, the party ended in a bad mood, and all the gods felt that there was something wrong with the other gods. Good. Since you don't admit it, they will keep an eye on you when they get back. Don't let them catch you. If they catch you, they will gang up on you and divide up his followers. So in the following days, they devoted half of their attention to watching every move in this remote area. It wasn't until a few months later that they noticed something was wrong. They found that from time to time a group of people would suddenly appear and take the scattered humans in the area to a place. After entering an area, these people suddenly disappeared and they lost their vision. Humph, I finally found you. You're such a sneaky guy. You thought you could hide from us by creating a barrier area. All the gods snorted coldly. They thought that those humans who suddenly appeared were believers of one of their gods. He asked believers to gather the scattered humanity. As for why those humans would follow that god's believers to his kingdom of God, it is unknown. Now they have only one idea, which is to expose his face and divide up his kingdom of God. A few months ago, he was given a chance to repent, but he had to make things this serious. This has now angered everyone. Without further hesitation, they immediately set off for that area, Lihokan. At this time, Zhongmu didn't know that the gods had already noticed something strange. The human race in Lihokan did not realize that the frequent gatherings of humans during this period led to this crisis. Although they have practiced the qi-nourishing technique today, their strength compared to that of the gods is still like a divine punishment that cannot be overcome. Lu Zhengyuan came out of his cultivation state, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt like something bad was going to happen. Zhongmu also quickly discovered the gods who were rushing towards him. I've been discovered after all. I don't know if my current strength is enough to resist their siege. His eyes looked into the distance. Without any reference for comparison, he had no idea how his strength compared to that of the gods. It's better to inform them first so that they can be mentally prepared. What is coming will come. If the human race wants to rise, it must avoid this catastrophe. Soon he sent a message to Lu Zhengyuan. You all should get ready. There are already gods coming here. They probably have discovered something unusual and are here to investigate. Lu Zhengyuan was shocked. He didn't expect this day to come so soon. He felt his own strength and felt that he was not weak, but compared with the gods. Don't worry, Willow God, we will fight alongside you. So what if he is weak? He finally has a chance to rise, so he can't retreat without a fight. Alas, the human race has developed for too short a time and has not accumulated enough. I will take on this calamity for you. Chapter 107. Lu Zhengyuan was moved. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he went to notify the residents in the city and asked them to prepare for battle. That is, the gods are invading and trying to destroy us. God Lu cares about the human race and wants to fight against all the gods alone. He will take on this disaster for the human race. If the human race rises in the future, I will worship him as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. Lu Zhengyuan looked at the people in the audience, clasped his fists toward the sky and swore an oath. I wish to worship God Lu as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. I wish to worship God Lu as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. I wish to worship God Lu as the patron saint of the human race and enjoy the eternal fortune of the human race. Everyone made a vow to the sky. For a moment, Zhang Mu felt the karma and luck protecting him. This karma was naturally a good one. Even the Kyun Dao technique he was practicing immediately broke through a small realm. It's an unexpected gain. Zhang Mu smiled. Soon, dozens of gods broke into the barrier. All human beings felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and mobilized their energy and spirit. A tree. The gods were surprised and thought it was the kingdom of gods, but they only saw a towering willow tree. Everyone, this is a human area, please don't cross the border. Zhang Mu's voice came. Human area? Haha, what a ridiculous statement. When did humans deserve to have a place? Lu Zhengyuan clenched his fists as he listened to the gods' contemptuous words, and the other human races were also furious. I didn't care before, but now the human race is under my protection. If you don't retreat, I will spare your lives. Zhang Mu said domineeringly. Ha 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 ha. You are just a willow tree that has become a spirit, and you dare to make such a statement? Wait for me to destroy your intelligence and drain your spirit. A god used his divine power to attack Zhang Mu's body. You guys go into my little world and take shelter. Zhang Mu activated his magical power of space, and in an instant all humans entered the small world he opened. You can also see what is happening outside from the inside. Zhang Mu's body flew out like a thin willow, splitting the attack and hitting the god fiercely. What? The god was greatly shocked, and immediately used his divine power to protect his body and launch a defense. Bang! Xilu whipped the god so hard that he flew backwards for thousands of miles, crashing into many mountains along the way. Now the expressions of the gods became solemn. How could the fighting power of this willow tree be so terrifying? Zhang Mu was puzzled in his heart, how could this guy be so weak? Did he underestimate me and not use much strength? Did you eat? The gods were furious when they heard this. How dare you be so arrogant? Come on! They did not dare to be careless and immediately joined forces to attack. Zhang Mu waved thousands of willows and lashed continuously. No matter what divine power attack or innate magical power, it did no substantial damage to Zhang Mu's body. On the contrary, these gods were beaten by Xilu and cried out in pain. Haha, I finally understand. You are too weak. You thought you were very powerful by claiming to be gods, but in the end you are just clowns. In this case, then stay. In an instant, countless willows covered the sky and trapped all the gods in a cage. Those gods wanted to use their spatial abilities to escape the cage, but they found that this space was completely sealed off and they were not allowed to use their spatial abilities at all. Destroy! The terrifying branches began to whip the god mercilessly. This time, every whip made the god suffer from excruciating pain. The god's body was constantly cracked and his soul was about to perish. They were terrified. They were terrified. This time it was truly life-threatening. So he quickly shouted for mercy. Sir, we know we are wrong. Please let us go. We are willing to be your slaves. What the hell is the dignity of gods? When life is at stake, everyone abandons it to survive. Zhang Mu stopped after a little thought. He wanted to dig out some information from these guys. If you want to live, you have to answer my questions. Yes, yes, sir, if you ask, we will tell you everything we know. The gods nodded quickly. What level of strength are you at? The gods looked at each other, then said, our strengths are not much different, we are all at the level of lower gods. Oh? Lower god, how are the realms of gods divided? Sir, those who have just been promoted to gods are priests. After they have a country's followers, they become lower-level gods. The higher levels are middle-level gods, upper-level gods, god-kings, god-emperors, and god-emperors. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms, primary, intermediate, and final. We are weak and can only retreat to this marginal area and develop slowly. The gods smiled bitterly. Zhang Mu seemed to be thinking about something. In the previous battle, He had only used 10% of his strength, yet he was able to single-handedly suppress dozens of lower-level gods. Then no matter how strong I am already at the level of a higher god, right? After figuring out the approximate extent of his own strength, he asked about the situation in this world. Zhang Mu learned from them. This world is very big, and the area where he is located is just the outermost part. It has a sparse population, but its area is as large as 1 billion acres. The most powerful gods are all in the most central area of the world, where the population is large, and it is also the place where the gods compete most fiercely for believers. However, gods rarely wage war against each other, but once a war breaks out, it will be a fight to the death. If your strength is not enough to crush the opponent, you have to be careful not to be attacked by other gods after both sides suffer losses. Lower-level gods have no status there. In order to avoid being affected by the sudden war between gods, they all choose to stay away from that area. Sir, that's all we know. We can't get more accurate information with our capabilities. You see. The gods flattered. Well, if you answer one more question correctly, I'll let you go. What is my real name? Forid. When this question was asked, all the gods were confused and stared at each other in astonishment. Humph. This answer is not correct. Let's go to the underworld and ask the king of hell. In an instant, countless willows gave the gods a chilling feeling. Their bodies were pierced by willows. The terrifying force of space continued to destroy their bodies and erase their souls. Shameless. The gods died with their eyes wide open and eventually died with hatred in their hearts. Zhang Mu didn't care and released all the human beings in the small world. At this time they were still in a state of shock, looking at the gods nailed to death in the air, and remained silent for a long time. Lu Zhengyuan was the first to come to his senses. Thank you, Willow God, for protecting the human race from this disaster. The others also knelt down hurriedly. Since I promised to protect you, I will keep my word. Now that the gods in this area are dead, you can go and save the humans in their kingdoms. Zhang Mu spoke. Yes, may the human race rise. Lu Zhengyuan said solemnly that with Zhang Mu's help this time, they would be able to develop their strength steadily in this marginal area in the future. In addition, the body of the gods is a great tonic for you. You can drink it together later. Zhang Mu retracted countless willows and placed dozens of divine bodies on the ground. Chapter 108. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Eating the flesh and drinking the blood of gods was something they would never dare to think of in the past. Moreover, the appearance of gods is similar to that of humans, so it would be very disgusting psychologically if they were to be eaten. Zhang Mu looked at the expressions of the crowd and did not urge them. If it were him, he would not be able to do it either. If these people did not want to, he would not force them. Anyway, he could slowly accumulate strength in the future. Lu Zhengyuan hesitated for a while, but finally he made up his mind, walked forward alone, and bit off the flesh of one of the divine bodies. Everyone, the human race is still weak, so don't give up the opportunity to improve your strength just because of the hurdle in your heart. The gods once regarded us as pigs and dogs, but now we eat their flesh and drink their blood, so what? Lu Zhengyuan said loudly while chewing the flesh and blood. As he swallowed the flesh and blood, his aura rose rapidly, and the spirit he cultivated shocked everyone and made them retreat again and again, with an effect similar to that of divine power. This made his eyes light up. See? Just a mouthful of flesh and blood can have such an effect. What are you waiting for? For a moment, everyone did not hesitate and began to divide up the body of the god. The bodies of these gods became very large after death, enough to feed more than 100,000 people in Liukan. After getting over the hurdle in their hearts, they stopped resisting and some even took out simple stoves and started cooking on the spot. With the addition of various condiments, the aroma spreads everywhere, making many people salivate. The more resistant I was at first, the more delicious it tastes now. It took the residents of Lyokan 3 whole days to eat the dozens of divine bodies. After tasting it, it is still very memorable. The aura of the crowd also increased dozens of times. This is simply a panacea. Moreover, they have not digested it all yet. The essence has been integrated into their blood and needs to be slowly refined. After resolving this matter, Lu Zhengyuan organized people to go to the kingdoms of these gods to gather humans. If the human race wants to rise, it must have sufficient power, and population is the top priority. As more and more humans entered Lyokan, they found that the current buildings were not big enough. So they began to expand their territory outward, since there was no threat in this area anyway. The spirit is too weak, and the origins and foundations of many people have been damaged. Lu Zhengyuan looked at the people who were rescued and said solemnly, "This is the side effect of constantly being squeezed for incense offerings. Many people's energy and spirit have been completely drained and cannot be restored even if they want to. They were helpless in this regard and could only let those people live peacefully in Lyokan for the rest of their lives without abandoning them. For those whose origins were only damaged but not exhausted, Lu Zhengyuan ordered others to take out the treasured divine blood and dilute it with water. He felt that the divine blood should be able to make up for the loss of origin, but if he let these people drink the divine blood directly, one is not enough. The second is that it might be blown up by the huge energy. After all, these people have not yet started practicing the qi nourishing technique. As they drank the diluted divine blood, Lu Zhengyuan clearly felt that their essence was recovering. Yes, the blood of the gods is truly magical. When our human race becomes stronger, we will take revenge on the gods for all those blood feuds. Lu Zhengyuan began to look to the future. Lyokan entered a period of rapid development. Buildings are rising from the earth without any interference from gods. The population entered a period of explosive growth. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Lyokan has gathered all the scattered villages on this 1 billion acres of land into Lyokan. The humans in the gods' kingdoms, plus the appearance of a small number of newborns. The population has reached tens of millions. This is not an exaggeration. You have to know that a lower-level god must have a country of believers. Even if this country has only 1 million believers, the sum of dozens of lower-level gods should be tens of millions. Lyokan has also broken away from the sequence of towns and reached the level of a great power. However, they do not use the word country to refer to themselves. That was the division that the gods once made among their believers. Now they want to get rid of this restriction. We are no longer the objects that the gods used to slaughter. It is time for change. Humans are humans. How can there be any division into countries? However, in order to commemorate the contribution that God Lu made to us, Lyokan will be preserved as our ancestral home in the future. From now on, the human race can have countless cities, but there can be no division into countries. We humans should be of one mind. Others also thought it made sense, so they all agreed. Lyokan is the ancestral land of the human race, and cities are beginning to emerge one after another. The human race grew rapidly. With the popularization of the qi nourishing technique, every human being is now like a dragon. They don't go out to cause trouble, but quietly hide in this marginal area and slowly accumulate strength. Zhang Mu, who was practicing the way of luck, also felt that the luck of the human race was continuing to grow. His cultivation speed became faster and faster, and his strength increased several times in the past 10 years. He also began to secretly plan for the areas outside the marginal areas. I didn't expect my roots to penetrate so far. Given time, I think it won't be a problem to cover the entire world. Zhang Mu's eyes flashed with brilliance. His roots were deeply rooted and spread over a wide area. An area of 1 billion acres was already covered with his roots. He also found that he could move his body at will within the range of his roots. This would make it convenient for him to move to another location in the future. He had spent enough time in this remote area. After completely controlling the 1 billion acres of area, his roots began to explore outward. Wherever his roots pass, he can sense everything that happens there. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years, Zhang Mu has also verified that what the gods said is true. The closer he gets to the center of the world, the more gods there are, and the stronger they become. He sensed the auras of many gods and felt that he was no match for them. Let's develop slowly now. My original ability has not been developed to 10% yet. I underestimated this spatial willow body. In the following years, he no longer continued to expand his roots towards the central area, as he would be doomed if he were discovered by powerful gods. It's better to be steady first. Anyway, the human race cannot expand there yet. Only when the human race can really attack the gods openly will the human race officially draw the sword. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years have passed since the human race began to practice the art of nourishing qi. Lu Zhenjiayuan's aura became stronger and stronger, and Zhang Mu roughly compared his strength with those of the lower gods in the past. Just barely reaching the level of a lower god. After 100 years of hard training, he finally reached the level of a god. However, Lu Zhengyuan is already very satisfied with the improvement of his strength. Once upon a time, the human race was very weak. Now that it has the strength it has today, the human race can be said to have initially stood up. They are no longer mayflies in this world, and a mere natural disaster can take their lives. The upper limit of the qi nourishing technique given by Zhang Mu is very high. After practicing it, one will be improved in all aspects, and his lifespan will not be just 100 years. Lu Zhengyuan felt that the more he practiced, the stronger the effect became. 100 years to refine one's qi, the qi will darken the galaxy. Chapter 109. A huge amount of energy and spirit rose up into the sky, covering a wide area, and many people of the human race could see it. It's the clan leader's aura. Hiss! This is truly terrifying. I never thought that our human race could cultivate to such a level of strength. Their eyes gleamed with brilliance, because as long as they practiced diligently, they could also reach this level. Today, Lu Zhengyuan has been regarded as the clan leader by them. After all, he is highly respected and the strongest among them, so he always takes the lead in every big event. Everything went on in an orderly manner under his arrangement. Call. Lu Zhengyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and took back the energy he had released. He had just gained some enlightenment and his realm had broken through to a small level. He thought about it carefully. This was the first time that the human race had the opportunity to practice cultivation, so they did not have any divisions in the realm of cultivation. The higher realms were also unknown, and everything had to be explored step by step. But they have already decided on their own names. Because they cultivate the essence, energy, and spirit, they call themselves qi cultivators. I'd better wait until I have mastered the qi refining before dividing it into a specific realm. Otherwise, if I establish the system too early and lead all the human race astray, I will not deserve to die. Let me lead the way and pave a safe path for the human race. Even if I die, my name will be recorded in history. Lu Zhengyuan stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate his realm. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Today's human race is unprecedentedly prosperous. This remote area is extremely bustling, with many qi cultivators traveling between heaven and earth. The fortune of the human race continues to prosper. Zhang Mu also felt that it was time to expand outward. Over the years, he had thoroughly understood the details of the gods in the surrounding areas. Some gods are so powerful that humans can defeat them on their own, so they should be allowed to fight against the gods. This will lay the foundation for future conquests. The human race needs to clearly understand their own strength and let them know that human power can defeat heaven. I am very pleased. Now that the human race is thriving and no longer weak, it is time for you to show your first sword to the gods and lay a foundation for the future rise of the human race. Zhang Mu's voice entered Lu Zhenjiayuan's mind. Lu Zhengyuan was stunned. Has the human race become so strong? But since God Lu said so, then there must be no problem. Please give me your orders, Willow God. You don't have to worry too much. I am already familiar with the gods in the surrounding area and will not let you challenge gods that are too powerful. 300 million miles to the east, there is a kingdom of gods. This god is at the late stage of the lower god. Let me use him to test my skills for you. Zhang Mu's voice came. Yes. We will live up to Willow God's expectations. The human race will win this battle. I want everyone in the human race to know that the human race has begun to rise. Lu Zhengyuan said in a serious voice. Go ahead. Gentlemen. The day has come for the human race to rise. Show us our amazing swords. Ask the gods, are our blades sharp? Are we humans weak? Lu Zhengyuan raised his arm and called out. Millions of human beings shouted loudly, raise the sword to the world. The human race rises. Show your sword to the world. The human race rises. Show your sword to the world. The human race rises. Very good. The flowers are in full bloom in spring, and the fruits are abundant in autumn. Let's encourage each other. Let's rise up for the human race, everyone. Lu Zhengyuan laughed. Go. The mighty army rushed towards a place 300 million miles away. All the human chi cultivators were flying in the sky together, and at first glance it looked like dark clouds covering the sun. Everyone's energy and spirit will come together, causing the surrounding space to tremble. They looked into the distance, they could only win this battle. They could not lose. This is a battle for the dignity of the human race. 3 days passed in a flash. They traveled across 300 million miles and arrived at a suburb. Lu Zhengyuan asked everyone to take a short break and recuperate. His gaze turned towards a kingdom of God in the distance. It was difficult to see clearly because of the barrier that protected it, but he could sense the breath of the gods there. Ha, just as Willow God said. He grinned, his confidence growing. It's been a while since I've eaten the flesh and blood of gods. It's time to let the children of the human race have a taste of it. He licked his lips. Thinking about the feast 100 years ago made him savor it again. At the same time, inside God's country, the noise from the outside world naturally disturbed the deity. When his spiritual sense probed outside, he discovered the massive human army. Hey! Why are there so many humans suddenly gathering here? He was a little surprised, but soon he showed greed. If he could capture so many humans and bring them all into his kingdom, his foundation would be increased several times. Although I don't know what's going on, I won't be polite to the believers who have come to me for free. Before other gods find out, I will take them all. He no longer hesitated and turned around to the sky above the outside world. Lu Zhengyuan looked over and saw that the other human races were also ready to fight at any time. Human, if you join my kingdom of God, you will be spared. This god stood high in the sky, with a look of contempt, not taking them seriously at all, and his tone was unyielding. This behavior also made them recall everything and filled them with anger. Lu Zhengyuan didn't indulge him either. How dare a mere lower-level god bark in front of our army? Get down on your knees. A shout carrying a huge amount of energy swept towards the god. Other human cultivators also scolded him. Kneel down! Kneel down! Kneel down! The terrifying spirit was twisted into chains. In an instant, the god in the air was locked. This left the latter stunned, and before he could react he was pulled downwards by the huge force. Lu Zhengyuan's spirit and energy were as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't even raise his head. Bang! The god fell to the ground, BG his knees on the ground, with fear in his eyes. Everything happened too suddenly. He should have shown his divine power, then punished them slightly, and then brought them to his own kingdom to exploit them. But now? Impossible. I must be dreaming. It's just an illusion. Break it for me. He struggled hard, his face twisted, and there was no trace of the arrogance he had before. Lu Zhengyuan waved his hand, and everyone withdrew their restraints on their spirit, allowing him to break free. Ha ha ha! It really is an illusion. Ha ha, you will know whether it is an illusion or not later. Lu Zhengyuan sneered and said that letting him go was just because he wanted to test his own strength. The first purpose is as mentioned above, the second purpose is to let all qi refiners know that they can also kill gods. Do you dare to fight? Lu Zhengyuan transformed his energy into a sword, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the latter's nose and face. I was just careless just now. I will let you humans know that the power of God is like the sky and cannot be violated. Bluer's face was gloomy. He knew that what he had just said was self-deception, but he didn't want to admit it. As long as he didn't admit it and killed this group of people, his embarrassing incident would not spread. Chapter 110. Without saying a word, Blue launched a divine attack, trying to catch the opponent off guard. Haha, a battle thousands of miles away. Seeing the other party's behavior, Lu Zhengyuan was even more disdainful. He easily defused the attack and then used his sword to hit Blue, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. All the rhythms were under Lu Zhengyuan's control. In less than a moment, Bluer retreated thousands of miles away from the army. This time, Lu Zhengyuan let go and launched a fierce attack. Once upon a time, the power of the gods was indeed as unbreakable as heaven. But now the human race has the foundation to compete. The gods are no longer heaven. The human race has risen. His voice was loud and clear, and his words seemed to be a response to Blue, but also seemed to be spoken to thousands of humans. A terrifying spirit burst out, transforming into thousands of blades that slashed at Bluer's body. Ah! The screams were endless, but to the humans thousands of miles away, they sounded like the sound of nature. I will kill you. I will extract your soul, and even if I burn it with divine fire for 1,000 years it will not be enough. Bluer's face was ferocious, and his divine power was like a waterfall, as he slapped Lu Zhengyuan. You can give it a try. Are you capable enough? If you lose this battle, you will become our meal. Let us humans enjoy it together. Golden light burst out of Lu Zhengyuan's eyes, and all his energy burst out of his body, turning into a sharp sword and slashing towards Bluer. One breath. All gods fall. Cut. The sword shone with a cold light and carried infinite power, pointing directly at Bluer. The divine power that the latter was so proud of was easily cut in half and disappeared in an instant. The sword continued to move forward and cut off one of his arms as the latter looked horrified. Puff! The golden divine blood fell into the sky. Ah! Bluer screamed. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes were indifferent. Is my sword sharp? Faced with his questioning, Bluer's eyes showed viciousness. He didn't care about his injuries and hurriedly fled into the distance. He now understood that he was no match for Lu Zhengyuan, but as long as he escaped and joined forces with other gods, the rise of the human race would be strangled in the cradle. No matter how strong you are, the gods are not something that the mere ants of the human race can fight against. When I bring reinforcements, I will destroy your entire clan. After making these harsh words, Bluer fled thousands of miles away. Lu Zhengyuan grinned when he heard this. It is true that the human race cannot fight against the gods now, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years later, we humans will definitely have a foothold in this world. So, for the eternal foundation of the human race, please die. Bluer, who had escaped thousands of miles away in an instant, paused. The terrifying spirit once again emerged from his right arm and bound him tightly. This. His face showed fear, and he mobilized all his spiritual power to dissolve this energy, but the effect was very slow. Before he could break free, Lu Zhengyuan came to his side. A huge blade transformed from spirit energy was suspended above Blue's head. He felt a breath of death. Fall. No. Bluer screamed in shock and even burned all his blood to break free from the restraints, but the next moment the sharp blade was already in front of him, leaving him no chance to escape. He could only fight to the death. Bang! The aftermath of the collision swept across all the surrounding mountains. Brewer was crushed to the ground in the mountains, his legs bent as he struggled hard. His breath had begun to drop sharply, and his whole body was shaking as he uttered these cruel words before he died. After all, you only killed a lower-level god like me. The human race will never rise. I will wait for the arrival of the human race under the 9 netherworlds. Boom! A pillar of light rose into the sky, and Brewer's body was completely submerged in energy and spirit. In the end, his soul was destroyed, leaving behind a body with broken arms. This was done intentionally by Lu Zhengyuan. Hey! I'm afraid what you said will not come true even in the netherworld. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes flickered, and he used his energy and spirit to lift up the divine body and began to return. The scene changed. Lu Zhengyuan placed the divine body in front of the army. Can you understand why this battle is happening? The morale of the crowd was high, and they shouted in a loud voice, gods can also win. Humans can also kill gods. That's right. From now on, we cultivators must dare to fight. Dare to fight. No matter how powerful his spirit is. Humans can kill him too. Lu Zhengyuan said in shock. This battle greatly boosted the confidence of the human race. They saw that Lu Zhengyuan was suppressing the gods alone, and the opponents had no power to fight back. As long as they practiced diligently in the future, they would also be able to reach this level. Everyone began to move their troops back to their tribe, carrying the trophy of the divine body back to their homeland. All the people in the tribe came to watch. Everyone also shared the results of this battle with them, so that others who did not go would know how powerful the patriarch is. Let's have a big banquet today. The whole clan will celebrate. Lu Zhengyuan ordered people to carry the divine body away for cooking, because the human population now has reached tens of millions. Just one body of the god was definitely not enough to share, so he could only have people boil the body of the god into a thick soup so that everyone could have a taste. For a moment, the whole family celebrated and it was very lively. Lu Zhengyuan drank the delicious soup with everyone else, and when he saw everyone's smiles, he also smiled. This time is different from the past. Last time it was the god of willow who killed the gods, but this time the fruits were picked by the human race themselves, which is of extraordinary significance. May the human race prosper. Zhang Mu smiled as he looked at the bustling human clan land and felt the human race's luck skyrocketing several times. Just one god-killing operation has increased the luck of the human race by several times. It seems that my idea is correct. Next, the human race only needs to slowly expand outward, slowly cannibalizing those weaker gods to strengthen the human race. He had a plan in mind. So after a few days, he drew a map of the distribution of gods and gave it to Lu Zhengyuan, which recorded the locations of all the gods nearby and their strength. This map will allow you to develop quickly. You can estimate your own strength and defeat them one by one. Don't be impatient. Zhang Mu warned. Yes, God Lu, rest assured, I will make good arrangements. Lu Zhengyuan nodded solemnly while holding the influence map. Of course, he couldn't think that the human race had become invincible just because of one battle. However, they had only defeated a lower-level god, and there was still a long way to go before they could truly rise. Well, as long as you understand, go ahead. Lu Zhengyuan carefully looked at the power map and estimated what the human race could deal with its current strength. The distribution of these gods is regular. The weaker ones are in the outer circle, and the stronger ones are in the inner circle. Lu Zhengyuan smiled. This was a condition that was beneficial to the human race. You just need to fight your way through it slowly, just like defeating a boss, and become stronger as you challenge yourself along the way. With a plan in mind, he began to arrange it. The first thing is to take over and make arrangements for all the humans in the previous kingdom of the gods. The growth of the human race requires a constant infusion of fresh blood. Even if those humans' energy and spirit are exhausted, as long as they can give birth to offspring, it will be enough to let them live peacefully within the tribe and contribute to the growth of the human race. Chapter 111. After that, Lu Zhengyuan led the human race to start the war, but he did not make much noise. Basically, only one god is killed every year, and they are all gods that are far away and in remote locations. In this way, the disappearance of these gods will not attract the attention of the gods for the time being. After all, they don't care about the life or death of lower-level gods. It is normal for a few gods to die in a war between gods. The human race began their journey of defeating bosses and upgrading. Another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During the 100 years, the human race slaughtered 100 gods. Most of them were at the late stage of lower gods, and only a dozen gods were at the perfect stage of lower gods. After this development, the human race grew stronger and its strength increased rapidly. The bodies of these gods are simply great tonics. When young humans eat these delicacies, their cultivation of their spirits and energy is as good as if they had unlocked a new world of supplements. Various talented and gifted Qi cultivators continue to emerge in the clan. After taking in the human race from these 100 divine kingdoms, the population reached 300 million. Lu Zhengyuan's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in recent years. Zhang Mu senses that he also has the strength of an early upper god. Logically speaking, his talent shouldn't be that strong. Zhang Mu pondered for a moment. He could see what Lu Zhengyuan's qualifications were. He used the law of destiny to move Lu Zhengyuan's destiny line to check, so that's how it is. Is it the protection of destiny? That's right, Lu Zhengyuan was able to cultivate so fast because the human race's luck was protecting him. It is understandable when thinking about his position as the patriarch. Lu Zhengyuan's qualifications were not bad, they were superior but not top-notch, but with the blessing of the human race's luck, he directly surpassed the top genius qualifications. This made his cultivation journey smooth and easy. It just so happens that the essence I have accumulated over the years can improve its qualifications and take it to the next level. Zhang Mu sent a message to call Lu Zhengyuan. Greetings to Willow God. Well, I called you here this time to give you something. As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit glowing with green light appeared in front of Lu Zhengyuan. This is the essence I have condensed over the past few hundred years. Taking it can improve your aptitude, so I give it to you. I hope you can lead the human race to prosperity soon. Zhang Mu's voice came. Lu Zhengyuan was deeply moved and did not refuse. Since it was given by the god of Willow, he must have a purpose for it. Besides, he was also very moved, so it would be too hypocritical to refuse. Thank you for the gift, Willow God. Lu Zhengyuan took it and swallowed it on the spot. In an instant, the essence in his mouth began to merge into his body, improving his qualities. A long time. Lu Zhengyuan slowly opened his eyes, and now he felt that his sea of consciousness was clear, his energy and spirit were even stronger, and he had an indescribable mysterious feeling. Zhang Mu nodded with satisfaction. Now Lu Zhengyuan's aptitude has reached the top level. With the blessing of the human race's luck, his future cultivation will probably be even more fierce. Go ahead, it's all right. Zhang Mu started to chase people away. Lu Zhengyuan bowed and left. Today, the human race is developing very rapidly, and the lower gods can no longer satisfy them. Lu Zhengyuan began to plan to massacre those middle-level gods. Should we split the troops into two groups or just go one route? He thought about it carefully. According to the current strength of the human race, even if he did not lead the charge, they could easily slaughter some lower-level gods. Forget it, let's do it step by step. If we make too much noise and attract the attention of the gods in the central area, it might be a problem. What the human race lacks is time for development. If they take too big a step, they will easily fall into trouble. Lu Zhengyuan made a plan. Starting from this year, the human race began to target the middle-level gods, under the pressure of Lu Zhengyuan's early strength as an upper-level god. They also won one victory after another very easily. Some of the middle-level gods have special means. If Lu Zhengyuan hadn't been there to support them, they would have almost escaped. That would not be good for the human race. This also made Lu Zhengyuan more certain of his decision. The news of their crusade against the gods must not be spread. Time passes. The human race developed peacefully for another 100 years. The disappearance of hundreds of middle-level gods also made some of the surrounding gods realize that something was wrong. However, because they are middle-level gods, many lower-level gods dare not approach the kingdom of those middle-level gods. As for those middle-level gods who sensed something was wrong, they were continuously slaughtered one by Lu Zhengyuan and the human race over the years. Here we have to praise his decision-making as being very secretive. They took advantage of the invisible rule that the kingdom of the gods was inviolable. After slaughtering a middle-level god, they would first kill the gods that were closer to them. Create a safe area to prevent information from leaking. However, the consequence of doing so is that the number of gods in this area has been greatly reduced. Within 100 years, the human race not only slaughtered 100 middle-level gods, but also killed hundreds of lower-level gods. It's simply desperate. In recent years, the human race has been eating so much that its mouth is drooling. I used to be afraid of gods, but now my eyes light up when I see a god and I shout that I have food again. As the human race continued to expand, by the time the gods in the area reacted, they discovered that their homes had been surrounded. How dare you humans offend my kingdom of God? A middle-level god was furious, looking at the human army that surrounded his own kingdom with disbelief in his eyes. How dare you? Why are the human race so arrogant? Take it away, take it away. There will be a snack tonight. Lu Zhengyuan waved his hand impatiently. Over the years, the first sentence he said every time he conquered these gods was similar. As the orders were given, the human army's spirit and energy turned into countless chains that locked the gods in the sky. He was pulled to the ground under his incredulous gaze and then dragged to an open space. How can this be? It's just a method of control. Watch me break free. The god fought desperately, even burning his blood, but the human race's spirit and soul chains showed no signs of breaking. Instead, the god struggled and the chains became tighter and tighter. Don't burn it, save some of your blood for us to taste. Lu Zhengyuan hurriedly stopped his behavior and ordered everyone to slaughter it on the spot. My life is over. This god died with hatred in his heart. He hated it so much that a dignified middle-level god ended up being slaughtered and eaten by humans. Lu Zhengyuan waved his hand and asked everyone to start cooking on the spot to reward the army. The fragrance filled the air for a moment. Essence and blood are good things. This stuff can help many talented people lay a solid foundation, and it can also help chi refiners who are stuck in a realm break through the bottleneck. Lu Zhengyuan grumbled as he ate, thinking that he must not let these gods waste his blood and essence like this in the future. He asked them if they agreed. It took another 100 years, but the human race finally slaughtered all the gods in this area. Their territory expanded rapidly, and cities began to be built in the area. Zhang Mu also continued to expand his barrier to cover this area and prevent the gods in other areas from noticing it. Chapter 112. After taking over this area, the human territory reached 1.3 billion acres, and the population reached 2 billion. The fortune of the human race continues to rise, and Zhang Mu's strength has also been continuously improving over the years. His own spatial willow body has been developed to 45% in a few hundred years, and his main body is like a pillar of heaven, towering above the clouds. I don't know how strong I am now. Zhang Mu thought secretly that the highest realm he had seen was the upper god, and that was not in this area, but in the area where the roots extended. After living in peace for so many years, it's time for my roots to continue to penetrate outward. In the past, due to lack of strength, he did not dare to go too deep into the areas, for fear of being discovered by powerful gods, who would then find his true form and cause trouble for the human race. Now, he felt the time had come. So, his roots continued to extend towards the center of this world. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. His roots have completely covered most of the Western world, except for the most central area. There are so many gods. Wow, this world is so big. In his perception, there are countless middle-level gods and tens of thousands of upper-level gods. This god's aura is much higher than that of the upper gods. It should be the God King, and this one should be the God Emperor. There are hundreds of gods higher than this God Emperor, but not too much higher. It is estimated that they are also God Emperors, not God Emperors. Zhang Mu muttered to himself, estimating their approximate strength. After roughly ranking them, we concluded that the gods in that central area are probably all at the level of God Emperors, and are also the most powerful fighting force in this world. I'd better not infiltrate the central area for the time being. My strength seems to be much higher than these God Emperors, but I'm not sure if it's God Emperor strength. What if the God Emperor is outrageous? Zhang Mu shook his head and decided to play it safe first. Once he had fully developed his strength, it would not be a problem to infiltrate the central area. Why has there been no news from the westernmost region in these years? The westernmost part? What's so interesting about that remote place? It's just a place where some lower gods gather in the early stage. Why bother about it so much? That's true, but I heard recently that some middle-level gods have also started to lose contact inexplicably. A middle-level god? Could it be that he is trying to snatch believers from those lower-level gods? It's possible. It would make sense if the middle gods united and occupied the westernmost area. Some gods were discussing the recent news from the western region, and many gods sensed that something was wrong. But the gods above the upper gods do not pay attention to these things, and only the middle gods will gather together to discuss. The impulsive middle-level god went directly to check the situation in person, but he entered that area and never came back. This made many middle-level gods wonder if there was some great terror there? Or was it that the middle-level god who went to check was lured into that camp? Strange. How strange. As more and more middle-level gods who went to check disappeared, many middle-level gods could no longer sit still. Before setting off, they had vowed that even if they were lured to the other camp, they would come back to report the news. However, as soon as they went in, they disappeared, let alone any news. On this day, all the middle-level gods gathered together. What's going on? Why is there no news coming back? Could it be that some treasure has appeared there? Why don't we go check it out together? I have a bad feeling. What are you afraid of? It's just the westernmost area. We have dozens of mid-level gods among us. Even if they all rebel, are we afraid that we can't defeat them with hundreds of mid-level gods? The gods thought it made sense, so they set a date to go to the westernmost area together to check the situation. They didn't inform more gods. What if there really was a treasure? That would cause the higher gods to fight for it. The gods are greedy. The agreed date soon arrived. Hundreds of middle-level gods headed towards the west. Their movements were very secretive and did not attract the attention of the upper-level gods. Naturally, the movements here could not escape Zhang Mu's detection. Except for the central area, the entire western world was under his surveillance. So he immediately informed Lu Zhengyuan of the news that hundreds of middle-level gods were invading. You all should be prepared. The current strength of the human race is sufficient to deal with it. I will not take action. Yes, please rest assured, Willow God, I will make sure these gods never come back. Lu Zhengyuan said in a serious voice. Over the years, all the middle-level gods who came to investigate were killed by them, so they had long anticipated that such a day would come. They are just a few hundred mid-level gods, let's make the best of it. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Since he is here, let's bury him here. This will be a good opportunity for us humans to replenish our bodies. After bidding farewell to the Willow God, Lu Zhengyuan began to deploy his troops. Everyone also learned from Lu Zhengyuan that hundreds of middle-level gods were coming to their territory. A bunch of Heridas were scattered all over the ground. Hey, another feast! That's right. There are hundreds of middle-level gods. It's enough for each of us to have a full meal. We haven't had a bite of meat for many years. All we got was a mouthful of thick soup. There is no way. The population base is too large. We only kill one god a year. There is not enough to share. There is simply not enough to share. For a moment, everyone was on high alert, swallowing saliva with dry mouths. Finally, a long time passed. Hundreds of figures entered their barrier. Everyone's eyes lit up. Here it comes. Hurry, hurry, activate the barrier to block their retreat. One by one, they shouted excitedly. Because these gods only entered the protective barrier set up by Zhang Mu, this barrier can only block the detection of the outside world and has no blocking effect. So when these gods entered, the human army immediately mobilized their spirit and energy to transform into an invisible barrier to cover the area. He. As the barrier rose, everyone's eyes glowed red. This made the gods in the sky feel a chill in their spines. Looking at the huge human army on the ground, I was a little confused about the situation. Why are there so many humans? Whose kingdom is this? It's not in the kingdom of God, right? If there are so many believers in the kingdom of God, they must be gods at the level of God King at least. And I don't sense any breath of gods, right? The gods were discussing this. Seeing that they were chatting non-stop, Lu Zhengyuan directly gave the order to attack. Only a fool would wait for you to finish chatting. It would be better to launch an attack and make a sneak attack first. Oh no! Get out of here! Several sharp-eyed gods looked at the countless chains coming at them and quickly retreated thousands of miles. Seeing this, other gods also hurried to avoid it. Only a few gods who were slow were tied up with chains and then hit by several giant swords of spirit, energy, and spirit. This. The gods looked incredulous. In just a few moments, they lost several fellow middle-level gods, and the attackers were humans underground. Chapter 113. How dare you? How dare you attack the gods? Aren't you afraid that we will annihilate your entire clan? The gods scolded. Gods? Haha, they're just the meal I'm waiting for. Lu Zhengyuan sneered, and a huge amount of energy soared into the sky. Fly forward alone. Ask my sword if it agrees. His energy and spirit condensed into a 1,000-meter-long sword and slashed towards the gods. How dare you? You have already received your death. A mid-level god with perfect cultivation stepped forward and slammed his surging divine power towards Lu Zhengyuan. The latter looked disdainful. The sword continued to move forward with unabated momentum, easily cutting off the divine attack. Puff! How is it possible? The god's eyes were dull as he watched his two separated bodies gradually lose their breath. Bang! The divine body fell into the wilderness. The gods were stunned. This was a great man who had reached the perfect level of a mid-level god. How could he be killed in an instant? Quick, quick, quick! Let's work together to suppress this guy. They looked panicked. Even a mid-level god with perfect cultivation could be killed in seconds, so what would happen if it was their turn? Each of them was using their divine power without regard for their lives. Where is the human race? I'm waiting. The army's momentum soared into the sky. Follow me to slay the gods. Yes. The army was divided into hundreds of groups to meet the gods. Each god will face an army of millions of humans. Although the strength of the army is somewhat uneven, their spirit can be gathered together to attack in a coordinated manner. The power at this time can instantly make up for the gap between gods and mortals. The war is about to break out. Lu Zhengyuan also directly sought out dozens of mid-level gods with perfect cultivation. You dare to fight me? The gods looked at each other in bewilderment, but what had happened before made them not dare to be arrogant. Arrogant fellow! Destroy in my wrath! Dozens of gods attacked at the same time. That depends on your abilities. Lu Zhengyuan was not afraid at all. His current strength was the basis for his arrogance. According to the realm classification among gods, his strength is already at the mid-stage god-king level. Dealing with dozens of middle-level gods is a piece of cake. Let me show you that the human race that you once despised has grown into an existence that you cannot ignore. The sword opens the gate of heaven. A terrifying sword energy transformed from the essence of spirit swept straight towards them. How dare you underestimate the power of the gods? God's power is like a prison. All the gods took action together. Bang! The sword energy was intercepted and held, and the friction between the two sides produced waves of aftermath. Sparks kept flying from the point of collision, and for a while the two sides were in a stalemate. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyuan grinned and said, "It's so difficult to block a mere sword energy. The divine power you mentioned is just this." One breath comes out. Mountains and rivers move. All sounds are silent. Extinction. Lu Zhengyuan exhaled a breath of pure energy and spirit, which turned into a vertical sword energy and rushed away again. Bang! The two sword energies merged to form a cross-sword energy, which forced the gods to retreat thousands of miles. They resisted the enormous pressure desperately and gradually showed signs of decline. The gods felt something was wrong and stopped hiding their abilities, and started to use their trump cards. "Everyone, stop hiding. If you don't take action, I'm afraid we will really die here." They nodded and began to display their great magical powers. The kingdom of God in the palm of your hand. Buzz! A terrifying divine light burst out. The phantoms of divine kingdoms gathered in the sky. But if you look closely, these kingdoms of God do not seem to be complete. Because only the upper gods can fully display this move, and the middle gods can only fully display part of its power. Only by practicing all of their own kingdoms of God at the same time can they be promoted to upper gods, and can they fully display the power of this move. However, even with only a portion of its power, it can still kill other middle-level gods in seconds. A pair of giant hands covering the sky, carrying the phantom of the kingdom of God, slapped towards Lu Zhengyuan. Looking at the sky full of divine light and the terrifying kingdom of God in his palm, Lu Zhengyuan smiled. "Ha ha ha! What a great kingdom of God in the palm of your hand! Then let all of you see how powerful the Qi refiners are." Lu Zhengyuan took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes and vomited. Horrifying golden light continuously gushed out from its 7 orifices. "Congeal." As the order was given, the energy and spirit in the sky continued to condense into 5 huge golden men. This golden man looked exactly like Lu Zhengyuan, except that his eyes were indifferent and devoid of any emotion, and his feet stood between heaven and earth. The huge body is comparable to that of gods. This is a unique move that Lu Zhengyuan figured out when his strength reached the level of a god king. The 5 golden men correspond to the 5 internal organs of the human body, and the remaining 6 internal organs need to be continuously developed. After the development is completed, 6 stronger golden men can be condensed. The strength of these golden men is as strong as the original body. It's like cheating. God killer. Lu Zhengyuan gave the order, and the 5 golden men nodded. They emerged from their bodies with long swords to meet the phantoms of the kingdom of God in the sky. The 5 golden men rushed directly into the kingdom of the gods and started an indiscriminate destruction mode. As for the original body, Lu Zhengyuan was watching the show from the outside. He had never used this move since he figured it out, but today he just happened to take it out to try out its power. The result was obvious. Faced with the golden men with the strength of 5 god kings, the phantoms of the kingdom of gods in the sky quickly dissipated. Puff! The gods vomited blood due to the backlash, with a look of disbelief on their faces that this was the situation. Now that the trump card has been revealed, they are still suppressed by Lu Zhengyuan alone. Their lives are in danger. Ah! That's it! Lu Zhengyuan's eyes glowed red, and the long sword in his hand shone with a cold light. Like a butcher sharpening his knife for pigs and sheep, he was getting closer and closer to them. Don't come over here! The gods looked panicked, and looking at Lu Zhengyuan who was approaching, they felt as if they saw great terror. Since you have been defeated, you should be turned into food for us humans. Do not put up any unnecessary resistance. Lu Zhengyuan showed his white teeth, which scared them so much that they quickly scattered and fled. But he didn't run far before he hit a barrier. They felt a chill in their hearts and continued to attack the barrier like crazy, trying to open a small hole to escape from this dangerous place. But how could they break through the barrier formed by the spirit of the entire human race? In the end, they all died under Lu Zhengyuan's knife. The other middle-level gods were also slowly being worn down to death by the human army. For a moment, one divine body after another fell into the wilderness, raising layers of dust. Everyone looked at Lu Zhengyuan, who nodded. They began to excitedly carry these divine bodies towards the kitchen, humming the melody of victory, and they were so happy. As night falls, bursts of fragrance waft through the entire human area. Everyone was enjoying the meal. Many chi refiners achieved a breakthrough after taking a bite of the fresh meat, and their aura soared. Lu Zhengyuan looked at the scene in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Now that the human race has flourished, when his strength can match that of the God Emperor, then the human race will no longer fear the coming of the gods. The human race no longer needs to hide in the barrier, but can stand upright in the world. Chapter 114. This time the invasion of the gods was easily suppressed by humans, and the news did not leak out. Lu Zhengyuan did not send anyone to pick up the hundreds of humans in the middle-level gods' country. Because he didn't know where the kingdom of God of these guys was, and even if he knew, the migration of so many people would definitely attract the attention of the gods. It is better to let those humans live peacefully in God's kingdom first. Anyway, it won't matter if the kingdom of God is without gods, and the people in it don't need to worship gods every day. After all, the gods are dead, and worshipping them is useless. Just as Lu Zhengyuan expected, the humans in the kingdom of God found that there was no response to their incense offerings today, and they all looked puzzled. However, they did not pursue the matter. As long as they did what the gods asked, the other party could not blame them. As the days passed and there was no response to their offerings of incense, they all had a guess in their hearts. God is dead. After all, this is not a strange thing, because there are always gods who died in the war of gods. If there is no response for so many days, he must be dead. The people were very happy inside, but they did not show it because they knew that soon the gods of the victorious side would come and capture them and take them to other kingdoms of the gods. The fate of mankind has always been uncertain. Years of experience have made them numb. As long as they can stay alive, they don't care who their believers are. But to their surprise, no gods came to abduct them after several years. After all, these are the territories of middle-level gods, and other lower-level gods dare not approach them. Moreover, all the middle-level gods in this area are dead. Naturally, no other gods noticed anything unusual. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. The world has changed dramatically, and humans in this area have been living without being disturbed by gods since then. This was simply unbelievable to them. They thought that the world outside had changed and the gods had disappeared. But according to news from some people who went out to investigate, there are still gods nearby. Therefore, they still dare not act rashly and have been hiding in the kingdom of God and living a peaceful life. Although I don't know what's going on, but as a human being, why should we live in fear every day if we can just live in confusion? Moreover, during the 200 years, several generations of people among them changed. The elders inside have always warned their descendants not to run away, because there are gods everywhere outside and human life is as insignificant as mustard grass, so it is better to just hide in the kingdom of God and live peacefully. The descendants also keep in mind the warnings of their elders. At this time, after 200 years of development, the human race has become much stronger. Lu Zhenjiayuan's strength has reached the middle stage of the Divine Emperor, and many younger generations with strong personal combat capabilities have emerged in the clan. Now it is calculated according to the strength levels among the gods. The human race already has more than 100,000 people in the lower level gods, several thousand in the middle level gods, several hundred in the upper level gods, and dozens in the God-King realm. Do you think it's a lot? You should know that the human population has now reached 3 billion. Moreover, many people have practiced for nearly 1,000 years to reach this level. It is the result of gradual accumulation of foundation, and it cannot be achieved overnight. But even so, the strength of the human race is no longer something that the gods can despise. As for Zhang Mu, he roughly estimated his strength and found that he was several times stronger than he was 200 years ago. The spatial willow body has also been developed to 80%, and it is estimated that it will be fully developed in a few hundred years. My strength should have reached the Divine Emperor level, right? He was a little uncertain, mainly because he still hadn't penetrated the most central area of the world. No matter what, the human race can continue to expand outward. His eyes gleamed and he called Lu Zhengyuan over. Willow God. Lu Zhengyuan arrived quickly and paid his respects to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu hummed softly as a response, and then said, "Now the human race can continue to expand outward. This time there is no need to hide your whereabouts. Let's show our swords to the gods." Lu Zhenjiayuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Yes. We humans will definitely shock the gods." "Well, go ahead. If the God Emperor attacks, I will help you deal with it, so there is no need to worry." Zhang Mu said calmly, which gave Lu Zhengyuan some reassurance. After bidding farewell to Zhang Mu, Lu Zhengyuan began to mobilize the army. All human beings got the news. The human race is going to war against the gods. Are you afraid? Lu Zhengyuan asked in a positive voice while standing on the high platform and looking at the sea of people below. Not afraid. Lu Zhengyuan continued, this war is a war against the gods. Then there will definitely be endless invasions from the gods, but the human race must go through this hardship. Only by letting the gods see the strength of the human race. Only by killing the gods and making them tremble with fear. Only then will they know pain. Only then will they be afraid. Only then will they know that the human race is no longer the ants that they used to slaughter. Only in this way, the gods will consider whether they are strong enough before daring to provoke our human race. Lu Zhengyuan paused, looked at the serious expressions of the crowd and continued, this battle will definitely cause a large number of casualties, but for the sake of the eternal peace of the human race, I beg you all. He bowed deeply to everyone. Patriarch, there is no need to do this. We have nothing to fear. If my humble life can be exchanged for the eternal foundation of the human race, then so be it. Just take it. We are not the kind of people who are afraid of death. Jade can be broken but its whiteness cannot be changed. Bamboo can be burned but its joints cannot be destroyed. Even if we die, our names can be recorded in bamboo and silk. The crowd below exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhengyuan listened to what everyone said, raised his head and laughed with tears in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, if I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. The human race will surely prosper. In the following days, Lu Zhengyuan began to lead the army out of the barrier area and head towards the kingdom of the gods. The huge army flying in the sky blocked the sun, and the earth was covered in shadow. The villagers scattered across the wilderness stared in amazement at this shocking scene. The army's tremendous energy and spirit, even the slightest leak, would soar into the sky. Lu Zhengyuan began to attack in 3 directions according to the map given by Zhang Mu. Anyway, the strongest god here is only a higher god. There is no need to worry at all with dozens of gods supporting us. He will command the entire situation from the center of the 3 armies, and he will not take action as long as the Divine Emperor does not appear. The army was unstoppable, killing all gods that stood in their way. Heaven and earth changed color, and many lower-level gods died at the hands of the crowd before they could figure out the situation. The middle and upper gods were also completely powerless to resist and were ruthlessly crushed and killed by the army. Such a horrifying scene frightened many gods and spirits so much that they fled desperately. Everything that happened today completely overturned their three views. When did the human race become so powerful? Killing gods is like killing pigs and dogs. Such a big commotion naturally disturbed the gods. Many powerful god kings came to check the situation, but as soon as they showed up, they were intercepted by the human race's chi refiners at the god king level. One after another, the god kings fell under the siege of many chi refiners. The gods are terrified. This is the god king. Not just any cat or dog. The morale of the human army was greatly boosted. One after another, the kingdoms of God were destroyed in their hands, and all the humans within them were brought back to their tribes to recuperate. Chapter 115. The commotion caused by the human race this time was so great that many gods and emperors began to take action to suppress the unrest. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyuan took action immediately. Facing more than a dozen powerful god emperors, he remained unafraid. All the energy and spirit in his internal organs gushed out and transformed into 11 golden men to meet them. And his original body directly stopped the 6 divine emperors. The spirit and energy that soared into the sky was like a sea of stars, and the powerful aura even made the god emperor feel a little pressured. Their faces looked solemn. Such a weak creature like the human race can cultivate to such strength. It seems that the gods are going to redefine the human race. A divine emperor spoke. The human race does not need the definition of the gods. Lu Zhengyuan raised his sword and pointed it at the god. There is no point in saying more. You humans launched this war just to gain a foothold in this world. Let's see if you have the strength to do so. War. The 6 divine emperors took action instantly. The two sides quickly started fighting. The space and the sky shook for a moment, and 7 meteors in the sky kept colliding, separating, and colliding again. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Wherever it went, it turned into a mess. This level of battle also caused many lower gods and human beings to die in the aftermath. But war is cruel. Lu Zhengyuan roared and wanted to move the battlefield away from the army. But how could the 6 divine emperors do as he wished? He managed to keep the battlefield firmly under control above the human army. Seeing this, many chi refiners with the strength of God King stopped their actions and activated barriers to isolate the aftermath, thus avoiding numerous casualties. Lu Zhengyuan no longer controlled his strength and slashed out with sword energy. The 6 divine emperors did not dodge but activated their innate magical powers to resist. Although it was a bit difficult, they were able to block it in the end. They wanted to take a breath, but Lu Zhengyuan would not let them do so. He seized the opportunity and immediately launched a fierce attack. In order to avoid getting hurt, the gods chose to fight and retreat. The battle between the two sides lasted only a few moments and the army was 100 million miles away. Not only that, the 11 golden men also forced the other 11 gods and emperors to fight here. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. 11 identical golden men stood behind Lu Zhengyuan, while 17 divine emperors looked at each other in shock at the scene. They felt ashamed and annoyed that the Jin people they had been fighting with until now turned out to be the incarnation of someone else. They felt ashamed that a dignified god emperor could only be defeated by a human clone, and they were annoyed that the other party looked down on them so much. The gods have murderous intent in their eyes. This kid must die, otherwise what will happen when he grows up? After exchanging glances for a moment, the 17 god emperors immediately surrounded Lu Zhengyuan. Your strength has been recognized by us, but we will not let you leave. You must be buried here today. Then give it a try. The two sides started fighting again. The scene was in chaos, and the noise of fighting could be heard clearly even 100 million miles away. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, dark clouds covered the sun, and smoke rose from the battlefield. The human army continued to attack the kingdoms of gods, and one god after another died in the massacre of the army. And the human race also died at the hands of the gods under constant attacks. The earth was dyed red with blood, and the blood flowed for thousands of miles. Everyone was bloodthirsty and would pounce on the gods without hesitation when they saw them. What realm gap? It's all bullshit. How can a human being be afraid of this? Kill. The war lasted for nearly 3 months before it came to an end. The human army temporarily began to retire and recuperate, and Lu Zhengyuan was also seriously injured and killed 2 god emperors, and injured 15 god emperors. Both sides stopped fighting and went back to recuperate. After this battle, the power of the human race was engraved in the hearts of the gods. Even when they returned to their own kingdoms, they were almost scared to death and took action when they saw their own believers. For a moment the whole world fell silent. No one knows what either side is thinking. The human race's land. Lu Zhengyuan sat cross-legged under a willow tree to heal his wounds. With the help of Zhang Mu, his injuries were quickly stabilized, and it is estimated that he will be fully recovered in a few weeks. The human race suffered 300 million casualties after this war, but the influx of new blood caused the human population to surge to 7 billion. But so many of them have never practiced the qi nourishing technique, their strength is low, and it will take several years before they can join the war. Fortunately, the luck of the human race is now unprecedentedly strong, and after the first war it has increased by more than dozens of times. This world gradually began to recognize the identity of the human race. After that, the qualifications of the offspring born of the human race became better and better, and some were born with special physiques. This is a sign of being favored by God. When Lu Zhengyuan heard the news, he knew that it was right to launch this war. Although many people would die, it was necessary for the sake of future generations. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. For several years, both sides rested and did not start any conflicts. Zhang Mu also began to infiltrate his roots into the central area. There's actually a barrier. The roots are blocked outside by a golden barrier as they extend to the edge of the central area. This was something Zhang Mu had not expected. He controlled the roots to extend deeper, wanting to see if he could get around it. But the result is that this barrier is actually a closed spherical shape, and if you want to get in, you must break this barrier. Anyway, my current strength is definitely that of a god emperor, plus I have many trump cards, so there is no need to be afraid of them. With confidence in his heart, he was no longer cautious and began to attack the barrier with his roots unscrupulously. As the barrier was continuously attacked, it immediately attracted the attention of the god emperor inside. How dare you! This is a forbidden area and no gods are allowed to approach. They thought it was a divine intervention and immediately scolded him. But Zhang Mu turned a deaf ear to me. I was just going to break in. Who would listen to your warning? Bang! Finally, a small hole was opened in the barrier, and Zhang Mu's roots were able to drill in and begin to take root and extend inside. At this time, the god emperors also discovered that it was actually the roots of the tree that attacked the barrier. The god emperors frowned and quickly saw Zhang Mu's real body along the roots with their spiritual sense, and Zhang Mu also saw the figures of the 4 god emperors. The two sides stared at each other from a distance of billions of miles. All the words are in the eyes. The god emperors took a deep breath when they sensed Zhang Mu's real breath. Zhang Mu sensed the breath of the 4 god emperors and grinned. Both sides fell silent, and finally a god emperor used his divine sense to transmit the message. May I ask why you are attacking the barrier we set up? There was no way. Zhang Mu's aura was several times stronger than theirs, and the gods had to bow their heads under the eaves. I am happy. Zhang Mu's voice came over. The 4 god emperors looked at each other in bewilderment. I'm glad you're happy, but this place is sealed with great terror, so we don't allow any gods to enter here. For tens of thousands of years, the gods have always abided by the rules. I didn't expect that you would mistakenly enter this place today. They spoke very tactfully, fearing that Zhang Mu would be unhappy and come over to beat them. Chapter 116. Great Terror? Are you guys lying to me? Zhang Mu asked doubtfully. How dare I? If you don't believe me, we can take you there and see for ourselves. The God Emperors knew that there was no benefit in fighting Zhang Mu head-on, and there was no reason to fight head-on. Soon Zhang Mu's roots followed their footsteps and came to the open space in the center. There is a huge, dark space opening above this place. Tens of thousands of golden divine patterns transformed into chains that locked it tightly. But if you look closely, you can find that the entrance of the cave is constantly expanding at an extremely small distance. This is? Zhang Mu asked. He sensed a threat from the cave. It seemed that what they said was not false. A passage to another world. The God Emperors said seriously. Tens of thousands of years ago, this cave suddenly appeared in our world, and many special creatures kept emerging from it. They have no intelligence and eat whatever they see, even the soil. We realized something was wrong and quickly killed those creatures. When we were about to seal the cave entrance, a creature of unknown strength appeared at the other side of the cave. The aura of this creature is much stronger than ours, and even if we join forces we cannot seal the entrance to the cave. In the end, it was the will of heaven that sealed the cave entrance. I thought the matter was over, but the cave entrance appeared again a few years later. This time, the other side of the cave entrance also had the assistance of the heavenly will of the other world. In the end, the heavenly wills of both sides were in a stalemate, and the cave entrance was also expanding very slowly. All we can do is do some simple sealing to prevent weaker creatures from entering the world. But this method is not a seal after all. When the hole expands to allow stronger creatures to come in, it will be the day when all the creatures in our world will suffer. Listening to the explanations of the four God Emperors, Zhang Mu also became serious. This world is actually still being invaded by other worlds, and it seems that the other worlds are stronger than this world. This won't work. The main world will definitely not let go of the prey it has targeted. And if I can solve this problem, I will definitely get extra rewards after returning. After taking a look at the four gods, Zhang Mu asked, have you heard anything about the outside world? Outside world? The four God Emperors were stunned for a moment and then said, we have not paid attention to the outside world for tens of thousands of years. Unless a god is promoted to God Emperor, we will go out and find him to seal this cave with us. Zhang Mu understood. No wonder there was such a big commotion in the outside world, but no God Emperor came out to suppress it. So this is the case. Has there been no new God Emperor born in tens of thousands of years? Zhang Mu asked in confusion. Senior, you may not know that if a god wants to be promoted to God Emperor, he must have the status of Heavenly Emperor, and heaven only has 4 statuses, so only 4 God Emperors are allowed to exist. They were also very confused as to why Zhang Mu was so strong. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Dao should not allow him to exist. Little did they know that Zhang Mu was just an accident, and this accident could break the world's restrictions and lead to advancement. Why doesn't the Heavenly Dao set up a few more Heavenly Emperors? This way, there will be more God Emperors here to suppress the cave entrance. Because the world can only support 4 God Emperors at most. Unless the world breaks through, or there are living beings that can cultivate to the God Emperor realm without the status of Heavenly Emperor, but this is impossible. Only gods can cultivate in this world. The 4 God Emperors vowed. Zhang Mu smiled, oh? Only gods can practice. No, maybe Senior is a special case. They suddenly thought of Zhang Mu, who was stronger than them, and became a little uncertain. Senior, you also use the power of incense to practice, right? They asked uncertainly. It used to be, but it was abandoned later. Zhang Mu did not explain too much, and continued, let's take a look at the situation outside first. Things took a turn for the better, and he felt that there was no need for humans to fight the gods anymore. Upon hearing this, the 4 god emperors extended their spiritual senses to explore the outside world. The range of the god emperor's spiritual sense is very wide. Moreover, with the help of the heavenly emperor, he quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter, and his expression kept changing. Have humans become so strong? They felt a little sad. At their point, the power of incense was no longer useful. If they wanted to improve their strength, they could only rely on comprehending the might of heaven and earth and understanding the power of the laws. The senior should be the one behind these human races. Yes, I originally thought that this fight would last a long time, but now that I'm in this situation, I can't help but reconsider it. Zhang Mu admitted it. The 4 god emperors exchanged their consciousness and said, "We can ask the gods to give up half of the world as a habitat for the human race, but we need the help of the seniors to suppress this entrance to the other world." The current struggle is nothing more than the human race wanting to be recognized by the world and wanting to have its own territory. If that's the case, just give it to the human race. Will the gods object? What a joke! How could they oppose the god emperor? The position of the emperor of heaven is no joke. Their words are only half of the meaning of heaven's way. Zhang Mu nodded, yes. There is no reason to disagree that at this moment humans and gods should be on the same front. After all, the world is about to be destroyed, and there is no point in fighting anymore. It won't be too late to fight again after we have resolved this external threat. So Zhang Mu regained consciousness and told Lu Zhengyuan what happened here. The 4 god emperors also came out to announce to the gods, asking them to give up half of the world to the human race as their territory. This move immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the gods. The 4 god emperors did not tolerate them and directly killed several of the most clamorous gods to serve as an example to them. All of a sudden, the gods calmed down and began to move their kingdoms according to the instructions of the Emperor of God. On the human side, except Lu Zhengyuan who knows the truth, no one else knows what is going on. They occupied the Western world without knowing what was going on. A few months passed quickly and the whole world became quiet. Everything happened too suddenly. The gods were all puzzled as to why the god emperor was born and why he gave up his territory to the human race. Senior, are you satisfied? The spiritual consciousness of the 4 god emperors and Zhang Mu's consciousness gathered together again. Well, that's not bad, but why don't you tell the gods the truth? This is what he didn't understand. There's no point in informing them. They can't help us at all and will only increase panic. Zhang Mu groaned and said, it's better to tell them. Some preparation will also prevent them from messing around. The god emperor thought about it and agreed. Secondly, the humans in the gods' kingdoms are also members of the human race. Zhang Mu said meaningfully. This. The 4 god emperors hesitated and said, if the gods are asked to give up their believers, I'm afraid they will never agree to it even if they die. Without believers, there would be no power from incense, and no way to improve their strength. Even if the Emperor of God and I spoke in person, they would still fight to the death. Their God Emperor does not need the power of incense, but the gods do. The gods will never obey the attempt to cut off their way of cultivation. Chapter 117. Zhang Mu naturally knew this, but from the perspective of the human race, he still hoped that the gods would return to humanity. The human race will not give in on this matter. This is the bottom line of the human race. If we cannot even protect our own people, the so-called self-reliance is nothing but self-deception. But if we let the gods return them to the human race for nothing, the gods will be dissatisfied, and this is difficult. Now the human race and the gods should be on the same side. We can fight, but we must solve the world's problems first. So I will announce to the gods that a world-class meeting will be held, and I will also notify the human race's top leaders to participate. Zhang Mu spoke. The 4 god emperors thought about it carefully and agreed. Now this was the only way to do it. Then it's according to your opinion, senior. The venue will be here. As for the time, what do you think, senior? Maybe a month later, so that the gods can be prepared and both sides can have an idea of what to expect. After the two sides reached an agreement, they went back to prepare for their respective matters. Zhang Mu called Lu Zhengyuan. Greetings to Willow God. Lu Zhengyuan bowed. Well, I called you here to tell you something. Zhang Mu glanced at Lu Zhengyuan and continued, I just had a conversation with the four god emperors about the future of the human race in the God's kingdom. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that this matter is not easy to resolve? Those humans are the guarantee for the gods to enhance their strength. It is probably impossible to return them to the human race, so I discussed with the Emperor of God to hold a meeting of the gods. Discuss this matter with the gods at the meeting, and humans can also send people to participate in order to resolve this issue. This involves the crisis of this world, and I have to think about it carefully. Lu Zhengyuan looked solemn when he heard this. Everything will be done according to the orders of God Lu. Well, go ahead. You can inform the people in the tribe first. After the meeting, everyone will know about this anyway. Yes. Lu Zhengyuan took his leave of Zhang Mu and began to tell the tribesmen what had happened during that time. At this point, everyone finally understood why the gods gave up half of the world's territory to them. It turned out that there were so many things involved behind it. And they had no objection to Lu Shen's arrangement. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhengyuan led the human race's top leaders to the center of the world, and Zhang Mu also transformed into a human form. With his current strength, he could have done this a long time ago, but after being a tree for so long, he is a little uncomfortable being a human again. He turned around and came to the meeting. Upon seeing this, the four god emperors hurried over to greet them. Please take a seat, senior. Zhang Mu answered and sat on the high seat. The four god emperors also sat on both sides of him. The gods were all shocked when they saw this scene. Who is this person? Why is the Emperor of God so respectful that he gave up the main seat to this person and sat beside him? Zhang Mu looked at the people and gods in the audience and said calmly, we can start now. I will preside over this meeting. Anyone who offends me will die. The terrifying aura that suffocated the gods as the word was uttered. Only then did they understand why the god emperors were so respectful. This person's strength was much stronger than that of the god emperor. Each little chick nodded like pecking at rice. Seeing this, the four god emperors also began to guide the conversation. I have already informed the gods of the purpose of this meeting, and I think you already have some ideas in mind. This meeting is to resolve this matter. The high-level officials of the human race are here, and both parties can discuss and come to a decision. The gods looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally a few god emperors took the lead and said, we will never agree to return all the believers. This is our bottom line. Without believers, we will lose the opportunity to improve our strength. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyuan also said, returning the humans in your kingdom is also the bottom line of our human race. We humans will not abandon any of our compatriots. So we can't reach an agreement. The gods narrowed their eyes and murderous intent filled the air. On the human side, Lu Zhengyuan fought back alone, and his powerful spirit and energy made the gods and emperors stagger. Humph! If you guys want to start a war, our human race is not afraid. Lu Zhengyuan snorted coldly. After seeing Zhang Mu's status in front of the four god emperors, he was as steady as an old dog. Anyway, with the support of God Willow, this meeting would definitely end in the interests of the human race. You. The god emperors wanted to say something else, but were quickly warned by the looks of the god emperors and kept silent for a while. The meeting came to a stalemate. Zhang Mu said, the reason why the gods are unwilling to return humans is because they will lose the way to advance in strength after returning them. But I have a way to solve this problem. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Mu. Even the four god emperors were no exception. After all, they knew that this world only existed for cultivation with the power of incense, and the sudden appearance of human chi cultivators. If the cultivation method of the human race was given by Zhang Mu, then this statement is true, and Zhang Mu really has other methods suitable for the cultivation of gods. Zhang Mu looked at the reactions of the gods below and smiled. As you guessed, the cultivation method of the human race was indeed bestowed by me. The gods' eyes lit up at this, and many gods with lower strength were eager to agree on the spot. Why? Of course it's because of low strength that I can't attract believers. If you can't attract believers, your strength will increase slowly. If your strength increases slowly, you won't be able to attract believers like the gods, and this will lead to a vicious cycle. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Therefore, they were eager to return those few humans in exchange for a cultivation method that would allow them to start from the same starting line as the gods. Sure enough, the words had just fallen. Many gods immediately said, if the senior really has this method, then we agree to return the humans in the kingdom of God. All the gods agreed at once, and only those gods with strength above the God King remained silent. But the trend was irresistible, and with 4 god emperors watching, they could not resist and could only agree obediently. I'm afraid you won't believe it. I can give you a few years to practice and prove its authenticity. Zhang Mu waved his hand, and a set of martial arts techniques was reflected in the sky. The gods immediately used their divine sense to memorize all the information on it. Just in case, they checked it dozens of times, fearing that they might have remembered the wrong characters. Okay, this meeting is over. I will give the gods 5 years to practice. If there are results, the gods must keep their promise and send the humans in the kingdom of God to the human race. Otherwise, Zhang Mu's aura was fully revealed, and the gods immediately responded, saying that they would never dare to violate the agreement. With this, the meeting of the gods came to an end. Zhang Mu brought the human members back to the tribe. As for the skills that Zhang Mu gave to the gods, they were naturally given by Yu. But the upper limit of this technique is different from the previous technique given to the human race. The martial arts book given to the gods can only be cultivated to the divine emperor realm according to the strength division of this world. However, the chi nourishing technique of humans can enable them to reach the divine emperor realm. After all, he is the patron saint of the human race, so he is naturally biased towards the human race. Chapter 118. After the meeting of the gods ended, many gods immediately returned to their own kingdoms to practice new skills. As time goes by little, the effects of the exercises are also beginning to show. Many gods have experienced that their strength increases faster and with greater effectiveness than if they practiced with the power of incense. There is no need to worry about believers all day long. Then why do we need humans? Just send all the humans in God's kingdom back to the human territory one by one. Therefore, the human population is growing rapidly. 5 years passed in a flash, and the agreed date arrived. During this period, those gods with less power had already tasted the benefits of the new skills and sent humans back to their homeland. Only the God King and the God Emperor did not take any action. Naturally, they also went back to experience the effectiveness of the new technique, which indeed improved their strength, but it was far from what they had expected. Why? Because they have so many believers and the abundant power of incense is not comparable to that of new techniques. The effect of cultivation is reduced by almost half. This made them so angry that they cursed every day in God's kingdom and constantly condemned the injustice. But now that the agreed date has arrived, all gods below the God King realm think that the new technique is better than the power of incense, and no matter how much they, the God King and the God Emperor, oppose it, they cannot represent all the gods. They are suppressed by powerful people like the God Emperor and Zhang Mu above, and they cannot call on the gods below. They could only reluctantly return the humans in God's kingdom to the human race according to the agreement. Zhang Mu had anticipated such a result from the beginning. This was also his cleverness. As long as he could satisfy many gods, he could also suppress the number of gods at the level of God King and God Emperor. From now on, the gods will not be able to make any waves. If the human race is given a few thousand more years to develop, it will be able to make up the current gap immediately. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE10 DY2 NDQ50 Jake equals. Even if war breaks out again, it will be the human race that suppresses the gods. How about Senior, now that the gods have returned to humanity, then? The four god emperors looked at Zhang Muidao. Well, the result is good. I will naturally fulfill my original promise. From now on, I will work with you to suppress the entrance to the alien world to prevent any accidents. Zhang Mu nodded, he had the same idea anyway. The god emperors breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Zhang Mu would go back on his word. If he did, the four gods would be unable to do anything to him. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Mu and the Divine Emperor are guarding here, while the outside world is also developing vigorously. Powerful qi refiners continued to emerge among the human race, and because of the new skills, the number of middle and upper level gods also increased dramatically. The threshold for the new technique is very low, so gods with low strength do not have to compete for believers like before, and only need to concentrate on practicing hard. However, the power improvement of the God King and God Emperor has been greatly slowed down. Another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Zhenjiayuan's strength broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, and his spirit and energy could be felt by all living beings in the world. The four god emperors looked at Zhang Mu with surprise and smiled bitterly as they looked at him with his eyes closed in front of them. It seems that the situation in this world will change in the future. The first thing Lu Zhengyuan did after breaking through the Divine Emperor realm was to summarize his lifelong cultivation experience and begin to divide the qi refiners into their own realms. It is divided into 9 realms, 5 internal organ realm, 6 internal organ realm, and emperor realm. The 9 realms correspond to mortals breaking through the 9 boundaries and transcending the mortal body to enter the extraordinary realm. Breaking through the 9th level of the mortal realm means that your body is almost as good as that of a god. There are 5 small levels in the 5 internal organs realm. 1 internal organ is comparable to a lower level god, 2 internal organs are middle level gods, 3 internal organs are upper level gods, 4 internal organs are the God King, and 5 internal organs are the perfect God King. After repairing the 5 internal organs and entering the 6 internal organs realm, you have entered the level of the Divine Emperor. After completing the cultivation of all the internal organs, the strength will be promoted to the perfection of the Divine Emperor. As long as you break through the last layer of barrier, you can reach the Emperor realm, which is the God Emperor level, which is the upper limit of this world. Just as Lu Zhengyuan was summing up his experience, the eye of heaven appeared, and a beam of auspicious light shone on him. Lu Zhengyuan was a little at a loss. After all, this was the way of heaven and he could not resist. Fortunately, such a strange phenomenon did not seem to be a bad thing. To inspire the great prosperity of the human race, 4 emperors of the human race are specially established, and their status is equal to that of the heavenly emperor. The voice of heaven spread throughout the world, the gods were shocked, and the humans were beaming with joy. This is the true rise. It has been recognized by the heavenly Dao. Lu Zhengyuan was so surprised that he was dizzy. He instinctively followed the instructions of heaven and merged with the throne of the human race. For a moment he felt that the world was under his control. This is a grant of authority from heaven. After saying this, Eye of Heaven was about to leave, but he didn't know that an old BD had been waiting for him for a long time. Hee, I finally caught you. Hee. Yayu disappeared into the air holding the Eye of Heaven and arrived at the core of the world. The outside world is completely unaware of all this. This is the core of the world. Tiandao looked at Yayu, whose eyes were full of ferocity, and was silent for a moment before saying, "You are here as a guest, right?" Time flies and years pass. Before we knew it, several hundred years had passed in this world. That day, Zhang Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and the other 4 god emperors reacted in the same way. Looking at the hole where the air began to shake, I felt a little worried. The seal is getting looser and looser. It won't be long before the seal breaks and another world invades us. Follow me to strengthen the seal. Zhang Mu spoke. The 4 god emperors nodded and followed Zhang Mu to strengthen the seal. I don't know how long it took before the turbulent cave entrance calmed down. Zhang Mu frowned. The effect of this seal was minimal. It could only suppress it temporarily. The same method would probably have no effect in the future. The other world is really tough. When you are in doubt, the system is the boss. System, is there any way to completely seal this hole? Zhang Mu asked his system. At this time, Yayu was still chatting and drinking tea with Tiandao. But he quickly responded. Ding! Yes, there is, but the price is high. What is the price? Zhang Mu asked. The host only needs to transform into the world tree, and then use all his own abilities to suppress it. The consequence of doing so is that the host will die and turn into a suppression tree without any intelligence. Zhang Mu's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's it. Anyway, I am not a creature of this world, so I will return to this world after death. This world has basically been cleared by myself, and there will be huge extra rewards if I can help the main world solve this problem in the end. It just so happened that I was so strong that I didn't know how I would die. Now everything is fine, everything is perfect as expected. It's okay. We've gained a lot from this trip and it's time to leave. Zhang Mu responded. Ding! Okay, the host will just follow the system's instructions later. Zhang Mu said he understood and waited quietly. The core of the world. See how great my host is? Why don't you express your gratitude? Yayu patted Tiandao's shoulder and smiled. The latter was filled with grief and once again took out 10% of the world's origin and gave it to Yayu. You know how to handle things. It seems like I trained you very well. Yayu nodded with satisfaction. Over the years, he has been chatting with the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao has become his shape. Not only did he get the origin of rules, but the Heavenly Dao also gave him 70% of the origin of the world. With the 10% just now, he has a total of 80% of the origin of the world. Chapter 119. Give me a hand. This is to help you solve the world's problems. Yayu patted the Heavenly Dao consciousness. The Heavenly Dao consciousness said it understood, the money has been paid, you must do the job well for me. Yayu began to communicate with Zhang Mu. Ding! Host, do you have any other matters to be explained? Zhang Mu was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and realized that he couldn't just leave like this without knowing the reason. He turned and looked at the 4 god emperors. I have a way to completely solve this problem. The god emperors' eyes lit up, and they quickly asked, Senior, do you have a magic trick? What is it? Zhang Mu was silent for a while and then pretended to be tragic and said, You all know that my true form is a willow tree. I can transform myself into a world tree and use all my power to suppress this place. Then I can completely seal the entrance to the cave and prevent it from appearing in the world again. After hearing what Zhang Mu said, the god emperors were all stunned, and then they looked at Zhang Mu with admiration. Senior, you are so righteous. I never thought you were so conscious that you would rather sacrifice yourself to bring eternal peace to the people. I admire you so much. Zhang Mu waved his hand. Before that, you need to promise me one thing. What is it? Before the human race has 4 emperor-level masters, the gods cannot invade the human race. After all, if I leave, the human race will have no backing, so I must leave a way out for them. The god emperors thought about it and agreed. I agreed. Zhang Mu nodded, turned around and left. He wanted to say goodbye to the human race. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After Zhang Mu arranged all the funeral affairs, he came to the entrance of the cave in the alien world again. At this time, all the gods were behind him, and hundreds of millions of human compatriots also came here to see Zhang Mu off. System, I'm ready to start. Zhang Mu called the system in his heart. Ding! Okay, the host will just follow the instructions, and the heavenly Dao will also lend a helping hand to the host. Zhang Mu turned around, looked at the gods and millions of human beings, and said, I'm leaving. Buzz! Zhang Mu's true form appeared, trapping the entrance to the alien world tightly within his own spatial willow body. He gathered all his strength and began to suppress the seal. His strength faded away bit by bit, and the entrance to the other world began to shrink slowly. Buzz! Auspicious light filled the sky, the way of heaven appeared, and colorful auspicious light enveloped Zhang Mu's body. For a moment, he felt the whole world's support. Town! Zhang Mu did not dare to delay and immediately cooperated with the power of heaven to seal it. The gods and trillions of humans knelt down one after another. Farewell, Willow God. At this moment, the gods recognized Zhang Mu's identity and respectfully called him the Willow God. The vast luck of the human race was also mobilized at this moment and turned into a golden dragon of luck that flew and circled around Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu sensed all this and laughed loudly. His resounding voice spread throughout the world. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar. Hold head high. The golden dragon of luck roared towards the sky, its voice loud and tragic. Heavy bloody rain fell from the sky, as if heralding Zhang Mu's departure. At this moment, billions of lives bowed their heads in silence for him. Hey! I'm finally back. I stayed too long this time, but luckily I gained a lot. Zhang Mu returned to the settlement space and sighed. Start calculating the rewards for the reincarnated. Successfully changed my fate, my rating improved. Strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised. Break the world limit, the score is greatly improved. Help the main world break through the barriers, and the score will be greatly improved. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS. Congratulations to the reincarnator for obtaining 5 million reincarnation points. And a chance to draw a permanent talent. Because the reincarnated person has made a special contribution this time, an additional reward will be given. An additional reward of 3 million reincarnation points for the reincarnated, and one chance to extract a permanent talent. Give the reincarnated 1 level 7 world authority, 1 level 8 world authority, and 1 level 9 world authority in the main world. Detected that the reincarnated person already has 3 level 9 permissions, automatically synthesizing 1 level 8 permission. A large amount of information kept popping up, and Zhang Mu couldn't stop smiling. It was so cool, so cool. Not enough at all. This time it was a great harvest, with 8 million reincarnation points and 2 opportunities to draw permanent talents. So he didn't hesitate and used it immediately. Congratulations to the reincarnator for obtaining the golden legendary talent Reborn. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the purple epic talent Eye of Detection. Reborn, Gold. The reincarnated person can get one chance to be reborn after death in the reincarnation world. The rebirth node cannot be selected and can only be reborn to the period just after the advent. Eye of Exploration. Purple allows you to view information about characters whose strength is lower than yours. Bite. Here it comes. Big Daddy is going to take action. Zhang Mu's eyes lit up and he began to look forward to it. This was the first time he was so lucky that he drew purple and gold talents. Wouldn't this amplify myself into a red myth that has never appeared before? The golden legendary talent Reborn gains 100-fold increase, transforming into the red mythical talent 9 reincarnations. The purple epic talent Eye of Exploration. Gain 100-fold increase and transform into the golden legendary talent Eye of Destiny. 9 reincarnations. Myth. The reincarnated person can be reborn after death, can choose any rebirth node, and has 9 rebirth opportunities. Eye of Destiny. Gold. The reincarnated person can detect all material information, and even those who are stronger than himself can get a glimpse of it. Zhang Mu was stunned after reading the talent information. Strong. Too strong. As expected, he is the big daddy of the system. With just a slight move, he can reach the limit of this world. Then he opened his gorgeous system panel to admire it. Host, Zhongmu. Realm, 6th level reincarnation. Main world authority level, level 7. Talents, simulated reincarnation, gold, martial god, gold, sage, gold, child of destiny, gold, 9 life reincarnations, myth, eye of destiny, gold. Territory, Shiwen Das Han. Rebirth point, 10850110. System points, 110000. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, it has some strength, but compared with the world, it is still like an ant. The world he was reincarnated into this time is stronger, and the height he reached also broke through the limit of the world. After returning, the feedback of his strength allowed his strength to leap from a 2nd level reincarnator to a 6th level reincarnator. It spans 4 major levels. With millions of reincarnation points and extremely rich, can you imagine that this is a reincarnated person who has only been reincarnated 3 times? Not to mention the talent, it's ridiculous. With this talent, you can easily pass any level in any world you reincarnate into, not to mention the assistance from the system. The main world's authority level has directly jumped from level 9 to level 7. Let me see what the effect of level 7 authority is. Zhongmu clicked on it curiously.